Wow. I'm my brain's not working good today. I don't know why, but it says there's one watching. That could be me though. I don't know. Zero here. That's weird. Oh my god. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to take a fucking vitamin. I think I'm gonna hold off on this. Vitamin. All right. So somebody here, or is this just a watcher again? Or is there actually anybody here because this fucking eyeball doesn't do right, I guess, lack of better word. Because I'm not gonna sit here with people fucking watching me and not saying nothing. I'll go to bed. The only reason I came back here is because I saw one of my how should I put this? I'll just say I'll put it this way. A person I respect and enjoy their company say that they woke up late, and I know why they woke up late because they stood here and stayed up all night talking to people. And I watched most of the stream and I thought it was awesome. You guys related, you guys shared, and I believe you all learned. So talk to me or get the hell out of here. I'm going to go take my vitamin. Oh. Well, now it says I got two people in here. Is either one of you guys going to talk to me? I don't understand. I've seen it so many times. We'll say there's zero people in the fucking room, but I'll have four up on my damn screen, but yet nobody's there. It just doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be that hard for this company to keep track of what, where, when, and why. And I think it's just another way of them fucking with us. I honestly do. I don't know though. Oh my god. Let's see if I can figure this out. I'm gonna. I don't know if this is the one that works or not. All right, so let's see if I can do it. Um, all right, who's here? Hey, you.
Good morning.
Um, let's just say I hope it gets better.
Yeah, were you having difficulties this morning?
Well, I I said it. I think I explained it in my stream, but I don't know. Anyway, I'll tell you what happened. I got woke up. Um, it was 1 or 2 o'clock this morning with some woman, for lack of better words, we'll call her, was screaming at the top of their lungs in my yard. And, my first impression is somebody's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So I run out of the bedroom, no shirt on. And I knew I had to go outside. So I threw my coat on, go see what the hell was going on. And I didn't really see anybody until I looked down the street going towards the, let's just say, problem home,
Mm.
if you could drift. But, and then I think I said something about hello or something, and my daughter heard me say hello, so she came out and she's like, "Did that wake you up?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she told me whoever this person was had been yelling out there since 11 o'clock last night. I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I looked down the road and I seen this guy literally, lack of better words, but I think it fits, herding, actually herding this woman to this particular house, and it disgusted me. And me and my daughter talked for a minute, and then I came back in the house, and then ever since then my brain has just been whacked out, and I had problems with the stream. I couldn't figure things out. Then I had like three people in my room, or at least so the I said. And to me, it felt like they were just watching me, didn't want to relate to me, didn't want to talk to me. And I just wasn't in the mood to have watchers watching me at that moment. So I got the hell out of there, and I was going to go back to bed because I just mentally couldn't, take it at that point in time. So I got off of here. And then, of course, as soon as I get off of here, I see you going, "Hey, hey, I got up late." And I expected you to be late because like I watched you guys last night. I knew you guys were going to, be here probably later on. And I planned on just chilling, until somebody got here. But
It's a
just
creepy feeling, Larry, to feel like someone's there just to watch, not to interact, not to share, not to anything, just like voyeurs, right?
right. Well, I mean, I've handled it and it doesn't really bother me most of the time. But right at that point of time, with preceded what happened earlier, uh,
That's
lack of better
so creepy.
yeah,
Larry, that
lack of better words, I'll just say it. It fucked my head up, and it got
okay.
it scrambled. And then so once my head was scrambled, I per se wasn't thinking in the right mind frame.
Right. Because you were startled awake, right?
Yeah, yeah, oh
Yeah,
yeah. Like I said, I woke up to literally, and I when I'm asleep, I sleep pretty fucking sound.
right.
And I usually don't hear much. And like I said, they were literally screaming at the top of their lungs, and I instinctively, protective man I am, I think somebody's in danger. Three
Hmm.
things, three things you do not harm around me. You do not harm a woman, you do not harm a child, or you do not harm a pet. And those are my three biggest triggers. I'll become fucking stupid real quick if I see any of those things happen. I've done it many times. I mean, sometimes it's the right thing to do, and other times it's not. I remember this is kind of a since we're on this subject. This is kind of a weird story. I was working in Seattle cleaning kitchen exhaust systems, and I was what they called the team leader. So we were done for the night, and I was going back to the shop, and I'm going down the road, and I'm watching this guy tearing his coat off and fucking like he was fighting a gang, and it was just him and this woman. And he proceeded, to, I mean, not slap her, he was punching her. And then when she fell down to the ground, he started kicking her. And I'm like, this shit ain't gonna happen while I'm here. So I had people in the band and they were wanting to go home. And where I was like a block from where all this shit was happening. So I said, I'm going to take the band back. I'm going to clock out and I'm going to grab my car. And if this shit's still going on, I'm going to take care of it. So I get out of the car and I says, "Oh, it must take a pretty big man to, smack a woman around like that." And he's, of course,
Right.
"Oh, what?" And of course, he's all like, "Oh, what? You want some?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you need to chill a little bit." And of course, we end up getting in a tussle and this and that and the other thing. And the cops get called and the cops are all like, "Oh, what happened here?" And the lady's all, has a big, huge black eye. And she goes, "Oh, that guy hit me," and points to me.
What?
I'm just like, what the fuck? And of course, when I see this, my instant too. Also, when I seen her, I thought, oh, I'm gonna be her knight in shining armor. Maybe I'll get her phone number. Maybe I'll get a piece of ass. This was, my frame of mind at that time.
Right.
And and then when she said, "Oh, he hit me," I'm just looked at the cop, and the cop took me off to the side. We're like, "Dude, don't be scared. We know you didn't touch this person," but he's like, "If you ever see this again, don't get yourself involved because this is what's going to happen." He's like, "Just give us a call, we'll take care of it." And
Hmm.
that's when I really learned sometimes you can't interject yourself in that situation, even though you're trying to do the right thing, because the wrong thing's going to turn around back upon you.
Right, but I think that is a side effect to the mass control we experience because we're all knee deep. We were born knee deep into the system. Like it didn't just start yesterday. So I
Right,
think like back in the day, the brothers, the uncles, the men related to the woman, whether she liked it or not, they would confront the man hurting her.
right,
They would like my stepfather, when he heard the stories of my family, he looked at my mother like, where were your brothers? Where was your father? Because he's from Jamaica, old school thinking where the family sticks up for the family, right?
right, right. I'm giving
Because
Moose a ba- I'm giving Moose a bad time. I'm asking him what the hell he's doing up so fucking early.
yeah, because we all went to bed late.
How do you like my title? Grr Bubbles?
Yes, I saw that. I knew this morning when I caught the end that something was up.
Yeah,
And I'm just sitting here waiting. I was waiting for you to come back on, and then Voynich was on. So I'm like, okay, I'll just listen to him until I wait for Larry. And then when I seen it, I knew. I'm like, yep, yep, something's up because you usually have a more um,
uplifting point of view.
right, open, uplifting. And to your point with the woman, my I got out of my father's first, so I went to my mother's. I went to school and stuff, and then my younger brother also came, but he had a harder time in school, and people kept picking on him.
Right,
So I'm walking downtown with my mom. I'm like 16 years old, and I see the kid Otto. who sucker punched my brother. My brother had only been at the school a couple weeks, so he couldn't have done anything to deserve it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm like 50 yards away from him when I recognize him. And I start walking fast beyond my mother. She's like, "What are you doing?" I don't even pay attention to her. And I took all my momentum from walking fast. The guy's back was facing me, and I shoved him in the back. And he
Right.
went forward just a couple steps. And he's like, What? If you're going to sucker punch someone, or fight with someone, let's do it your own size because I was bigger than my brother. Like, I don't
Right.
have a problem confronting man, woman, animal. Like, if that
Right.
aggression is so dangerous, we all need to confront it.
Right.
And my mother, like, why'd you do that?
But
And in my immature mind, I could not explain the deep thought process that went into it. But that's what I was feeling like. That's my brother. What do you mean? Why did I do that? You know?
yeah, well, I'll let you know how this really twisted my mind, getting woke up this morning because I started my StreamYard, and usually when I start my StreamYard, I'll start YouTube because on my TV I can see everybody better.
Right.
So I go to my YouTube, and for the life of me, I could not figure out how in the hell to post that StreamYard link. I'm like doing, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? This is usually so easy, and my
Hmm.
brain was just so rattled and scattered that for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what the hell I was doing wrong and this, that, and the other thing. And then when I had the looky loos, I'm just like, nah. Most of the time I could care less. If they want to see me be stupid and jabber to myself, that's, fine and dandy. But in that
Hmm.
moment in time, my brain said, I ain't gonna take it. I ain't gonna stand it. If you're gonna just
Right.
sit here, I mean, they stood there for a good 20 minutes, and I
Mm.
figured, yeah, we all get busy or whatever, and yeah, we might be away from the screen, so a couple minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, that's understandable. But
Hmm.
to just somebody watch you for 20 damn minutes and not say a word, it's
No
like
good
you better wake
morning.
up.
No nothing. No shut the hell up. No, no,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
fun.
Tell me to fuck off or something. But it felt creepy. So I just said, fuck it, I'm out of here. And like I said, I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I'll just go to bed and see maybe if I can wake up in a better frame of mind. And then I can honestly say, when I saw you, it was like a switch almost.
Mm.
I feel better. My brain's not so scattered. And oh, I also wanted to mention, they were giving me a bad time last night for so-called hitting on you, and I hope you didn't think that in any way.
Getting on me for what?
Hitting on you, like, when I kept saying you were a
Oh.
beautiful woman and stuff like that. I just think, okay, I'll put it this way. I believe you're a beautiful soul. I guess that'd probably be a better way of putting it, and that's how I meant it.
Yeah, but I understood your intent. And if anyone else turned that around as something serious, that is their own personal problem. Like they're projecting things
Right,
upon other
right,
people, you know?
right. No, I
But I want to
understand.
say, I feel like my gut instinct listening to your story was that in the last few days, you started doing something better, like with more intent, more positive focus. And the negative energies of the world know this. They inherently know when we've stopped being triggered by them and started focusing on goodness and positivity. And your StreamYard links were on there. Like when I popped in, there were like 5 or 6 StreamYard links. So I really do think like the negative forces were were pushing back upon you. Like first you got woken up, you know what I'm saying? And then when you
Yeah,
started the live stream, then you got even more pushback.
right.
It's
Well,
really
the
hard. Go ahead.
the the negative force was definitely challenging me. And at that moment in time, what the way I did it, I think it was the best for me. Kind of like Sly Shy was saying the other night, to regroup myself.
Mhm. Mhm.
And, uh, like I said, you flip the switch, and I'm still not totally where I should be, I believe, but it's definitely a lot better.
Right, and I've had situations like that. Let me explain this one to you. I moved to Virginia in 2001. I was 30, going on 31 with a single child. And I had too much furniture for the apartment that I wound up having after moving. Like I just packed all my furniture in the U-Haul, drove it down there and was like, "Oops, got too much." So I called a place to donate some furniture,
Uh-huh.
set it up for the time I'd be awake because I was a security guard, so I worked nights. And the day that they were supposed to come pick up the furniture, I startled awake, like literally sat up in my bed, like, like this ginormous thing. I open my eyeballs. There's an officer standing in my bedroom doorway.
Holy shit.
And I'm trying to figure out what what is going on. So the officer went, stepped into the hallway like, I'll step out here and let you get dressed so you can come talk to us. I got up and I'm like, what is going on? And he's like, these men were here to pick up furniture for you. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, your door was wide open. They called for you and called for you and called for you, and you didn't answer. And that's not like me because I'm a security guard. So at the drop of a dime, I can wake up.
Right.
And the officer's like, are you feeling okay? And I'm like, no, no, I'm not feeling okay. Like I felt so off in that moment that I even said to the officer, like, God, I almost feel drugged.
Right.
And since there was no nefarious activity happening around me, you know, I don't know what the officer think, but he didn't act on that. So
Right.
everybody
Right.
left. I gave the furniture, but I'm sitting there, like you were saying, like feeling this off feeling. And as I listened to your experience, what hit me is it generally happens when people are alone, like not physically, but like you got startled awake and you were alone in the moment that you woke up hearing that
Right.
noise outside. And I think
Right.
when that happens, it's really hard for us to come back alone because there
Yeah.
ain't no that startling complex like you got to get into that spot in the first place. There is no good startling spark that sparks us right out of it, right? Would you agree?
Oh yeah.
So I think like humans really are social characters. And if we allow ourselves to live in that natural form of being a human being, like I got I got that gut instinct this morning with you that something was amiss. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That someone
Yeah.
else needed a high, or that's why I went back on the live stream after it was over and put, "Hey Larry, I got up late because I just felt this need to let you know
Right.
I'm here, hey, let's do this." And I'm so glad you went on because every once in a while we all need someone to just grab our hand and be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
remember this avenue? It's a good avenue. It's a happy avenue." You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. No doubt about it. Living Horizons. How are you this morning? Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning, chat.
Yeah, it was weird because I don't know if you noticed, one of the links I posted was a YouTube link, and when I saw it, I'm like, this just doesn't look right, you know?
A YouTube link on StreamYard?
Yeah. Well, what happened is, like I said, I'm on YouTube right now, and I was thinking I needed to copy and paste my YouTube link, and then when I did it, I'm like, that doesn't look right. And like I
Yeah.
said, my brain was just so scattered, I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. I gotta
Mhm.
apologize. I'm looking at my security cameras, and all the time we have these weird orbs, these weird shadows, these, I mean,
Mhm.
the amount of shit I see in my camera that isn't there but is there is just wow.
Yeah. Do you sage at all?
Um, no, my daughter gives me some every now and then, and that's probably a good idea. My mom was really into the natural thing. She had probably 1,000 different crystals.
Wow.
She would always tell me too that different crystals had different powers and all this stuff. Uh, she also, which is kind of strange, I guess that's not really the right word, but she spent most of her life in the hospital. She broke her back when she was 9 years old and actually
Mhm.
graduated from high school when she was 18 and had two high school diplomas, one from the hospital and one from this school. So, being in the hospital, the only thing she could do, because, TV in the 50s wasn't really that popular. And then plus in the hospital wasn't even heard of. But
Right.
she learned to read. And she was one of these speed readers. I tell you, you could turn that page as fast as you could, and she could fucking read it. And I couldn't believe she could read it. And I'm like, Mom, what the fuck? And she's like, Dude, you pick any book in this room, you pick a page and a paragraph, and you tell me what page and what paragraph, and I'll tell you word for word what it says. And she did, and I'm just like, what the fuck? So
Wow.
she'd always try to get me to read, and reading for me has always been really hard. I'll see the word, I'll know what it means, but I can't yet comprehend what that person's trying to tell me. I got to have it in my hand. I got to be able to look at it. I got to be able to take it apart to see how it works and put together to for me to understand. And I've always been that way. But where I was kind of going with this is, she read a lot of Bible. She read the Torah. She read probably fucking every spiritual book there ever was. And she got this information, but then she's all like, these people in these books can only tell me so much. So she wanted to experience it. So she was a Mormon, she was a Catholic, she was a Jehovah, she was I mean, she was like every fucking religion there you could ever think of. And when she passed away, she was a Buddha. And she told me she wanted to be buried the Buddha way and all this other stuff. And my kids used to tell me that she would see her doing her mantra, I believe that's what that's called, on her bed, with her legs crossed. And they said they used to see her floating off the bed like 2 to 3 feet, just floating. Did I lose you? Oh, wow, I lost you. What the hell happened? Lots of UFO reportings from Oregon since they have decriminalized all the drugs. Yeah, it's funny. Did I? Damn it.
There
I'm
we are.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I hit the wrong button. I do it quite often.
Yeah, so
Wow, your mother was very, imagine all that time in the hospital made her very in tune with herself, you know?
well, yes and no. I mean, you got to think, she used to tell me all these different things that she went through in the hospital, like thousands and thousands of hours of surgery, rehabilitation. And I would listen and kind of understand, but I didn't really understand until after she passed away. And I found probably 10 different news articles about my mother, about all
Wow.
these thousands of hours of, surgeries. At that time, she had more hours of surgery than anybody in the USA, you know,
Wow.
and I like after I had my mental breakdown, I tried to explain to these people that was in front of me, you know, my mom got out of the hospital in 1956. I was born in 1957. So I believe that all those drugs were still in her system, which carried over to me. And I'm trying to tell these doctors, dude, I believe I got a chemical imbalance. I didn't see how I couldn't. And they're
Yeah.
just all like, oh no, that's not the problem. You know, this is the problem. And this is, you know, I'm the professional, so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I even had this one psychiatrist try to tell me, oh, if you read this one book's going to teach you everything you need to know in life, and this book's the best thing since, you know, iced tea or whatever. And I
Right.
tried telling her, I'm like, I- I'm like, this book's going to do me no good. I can't retain or understand that information. And she's all like, well, you could have somebody read it to. And I'm like, well,
Oh,
for one, that's a lot to ask. Two, a person could read it to me, but that doesn't mean I'm still going to comprehend it or understand it or be able to absorb it.
right.
And
Because
my
when you
whole,
have an imbalance, that's outside your control.
well, and then plus two, I kept, you know, you go into these psychiatrists, and I found out late, I always thought a psychiatrist was supposed to, you know, help you with your mental health. No, nowadays, all they do is they're prescribe you a fucking pill. And I'm just
Hmm.
like, you met me for an hour, you know, and then you come up with this assumption that I need this fucking drug within this hour. And so I just kind of thought, well, maybe, you know, as I kept sawing her, that she needed more information about who and what I've been through to maybe think, oh, well, maybe I gave them the wrong stuff or whatever. And I wasn't trying to imply that she was. I was just
Hmm.
trying to tell her, dude, I believe, you know, I have a chemical imbalance because I was born. I can't see how I was not born with these drugs. I know for a fact that these drugs were still in my mom's system because you figure, you know, if you've had 5,000 hours or whatever of surgery, you got to be in some fucking pain. And back then,
Absolutely.
they were giving you some hard fucking shit, you know?
Yes. Well, that goes into how I feel about science, really. So I stopped that Talcott guy with your science doesn't trump my research, period.
Right,
Like, there was no other conversation after that. And it's gotten me thinking that people don't necessarily realize because science is taught from such a young age. When they do a scientific experiment, they're doing it for a very specific result. They
right,
rarely do experiments with an unexpected unknown.
right.
So in my
Well,
mind, doing my own experiments on my land, they are not performing it properly. That they're not performing it without an intention.
right,
So it's really hard to trust a science that they're basing a lot of stuff on, especially in the last 2 years, on a test with an expected result. Well, I can do
w-
that all day long. I could put tuna fish with jelly and give it to my son, and he gonna throw it up. You know what? I could do that all day long. But if I
right,
really was testing, I would be giving my son a whole sorted um, um, table full of food to see exactly what the end result is, which foods what he like. You know, just to use an example.
right, right. Well, plus two, I believe from what my experience is, the medical field tries to make you believe that there is an exact science. I mean, yes, there is some science to it, but most of it, when you let's say I go in and I say, "Oh, my tummy hurts," they can run their little tests, but their tests are only going to say tell them so much. So the
Yeah.
rest of it's guesswork. It
Yes.
really is. They'll say, "Oh, well, this person came in last time for an upset stomach, so I'm going to give them Tums. Now they could give me Tums and it make me worse. It's
Hmm.
just a big guessing game, and that's what. And but they'll try to convince you that they know all, and there is no other all, basically.
Absolutely. And my first surgery, I was 10 years old. I had mononucleosis, but the doctors did not test for that first. The way the mono hit me was that my gland on my right side was like almost a goiter. So they
Wow.
went in. I have a 2-inch scar on my neck. They went in. They did a biopsy. The biopsy came back, I guess, not what they expected. So then they did the blood test after the surgery, and that's when they found out I had mono.
Yeah.
They sent me home with my mother and told her, or so she says, told her not to cover the wound because there was a drainage in there.
Right.
So she didn't cover the wound. The stitches ripped into a 2-inch gaping hole in my neck. Had to go back to the doctor to get it sewn shut again. It was, in my 10-year-old mind, I'm like,
They
do these
really do.
people around me know what they're doing?
Yeah, they really don't.
And to this day, I've had 12 surgeries.
Wow. Hang on a second. Buster, it's too early, buddy. I do not let you outside until it's daylight and too dark outside. I'm sorry. I know you gotta go pee pee. My
We have
dog's
that.
so my dog's so funny. He's kind of becoming he's like 12 years old, so he's getting kind of
Mm-hmm.
grumpy. When I
Mm-hmm.
first got the new kittens, him and I used to Buster, you're stepping on my toe, buddy. I used to have this cat. I named it Baby Girls, and I honestly believe if it wasn't for that cat, I might not be here today. She was my rock for a long time. And so
Mm.
Buster grew up with her and they were buds. But then when I got the new kittens, they'd come up beside Buster and you'd see his little lip curl up
Start
and
twitching.
he'd give him a little teeth, and go, "Urgh." And at first they got, they when he'd growl at them, the kittens would run away. But then after a while, they knew that he's a big softy and he's just giving them
Hmm.
lip, you know. And now that I've had him for a year, he doesn't do that too much anymore. He just kind of like tolerates them, like, oh my god, here comes this fucking cat again.
Right. I
Funny.
want to just make a comment on your one statement about psychiatrists, and I don't know if you were on Boy's show when he told his story about his experience. Um,
Uh,
but from what I gather, there was an altercation upon or towards Voy. Officers were called. Officers then assaulted Voy. So, and he's in the Netherlands, so it happens a little different. I guess he was able to request um, some type of evaluation, and they treated him like crap, like absolutely crap. I just, my heart broke for him. And it just reminded me of my own experiences with mental health. Like, I needed mental health right from the get go because of who my parents were. And they
right,
gave me people like social workers, but
right,
led me to believe it was a psychologist.
right,
This social worker didn't know her ass from a hole in the ground. And at 15, after 9 months of trying this lady, I was like, nope, not going back. You can find me someone else. I'm not going back to a woman who made me repeat my abuse every single day I walked in there.
right, right, right. That's funny
So,
you say that. That's funny you come up with that, lack of better words, I'll say story. which I know it's not a story, but I think you get where I'm going with this.
Yeah, yeah.
That same psychiatrist, I I might have been wrong, but I really felt she needed to know, you know, all my crazy thoughts,
Hmm.
because I just couldn't understand how they could come up with this decisive decision within this hour to say this person has A, B, C, D, and P problems. But I'm saying, well, I believe I might have E, F, G also. And they weren't
Hmm.
wanting to hear it. So at
Hmm.
this time, I got, I mean, my mental breakdown was very bad. I got agoraphobic. I didn't leave my house for like 3 fucking years. I literally had
Hmm.
to have a person come to my home and say, all right, Larry, what would you like to do today? And it's like, go to the grocery store, get some food or whatever. And it was hard. I'd get in
Hmm.
that store and I'd see those people, and I felt like they were staring at me and all these other crazy thoughts and yada, yada, yada. So, anyway, I asked this person, I'm like, I'm feeling that this psychiatrist isn't listening to me. And I'm also feeling that she's going to make it sound like it's my fault. So I'm like, can you please go with me to this meeting I'm going to go to? And they're like, sure, Larry. And I'm so like, I want you to give me an independent point of view because I know my head's screwed up, so I might be thinking the wrong way. So I need
Of
you to
course.
go with me, give me an independent view of what's going on. And by the end of that meeting, she fired me. She fired me and said I could not come back. And I
What?
and then when I went out of the thing, I'm like, now was I talking crazy? And they're like, no, Larry, you hit the nail right on the head.
But and see, that's where I was alluding to. I think last night, in Mrs. Stream, is that I feel like the system is now in a different gear, and that gear is to rope in, reel in, lasso those unreachable people that won't believe. Like, I tried to believe until I put myself in college to reteach myself like what is real and what is not. And after that I couldn't believe anymore because the BS shone through. It's almost like when you had a breakdown and needed help, the help you got was able to part the clouds. You know what I'm saying? Slowly and surely.
Yeah.
The help the
Yeah,
system wants to give you doubles up the clouds.
yeah. I was kind of under the same situation you were also talking about earlier because they gave me this social worker, which I believed was a therapist, and I had to meet them outside of the coffee shop every day for like 2 or 3 years because I couldn't go in that coffee shop. I could handle, being outside, and my back had to be up against something so I knew nobody could come up from behind me. And what I'll tell you what caused my breakdown is somebody I believe beat one of my cats to death, basically, and I found it.
Talk about feeling targeted, huh? Oh,
I,
Larry, my God.
I found it, just all battered and crushed, and he kept looking at me like, "Help me," and
Oh,
it took like 6 people to get me into this vehicle because I was just basically a shell. I was
yeah.
a fucking shell, and all I kept saying for like a month, I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it.
Oh, God.
And then so when I finally, the person I'm with is like, Larry, you're not going to be able to work here for a while, and I think we need to sign you up for your disability and stuff.
Mm.
And so I went to their little fucking social security uh psychiatrist, and when I went to leave, the psychiatrist looked at me and he made sure that I was paying attention to him. And he's like, dude, I want you to leave. When you leave from here, I want you right now to go to Whitebird to go talk to somebody. You need to go fucking talk to somebody. So I came out and I said, well, I told them that. I said, I think it went okay. I think I might, be in the running to be able to have an income when I'm not able to work or whatever. And they heard, what I told the psychiatrist said. And then later I found out that they took that whole report and made it look like it didn't even exist. And
Oh,
then, no, check this shit out. They sent out three fucking investigators out to my house one day. Of course, like I told my lawyer, I understand that they didn't tell me they're from Social Security. I can understand that part, but the part I couldn't understand is they were pretending like they were detectives and they found some computer with my name on it. And this computer was associated with drugs, child trafficking, and all this other bullshit. And I'm just like, what the fuck, And I'm like, how can somebody accuse you of all this bullshit just to try to investigate you because they don't believe you're fucked up?
that whole story has so many red flags, Larry. Like, I I don't know how you came back from that, but God bless the person that helped you, because when you actually were targeted. Like it wasn't a fake feeling. Like we started the conversation because you were looking at your security cameras, right? So um I understand why you have them, because I'm an investigator by nature. So when I went to college and I took things like criminal investigation, like that only honed my skill to be able to observe these things in the stories. And ooh, I would like to have met those three investigators and give them a piece of my mind. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Let's say good morning.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, how are you? And where are you from?
Ah, just trying to get some coffee going in the Ozarks here, Southern
Right on.
Missouri.
I'm not honestly sure if I've seen you on a chat or talked with you before, but you're more than welcome. I'm glad you showed up.
I've been on here once with you before. It's been a couple weeks, I guess.
Well, that shows how space cadetty I am. What do you think?
That's all right. I barely know where I'm at this morning. I ain't even
Yeah.
left the house.
I can hear your accent now. I love accents. It's funny because people tell me I have one too.
Yeah, people from California. I don't have an accent.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, but
from
just
Seattle, so I was
people,
I was
people from
born and raised.
California, and they go like.
Or if you're from New York, I don't have an accent. Just give me my coffee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mooly. Give me my candy, Mooly.
Well, a long time ago, it's like people would tell me, especially when I was younger, they're like, "You got this weird accent, and I can't figure out where it's coming from." And I'm like, and I'm listening to them, and they're back in the backwoods, so it's a real strong accent, and I mean, I could. It's like, dude, where do you live? And they're all like, well, where do you live? And I'm like, I'm from Seattle. And they're like, oh, so you're a Seattleite? And I'm like, oh, sure, what the hell ever. And I never knew or understood or thought of that, the people in the Northwest have an accent, but apparently we do.
You're from the northwest, and you don't have a Russian accent. I'm surprised
That's
because I all, I got some Russian buddies, right, and they all came from Portland. That's where they came in at, and
Yeah.
I guess there's a lot of them.
So what's on your mind, Dave? What inspired you to come up?
Oh heck, I have nothing on my mind. But you was talking about not being able to leave the house, and just people would have to come over, and you just didn't want to leave the house. I got like that. My liver got bad, and I didn't know, and I was down, and then finally figured this out. And they did some more tests and stuff, and then I was getting real depressed and everything. They didn't know what was going on, and finally this guy ordered a thyroid test, and I guess I'm like super hyperthyroid, like off the charts. Like, most like women and stuff would get like low thyroid, they get tired and all this kind of stuff. Well, I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I have that chemical, where you're about to run from the bear or fight him or whatever you're going to do. I'll be standing at the checkout line at Walmart, and my body's telling me just swing, just punch him and run, run. And I can see myself running out the door, just fucking full tilt, just running away. And I'm just standing there in line at Walmart. Ain't nobody saying nothing to me. I ain't saying nothing to nobody. Ain't nobody stepping on my toes. I'm just standing there. But all this is going on in my head and everything. I didn't want to leave the house because of it and stuff. And finally, they put me on some blockers where it wasn't like, because I was full on hypertension and stuff. My blood pressure is like 299 over 199
Good
at
Lord.
rest. And so they got me on blockers. Now I'm a lot better. It's like I can take my little pill, and like 10 minutes later, I can go to Walmart and just like hang out, which I don't like going to Walmart anyway.
Yeah,
But
my
yeah,
biggest. Oh, I was gonna just say, I'm sorry. Did you want to keep going?
well, no, I'm just saying, you had that feeling, you can't hardly explain it, and you just couldn't leave the house and stuff. And no, I understand that, because that was one of the chemicals that was like I was having to deal with. I thought I was losing my freaking mind.
Yeah.
And,
So
My
I
big.
got mine a different way than both of you guys. I I've had multiple surgeries in my life, but it wasn't until the 12th one that PTSD showed up. And I lived a really hard childhood. So, how old was I? 45 years old. I was like, what the hell is wrong with me? Like, I lived through all that. I didn't have PTSD. And I did get a therapist. And after that, other therapists to just to help remind myself that I do have the tools to deal with this, that in the moment of chaos and confusion to remember them. But then, what the therapist started doing? They started taking notes, and I'd ask them, like, what are you writing down? Well, that was a good phrase, or that's a good idea. And I come to
yeah,
Colorado.
I got the same thing. They wanted
Right.
me to come
And
work for them after I talked to
yeah, for real. So
them.
we had gone from Michigan to Louisiana to Colorado in a 2-year span. And we got to Colorado after a really bad time in Louisiana. And that's what I was developing were agoraphobic symptoms. And I didn't know because I'm a headstrong New Yorker. And when I'm in a new situation, even if I cut myself, like, oh, that's going to hurt later, I got to keep going, kind of bullheadedness.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's what I did. But every time I went to town, if something happened or if it was way busier than I expected or the sun shone in my eyes, something would happen that would just send me into a meltdown. I'd have to cut getting my supplies and I'd have to drive an hour home without some of my supplies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I I kind of had the same thing. My childhood was rough. I mean, I I don't even want to get into it. It makes people cry and stuff. But anyway, so they determined that I had PTSD from that. The old shell shock and stuff from what
Mhm.
he was doing to us. Heck, right out the gate. It was a crazy world here. But living it, it seemed perfectly normal, and I wasn't allowed to associate with anybody else, and no one was allowed over, and I just assumed that everybody
Mhm.
else is getting their asses beat and bloody every night too.
Oh, me
It's like
too. Hell
it
yeah.
was perfectly normal.
Yep.
Hang
And
on a second. I need to ask Moose something here. It'd be easier to ask him than to type it. Moose, I believe I heard you saying something about the other night. There's some way you can log in somewhere and to know who's entering your room at that time, or did I get that the wrong way? You understand what I'm trying to say?
So go ahead, Dave. So, and what was your experience like? How were you able to start conquering the agoraphobia?
I don't know. Just from a young age, I was thrust into pretty much adulthood. It was crazy. And then finally, me and mom, after girls was marrying age, they married off at like 16, 17. And then we were stuck there by ourselves. So we ran away to California
Oh,
and lived with some family out there and hid out and stuff. He came out there looking for us, all this, so it was a weird childhood. I couldn't play outside, all this kind of stuff. So I had a lot of things to get through. And like, I talked to these social workers, like, I go in, like, look, I just need something to calm my shit down. I didn't know I had thyroid. I probably had that thyroid problem all my life. I don't even know. But
Mm-hmm.
after they figured that out, things got a lot more normal. But
Well,
yeah, after
just
I
like
wasn't running from the bear,
just like Larry, like how Larry was saying, like I know I have an imbalance.
Mhm.
Deal with the imbalance. Don't just give me ear candy for an hour and send me on my way and never deal with the problem.
Yeah, they're like, how do you live with it? I mean, how do you seem all right. You don't get in trouble. You don't go to jail. You don't, all this kind of stuff. It's like, how do you hold it all together? It's like, well, I had to. I was a latchkey kid. It's like when we ran
Mm,
away, mom had to put herself through college and work part time and try and raise me and everything. So I kind of raised myself, and I couldn't let her down. So I couldn't get in trouble and all this. So I don't know. Somehow I made it through. But yeah, it's tough. And but you go and talk to them, and then the next thing you know, like, oh, and what'd you say you did? And you just like, oh, okay, and they want to write it down. I just laughing when you said that.
at first I thought it was because when you grow up that way, I was able to get out of the situation like ultimately at 17. So when you
Mm.
grow up that way, you really start analyzing more. You internally analyzed everything around you, even if you don't know, sorry, even if you
I
don't
can
know
read
that that's
people
not
without them
me.
saying a word to me. I can just see them standing there for 5 seconds, and I got a pretty good grip on what they're going to be
Yes.
like. Yeah. Sometimes I'm surprised, but I had to. We moved around. It's like mom, every time she get a better job, we would move somewhere else, whether it was in the middle of the school year or not. I went to 13 different schools till I dropped out in high school. And most of the time we moved in the middle of the year and shit. So it was like you're trying to do anything you can to make friends, right? It's because
Hmm.
you get there, you're the new kid anyway. It's either going to go good or go bad instantly.
It did
So
not go well for me. I ran into someone that I knew from high school at a Walmart, and no lie, she's like, "Wow, most of us thought you were dead." Um, Even if you thought that, that should not have come rolling out your mouth like it was butter.
yeah, like they seen a ghost or something. It's like,
Uh-huh.
oh yeah, I don't know. And now here I'm 49 and on the 11th, so I made it almost 50 years, and all my friends are dead. I've buried 10 of my friends in the last 4 years. All my closest friends. I'm one of the last of our bunch left alive. Period, and I'm in better health than I was when I was in my 20s. I don't get it. I don't know.
Wow.
It just fuck it. I'm all alone. It's like but I got my kids. My grandkids. Found out I got my fifth grandkid on the way now. My
Oh,
youngest
what a
son
blessing.
let me know that he's been with this gal for a while. She's been raising his other kid because, well, his mom ain't worth shit. So. But anyway, they've
Mhm.
been trying to get pregnant for years, and now they got some doctor's help. And yep, she's like 6 weeks pregnant. They think so.
Nice. Hey, Dave, we're all in campers.
No shit, you can tell. Huh? Right.
Yeah.
Very
Hey,
distinctive lighting.
I wanted to get back to the medicine deal. I'm really happy that you did find something that worked for you, Dave. Me personally, I've always been a very emotional man, and when they put me on the damn pills, I became just a walking, talking zombie, and I did that
Yep.
for I don't know, like 3 years, and I'm just like, because I cannot watch a kids movie 9 times out of 10 without bawling, and I'd watch these kid movies that'd be very, very sad, and I just look at it like, oh, okay, and I dealt with that for so long, and I'm just like, I didn't feel right. I knew it wasn't right for myself, and once I got off those damn pills again, and now I just self medicate, with the marijuana or the dab or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and
Hmm.
I, on one hand, kind of wish I didn't have to rely on
Call
it,
it
but
whatever
on the
you
other
want.
hand,
Larry, here, look. There's a coffee pot and a dab press right next to it.
Oh, wake and bake.
Yeah.
yeah,
Come in the
no,
morning,
I'm
turn
just,
them both on.
yeah, I'm just saying, I kind of wish I didn't have to depend on it, but at the same time, it's helped me out so, so much. I mean, I still got a lot of things I need to concentrate on, but one thing at a time.
I'm glad
Yeah,
the
it's
herb is there for people like us. Like,
see
Right.
the thing is they have me on 4 medications, 3 blood pressure medications, and this thyroid blocker, which is acting as a blood pressure medication too. But
Wow.
now that I'm leveled out and I can get enough in my system every day of I don't know, the CBD does me. To be honest, I could probably roll on just CBD, but it makes such a difference. I just feel so much more normal, and I don't take any of my blood pressure medicine. Uh, and I just take that one blocker pill every once in a while if I get a little worked up. I mean, I got some court dates and shit coming, so I still get a little worked up. But
Right.
you know how it is. But like right now, I mean, so I've dropped 3 medications and cut one medication down to a third
Right on.
hmm
just by being able to maintain on God's green plant.
Well,
yes.
what kind of gets me too is, they put you on all these pills and then they find out, oh, well, this one pill's doing this to you. So now we got to give you this other pill to get rid of that problem. But then the other pill that they give you is going to cause other problems. And it's just one pill on top of another pill.
Yeah.
I came
One.
to Colorado hoping to get help with my back because I have very severe spine issues from the neck to the tailbone. And I let them know I don't take opiates. What do you take? If it gets that bad, I'll take a couple Tylenol or a couple Motrin, but mainly I smoke, because in my mind, I wanted to retrain my brain to deal with the pain. So now I'm in Colorado. They do the testing, the MRIs, all that stuff to see where it's at. And they want to send me to pain management. And I'm like, no, thank you. And they look at me quizzically, like, what? You don't want pain management? No, actually, I don't. I actually came here for the doctor's profession, which is to be a doctor. I'm good with my own pain management. Thank you very much. And so that day, the doctor looks me dead in my face, like, sorry, can't help you. Surgery won't fix it.
Yeah, I had the same thing happen here a while back. I got T-boned in a car wreck, and I was tore up over it. And finally, they just got to a point where they were going to have to go in and do something because in between my vertebrae, there's a couple little nerves in there that I guess was pinched, and they're just like, "Well, we'll just have to send you to pain management." I'm like, "Well, we're done then. We're done.
Mm,
Cash out.
yep.
Fuck it. I'm done." I'm not. I mean, pain pills are nice, but I don't know. They come with a problem.
A big problem, a premeditated problem.
Yeah, and it's not. I'm not super like addicted with them or nothing like that, but it causes me other issues like bowel issues.
Well, you
Right.
also said you had liver issues too, right?
Yeah, that's they don't like giving them to me anyway because of my liver. They're like, well, you've had liver problems, and I mean, my
Yeah.
liver's healed up, but it's still weak because my iron level in my blood is 1,000 times what normal is. 1,000 times,
Oh,
not like 1,000 times.
There's something in your
wow.
water,
Oh,
I would think.
I've
Do
got
you
that
drink well
genetic.
water?
I got that gene to where my liver and stuff it it keeps adding iron and stocking up iron and adding iron to the blood.
Doesn't have that shut off valve
It's
type
called the
thing.
Celtic curse or bronze disease. Like in olden times, it's called bronze disease. It's like I
Mm,
have tan year round, and I'm German and shit. So got a
gotcha.
little Indian
Okay.
in me, but yeah, I'm tan all year round. Yeah, the normal range is like from 11 to 80 on the test, and mine was 810.
Holy fuck.
Ooh,
Yeah,
shit.
I found a guy over in what it wasn't England, it was one of them eastern countries over there. His was 1,250.
Oh
The only
my
thing I can
god.
do is bloodlet. I'm supposed to go bloodlet like every 2 months.
Are you
Uh,
is that just removing blood or cleansing it?
That's removing blood, so I guess it just builds up over time. And if you do bloodletting, like they said, every month and a half to 2 months, then your blood won't have time to add all that, and you can start dispelling some of the stuff that's built up in my liver. But I'm sorry, I don't like needles. I don't want to go down there and get stuck and just let my blood out. I don't know. I just feel like that's not God's plan, but I don't know.
I gave blood one time. I allowed the situation in '01, if you all get what I'm alluding to, happen in '01,
Yeah.
yeah.
to pressure me into giving blood. And this broad nearly put the needle through my whole arm. Like the bruise I had on my arm from her bursting went from one side all the way around to the other side. And I had asked
Oh,
her, hey, how should I treat my arm? Because you went through and through. And she was, no, I didn't. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I didn't go through and through. Just slaps the
oh.
band aid on there. Oh, I never gave blood after that.
Yeah, I hate having to go for blood tests or something, and you see this little gal in there, and you can tell she was out partying, till about 2 a.m. probably. And uh, I don't know. Sometimes they're the better ones. I've had some of the ones that's like been there for 20 years, and they come in there like they know what they're doing, and they just hammer down.
I hate needles between surgeries and the illnesses with my pregnancies. No, people are like, will you ever get a tattoo? No. Well, it doesn't hurt. You think the reason I don't like needles is because it hurts? Because I've had hundreds of needles in my lifetime. I feel like I'm done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I don't know. I guess my woman thinks I'm having some kind of midlife crisis, but maybe every guy about this age or something is like, I just feel this call to go out and live in the woods. I mean, I'd rather homestead, but I mean, something don't give pretty soon. I'm gonna be out in the woods like freaking Grizzly Adams or something. Because I'm just done with the human race. I mean, there's people I love here and everything, but they can carry on without me, I guess. I mean, I've threatened this for years, but I
I
just feel this
understand your
call.
thinking, though. I can
Yep.
relate because it's kind of like where I am now. You know, uh, the the neighborhood I'm at is very bad, and it stresses me out because it's like I shouldn't have to have six fucking cameras watching my place at all times, but I have to just because of the shit that just lives right down the road from me.
I was gonna say, look how you woke up. My goodness.
Well, I'm gonna have to figure out. and I think I did how to share videos and stuff and show you guys some videos I took around, the neighborhood, and it'll kind of give you an understanding what I have to live with. 'Cause
Mm.
right down the next corner, there's probably 50 people that are staying there, and they have no electricity, no running water. The
Ooh,
pile of garbage is probably 15 feet high by 20 or 30 feet wide,
Is that
and
the
they
one
keep
that had the crane over there or the excavator or something the other day cleaning up?
what they were doing is they were smashing an old motorhome, and that's like the fourth one they've gotten rid of. And the thing is from what I can understand, they just call up and say, "Oh, we got this, RV or whatever that needs to be taken away," and the city comes out and we pay for to take their garbage away, and they filled it up full of garbage, and the guy said that yeah, it was full of needles and this and that and the other thing, and I'm like, why in the fuck can't something be done about this? And I all the people in this neighborhood have talked to the officials, and the last few times I talked to them, this one cop's all like, well, here's what you got to do. First, you got to find out who owns the house, get a hold of the owner, let the owner, know what's going on with his property. And then once the owner contacts us, then maybe we could do something. I'm like, dude, there is no owner. The owner's been dead for years, you know? And they're just like, oh, not our problem. They want us to do their job for them when it comes to serious shit. They're more interested in writing somebody a ticket so they can get that quick money. And these
I
people
think it's
don't have
part
no
of their
money.
plan.
Yeah, they have no money, so they're not worried about them because they know they can't really get anything back from them. And the biggest irony is I've heard from more than one source that they're getting all their drugs from the authority.
Oh yeah. Hey, I was in college in criminal justice classes when we
You
started
know that's who
talking
brings it
about.
into every county, right? Is the officials. They bring drugs into every county in the United States.
Well, the
It,
thing is
it,
that the thing that's really sad is there's drugs going on there, there's prostitution going, and this is all out of one house. Drugs, prostitution, and human trafficking. My woman has actually seen a white, huge vinyl pan with a Cadillac behind it parking sideways to block off cars from coming down. They take like 20 or 30 women and they pile them in this fucking van, and it takes off. And I've heard of people literally telling me, yeah, they tried to sell me to somebody without my knowledge. And I'm like, what the fuck? So you can't do nothing about A, so why can't you do something about B? Or why can't you do something about C? Or all three,
Well, see, that's the
three
thing
all
about
the
those
above.
port cities. Those port cities, they ship people in and out by the thousands every single day, and nobody even knows it. Yeah, those containers and all that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's the only thing
Buddy,
bigger
you
than the
can
drug trade in the world is the human trafficking.
Hey, they've been
Just
human
like
trafficking for hundreds and hundreds of years,
yeah,
and
thousands.
they have no intention of stopping. When the La Palma volcano went off, I forget when that went off, last year, the year before, I was watching one of the Spanish broadcasts where they spoke English, and they actually used the words, and Spain colonized this island in like 19 something. It's 19 something. I don't want to give you exact numbers because I forget and I'm high. But to this day, so they're still colonizing. Like they haven't even learned their lesson in that yet. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, even in the Bible, even Jesus and his grand and whatever and everything he was and represented, however you want to look at, it, he didn't say, "Rise up, my people will do what's right. These people are lying to you. Burn this place to the ground." They said no. They said, "Get your shit, get your family, and get the out of there." Pardon my French, but that's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Load up your stuff, get out of here, don't look back." and leave and don't go back there. And
But I think that's what the colonizers' philosophy was when they came here.
exactly, don't go
But
back there. England, well, England's here now, so we're gonna have to
I
spread
was
out
gonna
somewhere.
say, I'm like, something went wonky because we still live under the same damn system they brought with them.
Yeah, we never even won the Revolutionary War.
For
Let
real.
alone,
The people sent here were basically the cronies they wanted to do the job of taking over a land to have living, whatever their mindset was, but they brought the society in which they were running from with them.
well, the thing is, when we conscribe or whatever the Constitution, when we agreed to have them do services for us, protection, that was where it really fucking went wrong. When we're
Yeah.
like, okay, you leave us alone and we'll let you be our freaking navy, we'll let you be our freaking government, all this because you know how to run these things and you're already equipped to do this, but you're gonna do it right. You're gonna do it our way, right? Right? Yeah, right. Fuck, that didn't work.
I
But
don't know what you, I'm back. I'm sorry I had to take the dog outside, but I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'd like to share another story about what happened down the road too. We've had like 4 RVs in this one little neighborhood, for lack of better words, blow up. And the first one had 9 propane tanks inside that we heard blew up. And that was just about 4 blocks down the road this way. And then the second one was at the same house I was talking about, and they had 13 propane tanks blow up. And it's weird though, because the first one, they just put the fire out and the people moved it across the street and it sat there for months. But the second one, after it blew up, I kind of made a comment about, I think it's kind of weird, how these people have so many propane tanks inside their house. I'm like, yeah, I have propane tanks, to operate when I need to operate, but they're not actually inside the fucking house. And I kind of
yeah, I
hinted
mean, I
that,
might bring one in so the damn valve will open. Once in a while, it gets so cold outside, you can't get the valve to open. Kind of
right,
got to bring it in and let it warm up a minute. But
right.
yeah, it's not a good place to store a bunch.
So I kind of, hinted that, they were probably making shit, inside there. And that's why they had all these tanks. Well, that particular one, they actually had hazmat come out and destroy the whole RV. I mean, that one, I think I even have videos that caught the bush on fire. It almost caught the house on fire, which I kind of wish it did. But anyway, uh, they, like I said, smashed it all up, put it all in a big dump truck that said hazmat on it. And I'm just kind of thinking, well, why did this one they treat more or less appropriately, considered as hazmat material, and not all these other ones? And the same thing happened, propane tanks are fucking blowing up and this, and that, and the other thing. I don't know, it's just weird.
Well, it could be, but yeah, it really. I know what you're talking about, but it really doesn't take that much heat to do that. I don't know. Maybe this newer stuff. I'm an old timer, but yeah, around here they blow up from lye and around gas and stuff like that. It's kind of moved on from here. It was a plague that kind of ran through and like destroyed every family in the freaking area. And I don't know, it went on like Omaha, and then I don't know where it's at now. It was in California, then it came to Missouri, then it went to Omaha, and then I don't know who's making it all now.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to let my dog out. He's got a bladder of steel, but he came and told me like 6 times, Dad, I gotta go outside. I don't like to let him out before it gets light, but I'm just watching the cameras. I had to literally buy a padlock for my dog's leash because I had one of these tweakers one day untie his fucking leash and start taking off with it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with my dog? And they're like, oh, well, your dog told me, to take him for a walk and this and that and the other thing. And I looked at him. I'm like, I don't care what the fuck the dog you think says to you. You don't touch my fucking dog. Uh-oh, he's barking at somebody. And
Where you
he's
didn't
doing
go?
his well, he's got different barks and he's doing his intruder bark, so maybe I should go check. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Try living in a camper with 3 dogs.
I gotta interrupt. Wait a second. We'll just hold on a minute. Because right now in my camper is like, I don't know, 18 dogs?
Right
15. 15
on.
dogs. 3 of them are outside. So
There's a
I'm
little
lucky
camper
11 are babies.
over here, and she's got a couple. Oh, it's like a Great Dane and a pit bull, and I don't know. And she's got like 10 pups over there, and they're the size of my small dog. And yeah, she's all over there in that camper. And then I don't know, her man ain't been over there in a while, so she's been over there trying to wrangle them all by herself. I kind of feel bad for her.
Vince is not a good wrangling kind of guy, so we're maintaining control over the pups and their training. And I made my daughter mad at me because we're talking about she wanted to interject and tell me what she learned about why colonization happened, what she learned about in school. And I listened to what she had to say, so then I added upon that with what I knew. And like, she's already done learning. The last 2 years burnt her ass about education, and she gave up with it. She gave up on the school, on the teachers, because they had already given up on the kids with what happened. So she's
Oh
like,
yeah.
I don't like feeling like I'm being taught, or what was taught by you. And I'm like, okay, that's more on you, because if you can add to a conversation, so can I, damn it, right? I'm not trying to teach you. Me and her dad have done a crap ton of research because we are ethnic without being taught our culture. So we had to go research where our people come from, basically.
Uh,
And we learned a lot. Like, colonization was only one of many options that different countries took in that time period. Portugal decided to go and develop a village in I believe it was Africa, and acclimate with them to learn their skills of growing, because this is after the potato famine, this is after the Black Plague. And one of the things they were having trouble with in Europe was feeding their people. So that is that's the gas that kind of propelled the colonization to go find different lands. So I was explaining that to her, and I made her all but hurt.
yeah, my girlfriend's a school teacher. She was doing sped early education, kindergarten and stuff. She's a real good teacher. Well, we moved back here to Missouri, and they gave her a position in high school. Well, she got a helper position for a history teacher there part of the day. And this guy was trying to tell these kids, look, the biggest thing you can take from this class, I don't care if you learn anything or what your grades are, just know that you have rights. Learn what they are, learn how to protect yourself and use them. The courts are out to get you and you don't know it. You need to, and so not only was he helping those kids, but by this guy talking about that stuff to her, it finally started backing up some of my crazy shit, because
Yeah.
all she knows is I'm just, I tell her all this stuff and she just looks at me like, you're out of your fucking mind. I
You
mean,
just went off the deep end.
I remember it didn't happen overnight with me either. All this stuff had
Right.
to soak through and this, and so I kind of guiding her along, but that helped a bunch. And she got fired up, and she's like, she was helping the kids and telling them some of the stuff that I knew and talking to him. And he's like, yeah, you should tell him about this. And we were kind of parlaying back through her. So it helped her get this all down. So she understands it now and she's all on board. And before she was kind of like, this is all just craziness.
Yeah, I've been looked at that way. My cousin, I would just share what I would learn, not realizing that I wasn't trying to convince her or anything. Just she's in Pennsylvania and I'm over here, and I would conversation filler, right? And so I didn't know how cuckoo she thought I was until I moved to Colorado. I have a camper on my land. I chose to pay the land off instead of buy land with a house.
Yeah.
So
That's what
she
we're
asked,
doing. We're looking for a piece of land, hopefully with a well, but whatever.
right, right, right. So after being here about I don't know, maybe a year, she's like, "How do you guys take a shower?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm in a camper on my land. I'm not in a freaking cave. Like, how crazy do you think I am?"
Man, we had a nice old house in Kansas, and the shower in this thing's actually nicer than the one there. What am I worried about? It's got a big 12-foot slider,
Nice.
it's not too bad in here. And then I took all the inside furniture and everything out, and I laid down. I don't know if you can tell or not, but I put down that vinyl plank, waterproof vinyl plank flooring,
Oh,
and
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, it's kind of nice to walk on now. I had to do
We
some work
plan
on the
on
floor.
redoing the camper after we get our year up, but we've had cult like pastors lie to us. We've had people say they were going to be there when we needed help. Like, I actually had this pastor say to me, "Okay, you guys dig the holes and then we'll come help." I'm disabled, like physically disabled. I have at the time she was 15 and my 13-year-old special needs child. And I look at him like he had 5 heads. Wait, do you want us to drill through the rock on our own and then you'll come through the easy stuff? Are you what am I swear I felt like I was in a twilight zone the last few years. Like something
Yeah,
is
you just tell them, say, go back down on the square and hand out hot dogs like you normally do, and don't
I
offer
Yeah.
to
should
help.
have. I absolutely should have, but I was trying to like leave my New York ways behind. So I was trying to be nice and forgiving. This
We're the
man,
same here.
this man wound up basically selling my story. And I'll tell you how I found that out. I walk into the gas station I've been attending for 3 years, last one on the way out of town, and there's a new guy there. So I'm like, "Hey, new guy, how you doing? Where do you live out here in the wild?" And he's like, "I live up there past the base on the right." And I'm like, "Oh, I live there too." And he looks at me and he's like, "You're Mary." And I was immediately taken back, right? And it got worse. "You're the one that's gonna build the yurt, the one with the Downs kid."
You're like, what?
And yeah, I left. I'm still trying to get over it. Like I didn't know what to make of it. I'm in a state I didn't grow up in. Nobody knows me here. That was the weirdest thing I've ever been through in my life. So that tapped into my PTSD, the symptoms of agoraphobia and stuff. And come to find
Yeah.
out,
It may not be
he
agoraphobia. You're just sick of leaving the house because of the bullshit.
absolutely, because it turns out this new guy lived 2 doors down from the pastor, and the pastor was basically using my story and collecting monies like he was going to help me.
He's probably using it in the sermon. He probably used you for part of a sermon or two.
No doubt, because when
I
it came
mean,
time to like the summertime was over that year, the heat was gone. I give him a call, like, "Okay, we're ready to start, rocking and rolling out here." And he just so happened to have to go to Texas. and couldn't be heard from for like 2 months. So then I'm fighting with myself, because God will put you to do something, whether you like to do it or not. I don't know if you guys have experienced that, but God will lay something on my heart and he will not let up until I do something about it.
Yeah, like I
So
see somebody on the side of the road and I'll circle that dude 4 times going, no, it's I got gas or something. That's not God talking to me.
right,
Finally,
for real. You did
I finally
physically
go. I
what?
stop and like, here, man. And it's like this dude will be super cool. We'll have a good talk and all this kind of stuff. It's always good. It's like I just supposed to listen. It's like, but oh,
Right. And so I was fighting this feeling of confronting this guy because I've always been a voice for the voiceless in my life. So for 2.5 months, I had even asked my husband, like, Vince, please talk me out of this. I don't want to confront a self-titled pastor, and that perceived persona in our society. I didn't want to do that. Like that, like kind of makes me feel like on the negative side of things. Well, I saw him doing like that story selling stuff on Facebook one day, and like I woke up like how Larry woke up this morning, and like, nope, not the day. It's not the day. So I'm like, wow, look at you, Clay. You just selling them stories. I said it right out in public. So he private messaged me, what is going on? And without a curse word, I just let the Lord pour through me. How dare you use the name of others to garner favor for yourself? People who suffer. We have suffered up here waiting for help. Being in a camper when you've never been in a camper for years is very difficult with growing children.
Yep.
So I went off. Like, I'm not even playing. Don't talk to me. And no, the help you gave me is not the help that God put upon you to give me. So don't give me that you don't need the little measly little help that you would give from time to time. So I felt better. I personally, like, I felt that weight lifted off my heart almost instantly.
yeah, it's like the Psalms. That's why I like Psalms so much. They always start off, "Oh Lord, my enemies surround me. Everything is dark and there's no hope and everything. But I know you will crush my enemies, and all I have to do is trust in you, and I'll be through this and everything." And then, "Oh Lord, you have granted my wishes, and my enemies have fallen at my feet." By the time it's over, you know.
And for real, when you have that faith outside the story of the Bible, because I got issues with that, the Psalms specifically, I feel like
They're
is
pretty
something we're
solid.
looking.
Psalms and
Well,
Proverbs, you can't go
don't
wrong.
do you feel like, in essence, inside, we look to the Lord to for some kind of help or some kind of guidance for the help in which we need? And I think Psalms is very good at reminding us we have power within us. We don't have to feel weak in the face of the devil. You know what I'm saying?
No, we are children of God. He said, "Know ye not that ye are all gods?"
Hmm.
I mean, in some respect, if He's our heavenly Father, then we are all gods in some respect, whether it be by air, by an honorary degree, or however I slip into this mess.
Right. Larry wants to interject.
Oh, I
No,
was just
Larry, this
gonna
is our show. Go away.
say, I'm sorry, I'll
Sorry, Larry.
never let it happen. No, what I was gonna say is I personally don't like to call it God because a lot of people have their points and views about that word. I like to call it more like the universe. I believe
Right.
our universe is very powerful. I mean,
God ain't up there with a big white beard like Santa Claus sitting on Mount
well,
Olympus, uh, just
I
waiting to
kind
reach his hand down and save you from your problems this week. All right.
of
And just remember, all scripture, it don't matter how old or which is in the canon of the Bible or not, all scripture is valuable for reproof and all this. And all scripture was written by man because he thought he was hearing from God and he thought he needed to write it down because that was some good shit.
Yes,
Right.
but
When I was in
remember,
jail, I wrote my own Psalms. I had pages and pages and pages of Proverbs and Psalms and stuff, but I was just in the spirit and I would just write them every day. I'd write a whole page every day when I woke up.
so
And
I did a crap ton of research after my parents broke up and I was left with the abuser. And that abuser, my father, tried all different kinds of religions, but wound up doing Jehovah Witness for quite some time. So when I left, leave her alone. So when I left that environment and went with my mother, uh, I had too much freedom. So I went to like every church in the town that I lived in, except for Jewish, because I knew there was more of a genealogy in being Jewish than faith. So I did not go to that one, but I went to all the other ones and continued through my whole life of this search. And I think I've heard some of the worst things said to me in a church.
oh my. Yeah, we
And
went, me and my wife, before she died, we went to counseling through the church one time. And that's how I said, I said, I bet you ended up part of a sermon or they talk behind your back, and everybody knows your story the next time you go back. And that's what happened to us. We went up there and we had our personal deal, we talked about those together and, we kind of had it hashed out for a few seconds there or whatever. And oh man, they pit us against each other. We were worse off than we ever been in our lives. It was
yes.
horrible. We quit going. I mean, it's like
Well, and going to all those churches and then moving out of state, I decided to read the Bible front to back, not the way the church told me, not by way of a study guide or something like that. So I read that. And I wish I could find my old Bible, but it was stolen from me because I marked down the scripture. But I don't know where to get it now. But the sentence that was said goes something like this: That which man has touched has error. And I know people have manipulated the language of the Bible. So now I can't even find it because that's either been manipulated out or manipulated to say something differently in these newer Bibles. But there,
I don't know. That Mandela thing is actually it's a reality. I don't know. There's some parts of the Bible that have been changed. It's not my freaking memory. Okay, and there's
right,
other
yes,
Mandela things. Oh, we could do a Mandela show, and I could tell you some freaky shit about that because there's some Mandela stuff that happened to me in my life. I was directly affected by Mandela and his when he came to New York and stuff. But now he never came to New York. What the fuck? I mean,
yeah,
this is
yeah, yeah.
crazy shit. Because it was such
I
an event in my
listen,
life.
Dave,
We won't go there.
I made myself crazy looking for this specific scripture. Because here's the thing, when you sit down and intentionally read something, you absorb more of it than when you're told to read it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I sat down and I read this Bible word for word. I picked the King James version because I did not want to be confused with more new age different verbiage in the Bible. And I know that the way I said it was very close to how it was said in the Bible. That which man has touched has error. And I took that to heart because, yeah, the Bible is written by man and they're
Yeah.
going to make a mistake here and there. So I started researching different stuff. And that's when I came across the Gospel of St. Thomas, which is the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah. And I was always told, stay away from the Gnostics. The Gnostics think weird shit and all this kind of stuff in the Gnostic church. And they're like some creepy thing. Well, man, I found this dude, like, he's got a channel. They're Gnostic. And, man, I don't know. They're kind of like us. They're like, hey, we were born free and all this kind of stuff. And they're practically, they sound like a bunch of nationals at church or something. But anyway, they can tell you the whole story of the Bible, everything in the stars. They can tell you how it was
Absolutely.
all written down out of the stars and this and that. And it doesn't change anything. It just I mean, even further validates the whole damn thing, you know. But
Don't you think that churches and society have equated the Gnostic with um what do you call people who don't believe in God?
yeah, like atheists.
Atheists. I think
Yeah.
that the churches try to equate Gnostic with atheists. Come to find out, that is so far from the truth. Because to be Gnostic, you have to know of, be aware of all of these elements. You've accepted these elements. You know, you haven't judged good or bad, but you've accepted these elements are out there. Whereas atheists don't believe in anything.
This dude could like prove where it says in the stars that men were born free and stuff. I mean, it's like I like this guy, but you know, it's like you learn all this stuff. I was so mind fucked, but I mean, my mom was trying to keep me in church because she didn't know what to do with me. You know, my old man was
Right.
screwed up. She's trying to raise me by herself and all this stuff. So she thought, man, I'll just every time the doors was open, we was there. You know, like Sunday morning, Sunday night, Tuesday night visitation, Wednesday night services, Thursday night some kind of meeting, you know. And but I don't know.
I
Mama
can see your
tried, you
point
know.
from a mom. I can see your point from a mom's point of
Yeah,
view. Like when your child goes through something so scary, you kind of want to develop an environment that um, has the yield towards the good. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Kind of want to develop
Yeah,
an
I mean, because I mean, if you want to get down to brass tacks, I got a million reasons to be a dick. You know what I mean? But it's just not in me. I don't know. That's why I think there's two different kinds of people born in this world: children of light, children of dark, the wheat and the
I
tares.
didn't.
Hello.
Hi, Larry.
I booted myself, and
Is
then after I
that what happened?
well, no, check this shit out.
I
I
got a
booted
mohawk.
myself, right? I booted myself, and then after I booted myself, I couldn't figure out how to get back in here, and I started going through that same loop I was this morning for a second, and then I'm like, I took a deep breath. I'm like, okay, I can figure this shit out, Larry. It can't be that hard.
Shit. I turned
So
my phone a
anyway,
minute ago and it freaked me out. I don't know what happened.
I was about ready to I to let you say, hey, you guys got the stream. You're here. You can be here as long as you want. I can't get back in.
We're gonna run you out of stream credit minutes or whatever.
No, I already paid for it, so they can't do that. And of course, they get you through the drive-through every time because when I first looked at it, it said $20. I thought, well, that ain't too bad. But then when I went to pay for it, no, that's if you pay for a whole year. But now since you want to pay monthly, we're going to charge you $5 more. So I'm like, $25. Fuck. I'm like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah. Oh, like, well, you can play the game, but if you want enough credits to move to the next level, you gotta pay. It's like I remember the days when you could play a video game all the way to the end and not have to pay anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem with most of these phone games nowadays is, yeah, you can play them for free supposedly, but the problem is if you want to go anywhere and really do anything, you got to buy these diamonds, and the diamonds aren't cheap. And hey, while we're speaking about games, I thought of this a really long time ago. I honestly believe our school districts teach us a lot of nonsense, a lot of useless information. And I think, as the kids nowadays are so focused on games, if we just taught the kids how games are being made, that would draw their interest in there. And now they'd be learning language, they'd be learning about electricity, they'd be learning about computers, they'd be learning about programming, just all these different aspects on one little thing. I think
But the
that
thing
would
is,
be.
we're under a controlled system. And I was in school when the shift happened, when computers came in.
Oh,
And
that's just a fad. That'll go away. That's just a fad.
Well, no, actually, no, because I was in New York. This is what I saw from my point of view. Computers came in, and that created a subset of the students that was never there before.
Right.
So it wasn't like something you could test into. Like I had no idea how to get into the computer club or how to even get access to them. They were in their own closed, locked room that only a certain subset of students will go into. And I felt then an odd shift. I could not describe it then. You know, I just knew that, oh, I just went
Yeah.
one rung down the ladder. Whoever these people are,
When I
I just
grew up,
went down.
the worst possible thing you could ever be called was a nerd or a geek.
And
If
then
you
all
were
of
a
a
nerd
sudden
or
there
a
was a
geek,
special
your
club
life
for us.
was hell. They make it hell. We made it. I made it hell on a lot of kids. I'm sorry, but hey, they made it hell on me too. So they crazy. But
Right.
that's the way it was. And now, when my kids went, being a nerd and being smart and being a geek was a good thing. I'm like,
That's the shift that I
it was a
witnessed.
shift and a definite shift, and it happened in my generation. And because like before me, nobody ever wanted to be one of them nerdy geeky,
Right. We're only
lazy
two.
little
We're only
fucks.
3 years apart, Dave. We're only 3 years apart. So I'm sure you
Yeah,
saw the same shift that I saw.
same shit. Yep. And I'm like, I just don't understand it. Why y'all want to be y'all over there larping and shit? Nobody's over there kicking your ass. It's like,
Well, my brother was super smart, and my father brought a computer into the house, a Commodore 64. We weren't
I
allowed to touch
remember.
it, so we had no idea, like, what is this weird little TV thing, you know? And because my brother is very smart, my father let him on it, and then we started seeing like he was writing programs. But the programs were like 100111 space
I
space
did some of that too.
10001. What
It
the
was like a
hell?
little
That's a
dude on a seesaw. And they were like stick figures, and it took me and my friend like 2 weeks to type that shit in. And it was
yeah.
like a fucking 30-second little deal of stick figures on a fucking seesaw.
Yes, exactly. But you couldn't take a class for it. Like now you can take a class for it. But back then, when we were in school, we should have been able to sign up or whatever, take a class for computers. But that was absolutely not available for people who are so far down the ladder.
Yeah, that's
Right.
yeah. I was. You had to be Ivy League kids for that to
Absolutely.
begin with.
Like I
That
didn't
way,
know
they
that.
all their families got to jump on it
Yep.
first.
You're absolutely right. Because I'll watch mainstream media just to see what they're saying, you know, and the lies they're spewing. And they're saying that this legacy acceptance, if you went to a college and your child went to that college after you, Ivy League, of course, they would get an acceptance first and foremost before anyone who applied to the college.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah, because
So
they were
you're
bigger
absolutely right.
dominators, bigger money deals. That's the way it's all set up. You're going to cater to the bigger money.
Absolutely, but it was weird for poor people to have to see it because we couldn't find an avenue that way. You know, we couldn't accidentally
Yeah.
like walk into the computer room and have them say, "Hey, sit down." You know
They're
what
like,
I'm saying?
see these computers? Yeah, we're not going to let you figure them out, but here's Pong and Atari. This will
Yeah.
keep your slaves happy.
Or go take that typing class down there, down the hall, 3 doors, right?
Oh yeah, I got kicked out of typing. I couldn't behave. Anyway,
Well, yo, if your thyroid has been messing with you your whole life, my son has a thyroid issue. I totally, I
look,
totally
I take the
sympathize.
typewriter apart and I take the like letter wheel out of it and I'd be like flinging it. And I flung it one time and the teacher, she had like real tight curls, like a I don't know, Peter Cottontail, what we called her, but anyway, and that thing like stuck in her hair like a hair clip. Oh, she was trying to pull it out. It was stuck. She was so mad. I got kicked out. But I felt bad. It's not one I didn't like her. It just kind of curved that way.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame us as children because already then we were born into this system that was gearing us towards what the system wanted us to be, not what we could be.
Yeah, and I mean the rest of the time, it's like I had no supervision. It's like I got up. Let's see, from the time I was in probably by fourth grade, I was a latchkey kid completely. I would get up before school by alarm clock. I would feed myself. I would get myself to school, whether on the bus or I would ride my bike. And then I would come home. There'd be nobody there. I would be careful and watch for, anybody looking and everything. And I'd get in the house. I'd go in and I'd make me something to eat. And then mom would come in from college and she would make dinner or whatever. And then she usually had to work in the evenings part time. So, yeah, it's like I just kind of ran my own show. So I never really got the whole authority thing. It's like, what do you mean tell me what to do? It's like, I do just fine. I don't hurt nobody. I ain't trying to get in no
Right.
trouble. It's
Right.
like,
You've
I
been
ain't around
being your
breaking
own boss
shit.
for years at that point.
I ain't fucking taking a BB gun and shooting people's windows out like the other kids. I'm not, I wasn't
Right.
destructive or nothing. I was just bored all the time and wanted to go do shit and had
And there
nobody
was
stopping
nothing
me.
for kids at that point.
Yeah, there's never kids with our money.
Right, right, right. You could pay $5 and get down to the YMWCA or whatever and join a group there, and $5 back then to us was bread and milk, eggs, you know what I'm saying?
That's a half a week of groceries there.
For real.
Like in 80.
Right, right, exactly. Like I tell my daughter here, I'm like, hey, when I was 21, the gas was 81 cents a gallon.
Yep. I even got in on some of that stuff. It's like I think it was around $1.05 or something when I was driving, and you could
Mhm.
get it for 99 cents on sale every once in a while. There'd be like a month it'd be down back under $1. Oh yeah. If it ever
And then
gets
you could
over a
only
dollar
spend
fifty, we're
ten
all just gonna
dollars.
stop driving.
Yeah, you could
Hey,
only spend $10 because that's all your car would take.
No kidding,
if you
that'd be a
think
full tank.
if
Yeah.
you think that's bad, when I first started paying for gas, it was 19 cents a gallon.
Woo.
Ooh. What
Damn.
I could do with 19 cents a gallon right now.
It's like I,
Exactly.
I love to drive and travel. I just haven't paid for the gas.
We had to go to a funeral last year in Michigan, and because of it, come in, go ahead. Because of it, we had to give up our fishing trip that we
Oh,
wanted to
look
start planning to Gunnison, Colorado. We canceled even a local one. It's only an hour away, but because gas is the way it is, we're like, we go that far, them, extra hour. It's like 4 hour drive back and forth. That's for 2 days worth of work for Vince.
yeah, that's like I got this court deal out in Kansas, well, it's almost Colorado, but fucking we gotta drive out there. That's gonna be like $400 in gas to go
Mm,
to this court deal. And
ouch.
he had signed me a public defender, which now after doing some research and studying for a while, and it's been postponed a couple times, and fuck it, man. I'm like, well, that's not a very good deal. So I've got to figure out how to get this motion for a Ferretta hearing, which is where you drop your lawyer or your public defender and they have to let you go pro per or pro se.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be much better. Because
I figured.
it's been almost a year and I've been trying to get this lawyer to call me back. She won't call me back. She won't call me back. Nothing. I know she hasn't reviewed any of the evidence and this and that. And she sent me a deal in the mail saying to sign it. And there's places for like 3 or 4 other fucking signatures, like the prosecutor, the judge, and all this other shit on it. And she wanted me to sign it without any of their other signatures or any of the stipulations on it yet. She said, this will be your only
Wow.
chance. Hurry up and sign this and send it back.
I hate
And I'm
public
like,
defenders.
excuse me? And I'm
Mm.
like, you need to call me. Have her call me. I can ever get. I think it's her mom or somebody. It's like secretary because this woman just doesn't know shit. Anyway, but yeah, and I call her and she's like, "Oh, I'm busy right now. I'll call you back." And she never fucking calls me back. It's like, oh. Anyway, I want to fight this stuff, but I know they're gonna slap me down like a bug. You know what I mean? But I got this jurisdictionary course I've been trying to go through, but like I say, with this thyroid thing, it's hard for me to sit and read. I can sit and read
Yeah,
for a little bit, and then things, I just can't concentrate anymore. And
yeah, yeah.
sometimes though, my woman, she'll be good. She'll read a lot of it to me, which I do good with that. Audible. It's just
I acted
uh,
as my own attorney in most things I found myself in court for until I moved to Michigan. And like Vince and I have broken up for a period, and we knew we were going to leave state, but we also knew like we have my son's birth certificate, but we don't have my daughter's birth certificate. So we kind of wanted to just get some paperwork, just recognizing him being the father to both the kids, be legit.
yeah,
And I'll go along with him for the most part, especially if it makes him feel better. Even if I don't agree with some of these social things, I'll do it. Well, I went to file the papers because that's what I'm used to is going somewhere, getting papers, filling them out, filing them, paying for it, yada, yada, yada. So I started calling attorneys because I couldn't find paperwork. So I explained to them what I wanted to do. And they literally laughed at me like, no, you can't get that paperwork. What do you mean? Well, you're not an attorney. I can act as my own damn attorney. What are you talking about? I can't get this paperwork. No, you can't get this paperwork. You have to go through an attorney. And I knew then, like, I'm not made for Michigan. Get me the hell out of here because I do not care for a state taking away my rights from me, my right to represent myself, which means you need to make all those papers accessible to me.
yeah. And it's like, or you have to accept something that I make myself. It's like that's
Yes, like,
down to it. They can't expect you or me to walk in there and understand all the damn procedures and stuff that they've created on their own for their system for the sole purpose of making a profit from you. I mean,
absolutely. And I'm not, there's no way
that's
anyone,
fraud in any sense you look at it. It's
well,
there. They've
exactly.
developed a system to where if somebody comes by or somebody they can say, well, you're a resident, inhabitant, whatever you are, you live here, man, you're in our jurisdiction, and we can police you and do whatever we want. And just like me, I didn't have no Kansas fucking place. I wasn't living in Kansas. Okay, what has Kansas got to do with me? I was a passenger on the side of a vehicle they pulled over for an out of date plate. Well, if it's an out of date plate, then we no longer have a contract, right? It's
Right,
out of date. We
exactly.
couldn't
Yes.
possibly be operating or driving anything because, for one reason, the goddamn plate was out of date. We weren't allowed to operate or drive. We had to be
Absolutely.
traveling. I mean,
Yes.
fuck
Yes.
them. Pull me out of the fucking
Yes.
car, search me, take me to fucking jail for an open container they found in the fucking door pocket.
Oh
Ah,
my
don't get me started.
God.
And I wouldn't ID for him because at first he's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "I don't talk to cops." He goes, "Why is that?" I said, "Look, no offense, buddy." I said, "You're a nice guy. I just find it's better just not to talk to cops." Why?
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to hide something? No, I just don't talk to cops. Why is that? He's done with my girlfriend, right? He's done with the fucking tags. He's done with the girlfriend. He's on to me. And my fucking, he keeps looking around, looking in the car and everything. And I got my leg over there, it's fucking there's a beer can over there, but I didn't think nothing of it. Fucking
Right.
container ain't shit here. Fucking out there, I guess it's a big deal. Anyway, he's trying to look around. He's looking at my leg. Going, you like my legs? Baby, he likes my legs. And I started rubbing my legs. Like, you like the way I rub my legs? Anyway, that fucking pissed him off. I can't help it. I gotta fuck with him. And
Right.
anyway, then he gets his buddy there. He's got backup. He walks over to the door. He says, "I need you to get out. You're under arrest." You saying I'm under arrest? Yep. I said, "Okay." I opened the door, stood up. They fucking drove me around the back of the car, fucking slammed me up there, fucking pulling shit out of my pockets and everything. They took me. They arrested me and took me to jail for an open container. No
Jesus,
breathalyzers, no nothing. Just an open container in the door.
that's only
And
a
they're
ticketable
charging me with
offense.
a felony refusing to identify. But the thing is, when they put me in the car, see, I had a thing from a year before in a neighboring county, so they had a camera in the car that's pinned on my face. They had me identified within 3 minutes of sitting in that car.
Yep,
It looks
yep.
like Dave Allison right here from Garden City, right here. You know, this is okay, yep. They had me identified before we even left the scene, but they're charging me with a felony, refusing to identify, and gonna make me a fucking felon out the deal and put me on probation and
And the
shit. And
public defender just wants you to just sign this paper?
yes, fucking like
What the
a year or
hell?
two, fucking full supervised probation, drug test,
Mm-mm.
fucking everything. No,
Mm-mm.
not allowed to go to a casino. Fucking all bullshit. I ain't doing it. Fuck them. It'll
Yo,
go to trial. I'll object everything. It'll go to appeal, and then whatever, blah blah blah. And by then, I'll have my
yo,
status correction done,
request
and
a
I'll have
new
my
public
fucking shit in a
defender.
trust. My shit will be in a trust, and I'll have my fucking superior titles. I'll have my fucking trust. I'll have my
You need to
big
request a
title.
new public defender.
No, he said, "Would you like?" He said, "You can represent yourself or have a public defender or this or that." And he says, "I recommend we'll give you a public defender for free." And I'm like, "Well, whatever. We'll do the public defender thing and go talk to him." He says, "At least talk to him." So I went and talked to him. She came up there and like there was this bond deal, right? In order to get out of jail, so we go home. I signed a bond that I would come back for the next court date and I wouldn't do anything in between then, right? Well, the judge at that court date, I appeared and everything. Well, he said something about he reset that bond. Come to find out, he just marked that thing down for, I guess, keep it on till perpetuity or what? I only agreed to fucking show back up for that court date. But come to find out, and this is the deal. I told my girlfriend to get my money and bail me out. She brought the money up there and then put her ass on the line with a fucking signature for $5,000.
Oh shit.
So if I don't keep showing up, they're gonna hit her fucking account for $5,000, or they said take her to jail. But anyway, yeah. Instead of letting
Talk
me
about
bond
a
out, they talked
scam.
her into putting her shit on the fucking line.
Talk about a scam. They nail you for a ticketable offense. Now they got her signature and they're trying to charge you with federal failure to ID,
Felony. Yeah.
felony
Felony to
failure
go
to
down.
ID.
And
First
they're
of
not
all,
gonna drop it. No. You commit a felony and they won't do nothing in the higher court, blah blah. I'm like,
what's
I've been
the
saying that to
felony
everybody.
charge that supersedes the felony failure to ID?
I mean, what in
I
the
know the law very, very well. And that's why I live in the middle of nowhere on a road that the county already deemed abandoned. So they actually took their own power away from my road where I live. Like, that's why I live where I live, because I was training to be a cop. I wanted to be a child investigator because of what I went through. And I quickly realized after leaving college that this cop thing is not some kind of honorable profession.
Yeah,
You
my
know,
wife before she died, she we was in a bad wreck. She's kind of crippled us, so she took police field operations in college, so she could be a oh god damn probation officer or something, so she could see all her family every month. I mean, that's the way it would have been. But anyway, so she wanted to do that. She thought she could do that, and she would be good to people and all this kind of shit. And she took that class, and she'd tell me about the stuff that those guys would say. And like the head of the fucking state police and stuff would come down there. He's like, "If you think crime don't pay, you're being lied to."
right. Yes. Actually,
And
in that, go ahead.
I guess, yeah, she's like, golly, she's like, I don't know. It's like they're into crime or something too, and everything. And she's telling me, and I like, sounds like it.
We talked about a scenario in my criminal investigations class where in New York City they had amnesty turn in the guns. So if you find a gun, if you have a gun, if you just don't want a gun, you can just turn the gun into the police department with no questions asked. They did a survey maybe a year later, could be two, but maybe a year later. 50% of the guns that were turned in on that day were back on the streets.
Yeah, they just baked. They sold them.
After I knew then that this was more, I'm from New York, so I'm more familiar with mafia than cartel. But yeah, it's more mafia like behavior than some type of system meant to protect the citizens.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I'm looking at it, it's like I started checking these people out. They're like, you would have to be the biggest fool on earth to take a public defender, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, what? And so I'm looking into all this, and they're like, yeah, the public defender is, but they're employed by the county, and their job is to not only help you, but help the county get paid, and all this kind of stuff, and working it down to what it really means, and what attorney means, and what a turn meant, and a turn, it means turn somebody over to another, and all this. I'm like, oh hell no!
The
Even if
district
I get squashed like a
attorney,
bug, I'll get squashed like a bug as me. I'm not gonna let some fucking crazy
well,
cowboy
here's the
chick fucking
thing.
Dodge City, Kansas, gonna fucking
Here's the
represent me.
thing, Dave. Here's the thing. Let's boil it all down. The district attorney and the public defender is paid by the same damn entity.
All three of them, the judge, the fucking public
Oh
defender,
yeah, the judge too. Yes, the judge. So when anyone
that's
thinks
the
that you're walking
trifecta.
into a court of law made up of laws to protect the citizen, they're not thinking right.
Yeah, that's I don't know what they call it, barratry and fraud. I don't know.
Actually, it's bait and switch. They pulled a bait and switch on every adult that has walked the lands here to believe one thing, but it was nowhere near that. It's way something else.
But they're catching on because out there, one the kid that was working at the jail, and he says, "I know you're a sovereign citizen."
Ha!
That word had never
Really?
even come up in this. I had never even I didn't say anything about rights or well about my rights, but no, that never even came up in this incident, and they have that from the other one. See before, and
Mm-hmm.
I already told them, so they got me down as a sovereign. So
Right.
they
They
were treat.
won't. Yo, Dave, they won't transfer information like this person's allergic to penicillin, but they'll transfer, hey, this one's a sovereign citizen, or this one
Yeah,
argues about their rights, or this one, or that. You know what I'm saying? Hello there.
yeah. Hey, look who it is, El
Greeting.
Perro.
You guys know that it is impossible for you to be a resident.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying the word resident. That's like kind of saying like I'm the queen.
No, what it is they've got it defined. 19 USC 81O, and that's lowercase o. It's not separated or anything, just 81 lowercase o.
Hold
And you'll see
on.
its definition of resident. Now, the definition of resident is no person shall reside within the zone except federal, state, or municipal officers or agents whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board. The board is the Secretary of Commerce, being the chair of the board, and the Secretary of Treasury. Now, that's a commercial lodge, and that's from the Bureau of Vital Statistics. That's through the birth enumeration.
So
Now, the
basically,
resident,
we're all here because somebody wanted us to be here.
because it's necessary. And what happens is that birth enumeration declares one a resident of the state upon the enumeration at birth. So we have a definition of resident that says you have to be deemed necessary. And if you're deemed necessary in a contract, you must be age of majority. So we have an impossibility of determining a resident status before age of majority that allows that man to make his own discernment on whether to be a resident or not. That resident presence deemed necessary is a second factor that deems it impossible.
So, in other words, like, because I have been thinking about this a little bit. I was born into a certain sector or genre of life. The powers that be deemed it necessary, yada, yada, yada. But the moment I walk out of that genre or area in life in which I was deemed necessary in, like pissing off the system kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're basically, you're not, see, the way I pose it is we're not saying fuck the system. The system is necessary. There are people that need to be governed, and I don't wish to govern them.
I hear that. Okay.
I wish to be a sojourner with him, traveling around the world amongst the nations, being his prophet, as I'm declared, sanctified, and ordained to do so in Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I sang. Before I knew you, or before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou was cast from the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Not a prophet of the nation, but unto the nation. That means I'm not supposed to take upon a nationality.
Right, right.
So the enumeration at birth establishes a nationality.
And that's why all the social security numbers, the first three digits, tell you the state in which you were born into.
Yeah.
I thought that weird, but now I understand it. I love connecting with everyone this way, people seeking out the truth, because now I know why. I didn't know why before, but now I know why they would enumerate people by state.
Right. And it's also needs to be corrected. It's not that you're born into that state. You're born, but you're not born in any state. You're birthed. And that's a creation of an organization that can be a franchise of the United States once it's qualified. But see, what it's doing is it's qualifying you as a franchise of the United States at birth. And you can't be. That's an impossibility.
Right, because we are all born with an inherent freedom. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yeah, it's evidence in, on, and for the record of an indenture before qualified ability to be indentured. It's like the pre-marriage.
I hate to interrupt you. So basically, the what I had seen in New York, being a New York resident, was about the Irish indentured servants and how they were welcome to come over here, but you had to work for your way. I'll tell you when your way has been paid, and I'll tell you when you can leave. Has now gone nationwide.
Yep, actually, it should be worldwide. And actually, that's the biblical way. Like I just explained about the nation, unto the nations. That says that I'm supposed to be able to go over to France in a apprenticeship of learning their culture. And this is why I got on in a yurt with books about the term cult. A lot of people want to use that term as a negative connotation and say that you're part of a cult. Damn right, I'm part of a cult. Cult being the root of culture. Okay, culture being a society. Society being a group of people, and a group of people being the children of Israel. Damn right. That's what I pay homage to. The other, a synonym to cult is homage. So yes, I do pay homage. I pay homage to our Father which art in heaven. That is the sojourn I am on to return to my home.
Well, being with you saying that, I really got an important question for you then. And I've tried to pose this question in other areas of my life. And as you know, you can't speak truth in society. You get, stoned, and not the good way. My question is, How do you feel then with the manipulation of the Bible, with the manipulation of the story, with trying with us kind of being manipulated by that story? How do you feel with that?
Um, I've explained many times that the scriptures of the King James Version of the Bible is what I go by because it's the best understood language, being plain common English. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the best way for people to get the concept through that live in the English world. You can read
I
the
do
Torah
agree
and the
with that.
Quran.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You can read the Torah. Hello.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Um, so where was I at? The scriptures,
You said we could read
the King James
something.
Version
We
of the
could.
Bible, the King James Version of the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran all work cohesively together. Okay. It's the coming together of nations, multiple nations, and you're supposed to put your houses in order. So you've got the house of the world, which is the materialistic things, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit. That's the Son. You're the Son, the material Son, in Eucharist of the Spirit and the Father. And the Spirit and the Father are just memories. The will of man that has already been proven as it's gone over in time. The scriptures are a story of those times, centered around specific people, prophets. So when I look at the scriptures, I use the scriptures as a guide for my actions. I don't have to believe in Jesus Christ because he may or may not be real, but the story itself that poses the moral principles, that's what I use as my guide. It's not a matter of
Gotcha.
belief. It's a matter of guiding you in your experiences in life so you can challenge your experiences and come up with better ways, newer or better ways. That's the prosper and abundance. The task is to replenish what we use in our prospering and abundance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the parable of the talents. We're supposed to go out with 5 talents, come back with 10. Go out with 3 talents, come back with 6. But if we go out with 1 and bury it and come back with the same one, we've not fulfilled the labor. Faith
Right.
without work is dead.
Absolutely. Yes.
You can plant one seed and you can grow it out.
Yep.
Then you can clone it and you can have a whole crop. Then you can let that come to harvest and you can get really fucking stoned.
Yeah.
Seed to harvest. It's in the Bible, right? And that's the way it works. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
You put a little bit out there and creation or God or however you want to look at it, the Holy Spirit, and they'll take it and work with it.
You know
Yep.
what I
And it
would
says,
like to see? I would like to see um, the indigenous side of the story. Like you said, the stories will all come together, but I feel like the indigenous side, um, for whatever reason, and I don't want to get into politics or anything like that, but for whatever reason, it is not talked about a lot. And if the puzzle were to be whole, I believe it needs to be talked about.
yeah, and that's a good thing you brought that up because that's something I failed to mention when I talk about that King James Version of the Bible and the Quran and the Torah. The indigenous native people, they carry the same concept as those sets of scriptures portray, and that's
Mhm,
to seek counsel in our forefathers, those that came
mhm.
before us, by learning from their experiences, and
Right.
that's the
And they
whole
have
thing.
a similar flood story and stuff like that. So there's definite evidence where the stories are supposed to join for for all of us, right?
Yeah, every
yeah,
religion that I've researched and stuff, and I've been exposed to, all all of them agree on the main concept, the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's expressed in the King James version of the Bible as love thy neighbor as thyself. And that same like wording you
exactly.
find in right, and that
Everything
same like
about
wording you
the
find in all
story of
context.
Jesus, everything about the story of Jesus is how to remain in honor in a fallen world.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
Basically.
yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. And um, the way Christianity came to the indigenous was the worst way ever. Yes. Well, that's what I'm
okay,
saying.
Larry needs
And
the floor.
the way Christianity came to the indigenous was the worst way ever. Yes. Well, that's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
Larry needs
And
the floor.
the way Christianity came to the indigenous was the worst way ever. Yes. Well, that's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
Larry needs the floor.
Echo.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I
Echo.
forgot to mute. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
we'd like
interject.
to hear from Anna.
She's not here, but I just wanted to interject real quick. This is why I love having Wizard on panels, is because he can explain this stuff so even an idiot like me can understand it. And I have never once felt that he is, lack of better words, trying to preach. And
Right.
that's what kind of drew me away from that aspect, is I always felt like I was being preached to first.
Mhm.
Then
Mhm.
secondly, oh, you have to give me some money. It always seemed like it was always about the money, and that just always left a bad taste in my mouth. And I just want to interject and tell Wizard that I thank you for being here today to make me understand, what this is all about. I'm on the side doing dishes, but I am listening. I love you all.
Love you, Larry.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome, Larry.
Good to see your little show kicking off pretty good here. Glad to be a part of it.
So I think once we can all have that conversation openly, the uh to me it's a faith conversation more than it's a religious conversation, but the religions do need to come together to understand that even the indigenous who had no connection with Europeans until the well, not no connection but limited connection until colonization, they have many more aspects similar to the same stories that shouldn't be ignored.
Well, every religion goes back to the all things, just like Allah comes from the all, the
Hmm.
everything, the
Hmm.
universe, like Larry was saying, the universe,
Hmm.
not a guy with a big beard sitting up there with a big fat belly and some lightning bolts and shit, you know, or look like some kind of a Jewish guy up there going, you know what I mean? It, it's, I don't know. Is it tangible? Yes. Is it physical? Probably no. It's like my girlfriend, God bless her heart, she's a good Christian woman, good woman, but she's still stuck on Jesus. Come save us, Jesus. Come save us. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, it's like he's already here, and you just can't even tell. My dog's going crazy. I'm fixing to take him out for a walk before he chews my arm off. But yeah, every religion has an all, a God, which is all things, and it's always a triune God, and it's always been all the same. The Jewish don't have it locked down, because Jesus showed up as a Jew. Okay, and it's like
You know what?
we don't have to try and be Jewish. We don't have to. Um, I don't know. I mean, do we have to keep 600 and something commandments in the Bible to make it to the next level? Um, I don't know. I think those people got into that on their own. They said, "Hey, we can do this." He's like, "Oh yeah," but I think they got themselves into that. I don't think that was ever a requirement for everybody.
Right.
anyway, those are my thoughts, and I'm gonna get off here because I got 3 dogs in here that need to go outside, and I'll catch you back here in a little while.
Have a wonderful day, Dave.
All right, love you guys.
Love you too. Let's see the doggy. Did you see the doggy? So yeah, today's supply day. I have to go to town for supplies. No, I'm good. Thanks. What's on your agenda today there, Wizard?
Right now, we're concentrating on relaxing.
Nice.
Try to take care of myself and get back to health.
Ah, on the mend then, are you?
Yeah, hopefully.
Nice. I'm kind of a little bit there. I'm used to driving a truck for getting supplies, and my hubby brought his car over, and I walked into the door of the car and bruised my rib.
Oh no.
Yep. So I can't take it easy by not going, but I'm bringing my big boy to help me so he can lift the stuff.
Yeah, we always like having a little bit of help. I never like doing anything by myself.
Where are you at, Wizard?
I'm right smack dab in the middle of a cornfield in Iowa.
Nice.
Waterloo, Iowa.
Nice. I'm about 5,400 feet up on like a desert plain.
Arizona.
Colorado. And it gets hot here. I think the second summer we were here, it got to 120.
Yeah, you're southern Colorado then.
Yep. And my property faces south, and it's so much fun in them hot days. In the winter, it's cool. It makes the snow melt pretty quickly.
Well, it looks like we're holding up to the now. I forgot to figure out something to talk about.
I don't know. So much work to do, so much time, and sometimes so little desire.
You touched on all of our topics we talked about already.
What?
I said, wrong
Do you have any dogs, Wizard?
Oh yeah. We got a little one named Murphy and a big one named Eddie.
I get it. I get it. That's great. That's awesome. We did for the first time like an intentional mating with my dog Socks and Vince's dog Daisy. And the first litter was 10 pups, and we tried keeping them away from each other to get her fixed after she was done nursing. And they found each other, and there's 11 babies in my kitchen.
We can't have that many. The two we've got is too many already.
Gotcha. I definitely hit my too many level, you know. But we have land, so I'm not going to complain too loud because I'm not renting. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. When people learn to overcome more and more of these different things that are intruding in our lives, the more peace we'll attain, and the better we'll be able to enforce the Republican view of government.
Well, here's the thing, though. Being we live under this system, so I got cancer in 2010, and in 2015, I have issues with my back that stems from my childhood. And so I applied for Social Security because I have a special needs son too. So this really took me down. I applied for my Social Security, was denied, and then the back thing came up. So I reapplied, and they make you do disability first, then Social Security. So I reapplied to disability, got it all the way to go to in front of the judge. The judge was just floored that the system kind of just pushed me off. So I won the case. With the earnings, I didn't like go shopping or do frivolous things. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
I I put half on the property. I asked for owner finance. I paid the property off. The moment I paid the property off, they cut my son's Social Security because my disability went through on my work credits and they could not touch that for any reason. But my son's is a need basis. And in the state of Colorado, even though it's a expensive state, they cut his Social Security in more than half. And I couldn't figure it out until I realized, like, as we were saying this morning, like, I was born into a certain part of the system, and I'm just pretty sure they wanted me to stay there. But I made different choices with my money that goes against the grain of society, and I'm kind of paying for it, you know?
Yep. Well, that's exactly you're experiencing one of the most important things we need to be aware of, and that's the dissolution that the benefit is a benefit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Right. Right. Absolutely. It's we're the fish that benefits the worm, and the government's the fishing pole.
Yep.
And we have to all of us choose one way or the other, and you have to be comfortable with the choice. Like we've said before, some people can't choose to leave society. They are dependent. If something were to happen to everyone around my son Vinci, he would have to be dependent on them.
Yep.
So not break the system so much is my choice, but for the people who are comfortable in the system, they need to wake up that the system is not comfortable for everyone.
Correct. Yep.
So I agree with that. Like, do we need to banish all police? No. That would defeat the purpose of everything everyone's doing. But they definitely need to be policed by someone other than the police.
Yeah.
Well,
They
that's
can't.
our job. That's
But
what I keep
yes.
telling everybody. Our job is to police the police, and the best way we can do that is making sure that the data elements we enter into their record are appropriate. If they're not,
Mhm.
then we need to have them removed. That's the
Right.
problem. They think we're associated with them. That's that freedom of association that everybody gets confounded about. You want the
Mhm.
protection of the police. That's the association. You got the police.
Absolutely. And I kind of had to make a stand out here in Colorado. We have free ranging cows out here. So that's the law of the land. If you don't want cows, you have to fence in your property to fence the free range out. And I learned that. I learned my rights as soon as I got here, and where my rights ended and where theirs began. One day we left, just a family jaunt to town, and we left our big dog Buster out because, as you know, in these campers, it gets pretty hot, and it was going towards sundown. So we just let him stay outside. He wasn't a roamer or anything. We came home and he wasn't walking right. So we're like, what the heck could have happened to Buster? We looked to see if maybe he fell off the step or, we're looking around. And as we're looking around, Mom. I know, Vincy, it's okay. As we're looking around, we see the cow prints. So we're like, okay, maybe he got kicked. We start feeling his hips, doing inspection. He's not whining or yipping. And we're like, what the heck? As I'm looking at Buster, Vince is continuing to look around, and there's horse prints amongst the cow prints. To my northwest is a valley where there's a steep drop off. So typical righteous ranchers wouldn't drive their cows to the edge for them to fall off. You know what I'm saying? So we started you just keeping our dogs inside when we left, anything like that. 2 years later, I'm sitting in my camper and my other dog is going crazy. I'm like, there's no birds outside, knock it off. Well, I finally let him out and he went nuts. So I run outside, like, just to see what he's yelling at, because normally it's nothing. There's a rancher on the horse right over here, only about 40 feet from my camper. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm looking for you know what? It doesn't even matter what you're doing. Get off my land. Your opportunity to lawfully come up to me and say, can I get my cows, has now come and gone, and you need to leave. And I saw him pick up his lasso and try to hit my other dog's socks, like back by the hip bone. And that's when I realized I know what happened to Buster. That son of a bitch rancher was on my land. My dog was protecting it. He hit my dog, and now he's trying to hit my other dog. This rancher has a gun on his hip, and he won't leave my land as I'm telling him to leave my land. So I know the law. The law is 3 times. You got to utter it 3 times to make sure that you're communicating properly. I did that. On the 4th time, I said, I got a gun too. Hold on a second. And he went running off. But I wound up calling the police because that's trespassing. After the 3rd time, that's trespassing. This guy's already hit one of my dogs. I'm not going to have it. So they're on the way up. My neighbor runs into him. She tells me, hey, I'm bringing the police to you. And I'm like, no, you're not. I'll meet him on the road. So I met them on the road. I told them the whole situation. And of course, as per the system, there were 4 different officers and 4 different vehicles that came to a trespassing. They're all standing in line across the road looking at me, single woman by myself. My kids were home. And they start talking about free ranging cows. And I'm like, this dude is not a cow. He's a rancher on a horse, and I have the right to protect myself. And by law, when he breaks a law, you are called in to then protect me. They were so nasty. They wound up just giving this guy, like, don't go over by her land anymore. You know she lives there. There's no excuse for you to say you didn't know she lives there, so don't go over there anymore. But the way the officers were standing up against me is what was so unsettling. Like, the offense is not against the rancher. The offense is against me, the homeowner, the landowner that never lost her rights. And they started like, well, who owns that land? And I'm like, I don't know. That's a 1/4 mile from my house. Who owns that land? If you can't tell us who owns all this land, then you can't complain about them being here. And I'm like, wait a minute. When did my rights get attached to another landowner's rights?
Yeah.
And then they harassed me for about a year until I did my New York thing and called whoever I had to say, you better stop this because I'm not an idiot. I know my rights. You don't have the right to harass me because you don't like me.
I would contact your state adjutant general at the state embassy. Give him a notice of your proper status that people are not recognizing, and you'd like his assistance in clearing the record.
Yeah, I never thought about doing that. Yeah. Well, it stopped after I called. What happened was, go ahead.
Like I said, you're not a national because they claim you're a national by residency, and the residency is impossible.
Right. Well, what happened was I tend to ignore their behavior. Like I won't feed into that, even if it's kind of obvious they're harassing me, I'll just go about my way. And after the 2020 thing and DMV wasn't open and people's registrations went out and stuff like that, I was going through town after they opened things up for appointments, and I you have to go through town to get to Walmart. So I went all the way to Walmart, jumped out, left Vince and the kids inside, went inside, got what I needed, and came out. And Vince is like, "Hey, see those cops over there?" And I'm like, "What?" I just come out of the store, and Vincey comes from the back seat. Mom, the cops yell, the cops mean. Now I'm pissed because that's my special needs son. So I'm like, what happened, Vince? And the cop had walked up to the passenger side and in a really brusque voice said to the passenger, my old man, "Hey, these tags are out." And Vince is like, "You're talking to the wrong person. I don't own this truck." "Well, you need to tell the person that their tags are out, and if they don't do something about it, I don't know, yada, 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 let me say." So I'm getting in my driver's seat. The cops must have followed me physically all the way through Walmart and out the door because I'm in my driver's seat now as I'm getting the story. They're getting to their car. They look over to me and they go like this. And then they follow me 15 miles back through town until I left town the other way. Now I'm mad as hell. Like, you're going to harass my family. You're not even, that cop had the opportunity in that moment to walk up to me, give me a ticket, do what's right by law. I would accept that. So I called the sheriff's department, like, "Hey, like, we're in these blank, blank, blank times right now. I don't care for an officer doing his job to put my family at risk because he's got a beef with me." I had no idea I was talking to the same officer who did that. So he started screaming at me and then cussing at me to the point where I had to hang up, like, oh my God, what just happened? Instead of like trying to find a lieutenant or anything, I called the district attorney's office. And I said, I'm really seeking your advice on what to do. And they're like, okay. And I explained to them what happened. And I ended with, we're supposed to bring these things to light, but what am I supposed to do when I'm calling a place asking for the boss or someone to talk about this, and the person who answers the phone is the person who violated me and is screaming at me? What am I supposed to do? So she wound up calling the sheriff's department, having the lieutenant call me. I'm going to have to take this call and be back with you. This is the second time they called.
That's fine.
All right, thanks.
So, did I hear you say you had another Zoom meeting a day or two ago, Wizard?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go? Was that about the stuff you guys are trying to accomplish?
Yeah, yeah.
So was it productive?
Oh, of course, always, always,
Well,
always.
I didn't mean to say that in a sarcastic way. I just
Well, it's a
concerned.
much different platform than what we have here. Let's say
Oh, I'm
that.
sure. I'm
It's it's
sure.
all it's all no bones about it. We get down and we do study and do the regular research that we do and show our sources and collaborate together on our
Yeah,
different opinions on what's being presented so we can correlate the best message that we can put out. And
right.
that is
Yeah,
it's the best thing we can attempt to do, in my opinion, in our group's opinion, is to correct the record, because that's all that's
right,
really wrong. Like I said,
right,
everybody was deemed a resident, and that's an impossibility. Fix it.
right. Do you think uh it's somebody to do that just as easy when they're, like me, like in the city? Is it any harder or any easier? depending on where you're at. Probably not, but I'm
Well, yeah, if
asking
you're
for
going to
your
be living
knowledge.
in the community centers, then you're going to have a difficult time because the people in the community centers don't know this stuff yet. So they're still going to try to enforce their laws on you.
Right. That's what I
Whereas
was
if you're out
thinking.
there homesteading, you don't have so much contact, so there's not as much conflict.
Right, right, which makes sense, and that's why I asked for your knowledge, is because I don't have a clue. All I know is I'm stuck in a rut.
Yep, as many people are.
So
A
I'm not
time
sure.
consuming catch 22 that leads us around to eat our own tail.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard why I labeled my morning broadcast as grrrr bubbles or not.
Um, Trailer Park Boys.
Uh, More or less. Well, I got woke up at like 1 o'clock in the morning to some woman screaming in my yard, and I'm a very sound sleeper, so I knew if they woke me up, they were yelling pretty loud. And all I know is I heard a woman's voice screaming. So my automatic assumption is this woman's in trouble. So I go running out, without a shirt on. I grab my coat because I knew it was going to be cold outside. And by the time I got outside, they were up the road, and my daughter heard me say hello. Is everything okay? And so she come running out. She goes, "Oh, did that wake you up?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she told me that they've been out there since 11 o'clock, yelling at the top of their lungs. And I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I looked down the road, and I could see this man literally herding this woman back to the problem house down the road. And that whole scenario just scrambled my brain just really quick. And then I got into my first stream, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't put up my link. It was like I was brain dead. It was weird.
Yep, insanity all around us, brother.
Yeah, it's sad. And it's like, I don't know. I'm thankful for having a place to stay, and I'm thankful for a roof over my head. But after living here for 2 years, just seeing things getting more and more crazy, it's hard on you, to see all this corruption and misuse of people's lives, that they don't even know that shit's happening to them, that's happening to them. And I'm interjected in the middle of it if I want to be in the middle of it or not. And it's hard.
Yep.
And they make things so fucking expensive that you can't, just pick up and go somewhere where it might be halfway sane.
All right. Well, listen, brother. I'm gonna lay down for a nap,
Right on. Thank you for
and
coming, and hope to see you again.
yep. I'll see you later, brother.
All right. Take care, man. Not a problem, Canada. You go take care of you and what you need to take care of, and we'll see you, if not later, some other day. No doubt about it. And yes, Patriot, I think and that's my biggest problem is I usually leave my phone at home. I think we always need to have some kind of recording device with us at all times. So if something arises, we can document it. One of the police things they like to say is, "Well, I'm recording it, so you don't need to." And it's like, yeah. But the problem is, for one, getting access of that film, and then two, make sure it hasn't been doctored or altered or things missing. And 9 times out of 10, you can't get that information. So, like one of my things I hear people saying is this is for my protection and my documentation. So if something arises, I have it documented. And I don't even know if anybody's here listening to me, but I'm rambling, damn it. Scotty, give me more power. Okay, there's the link. It says I have 11 people. I'd really like it if somebody else would come up. You don't have to show your face, just talk to me, and see what journey we can wander down. Oh, hey, it worked. Oh, my buddy Patriot. How you
Larry,
doing today, man? Good to see you.
I'm in a
What's
really
up,
really
bud?
good mood. Really good mood today.
Well, that's good. Cause did you hear about my wake up call?
Yeah, I was just listening early morning.
Dude, that it's weird, sometimes we can as humans can take so much stress at times, and then other times it's just like, let me throw a piece of rice in your gears and it's gonna fuck you up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that shit happens.
Well, I don't know. It was weird because I knew I woke up in a weird situation, but I had no clue it was gonna mess with my head so much because it's like I came in the stream, couldn't post my StreamYard link, and just a bunch of other things were going on, and I had like six people in my room, but nobody talked to me. It was like they were just waiting and watching my breakdown. And finally, I said, "Fuck it, I'm out of here." You guys aren't gonna talk to me. I'm not gonna be here. And then Homestead, said, "Hey, I just got up or whatever," and she helped flick the switch as far as bringing me back to halfway sanity.
Well, I know what that's like. And people yelling and screaming in the middle of the night and not minding their manners, especially after
Yeah.
11 o'clock.
Well, I go to bed at 8, so by then I've already had quite a few hours of sleep. And like I said, I didn't hear them until like 1, and that just shows you what kind of neighborhood we have. That people are just tolerating somebody shouting at the top of their lung and not even wanting to do something about it. And it's sad.
Yeah, it is sad. Yeah. Well, it's not as bad as what happened to my buddy on January 2nd. He had some, he's blind. He can't see fuck all. He can see a little bit, but not, he's basically blind, right? Legally blind.
Yeah.
And some friends of his came over to his home on January 2nd, and he didn't want to drink, and he had a bottle of whiskey there, and this guests came over and had supper, and then they kept pestering him to get into that bottle, so they tied into the bottle, and then the young buck that was there beat the fucking shit out of him, and he didn't even know what was happening. He didn't know, he's like, didn't see it coming basically. And yeah, the guy pummeled him to the ground and then took one of the hoodie strings that you use for your hoodie and started fucking strangling him, turned fucking blue. And the
Wow.
dog came in from the fucking basement, started chewing on this guy. And then the daughter came up. She's only like 10. Her dad was blue in the face and going, like, starting to pass out, right? He was going down.
Holy
And the
fuck.
daughter started smacking this guy. And then my buddy's woman, she's blind also. And she didn't know. She just called 911 right away. And
Yeah.
the fucking cops didn't even arrest this guy. They just fucking let him run out. And he's on parole. He's got fucking restrictions, like he's not supposed to be doing what he was doing. And the cops didn't do fuck all. Not a fucking thing.
Yeah. That's like one day. See, one big problem I have is all the mail. It doesn't matter. The people even tell them, where they need to go or whatever. But all the mail delivery and everything, they always come to my driveway. And 9 times out of 10, their package deliveries on the other side of me, and there's actually another road to get that way. But the way the addresses is and everything, they always come here. But anyways, this one guy came up one day, and I was trying to explain to him, well, this gate is locked. That's the gate that's basically, the public way to go in and out, but they keep the gate locked, and I can't open it for you because I don't was never given a key. But I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and let you cut through my yard and deliver your package. And I says you should feel fortunate that I'm allowing you to do this. And it came to the guy got all irate because I told him I guess he felt he should feel lucky that he's able to cut through my property. So anyway, he ended up telling me he was going to kill me and drag me out in the street and all this other stuff. And I end up calling the cops, and their exact words were, "Well, first, is he still there? No. Did he hit you? No. Okay, well, we're not going to come out because he didn't physically hit you." And I'm like, he threatened to kill me. And they're just like, oh, well.
Yeah, pretty messed up fucking police system we have.
Especially in this neighborhood. And I honestly believe the biggest problem is it's actually a pretty small neighborhood, and we're caught right in between two cities, and the place I'm in is incorporated. And the cities aren't really big, huge cities, but they're not small cities either, 100, 200,000 each. And we're right in the middle. And so the only people that can come out here are the sheriffs. And you would think the sheriffs would do a little better job, but every time, I talk to all the elderly people around here, and we all have the same conclusion that they're not worried about it. They don't want to do nothing about it, and they're not going to do nothing about it. And I've heard from more than one source that they're getting all their shit from them. So, I mean, what am I supposed to believe when 20 people say, hey, do something about this, and they're not doing anything about it?
Oh, hell, fuck. I know exactly how you feel because in my country, our prime minister, we have probably about 6 million that know he's broken the law and we can't do fuck all about it. So I know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's just sad. Well, it's kind of like, last year I got hit. I was going to go to the store on my electric scooter to get some milk. I'm doing like 5 miles an hour, and I have the right of way. There's no stop signs, no, like I have to turn a certain way or whatever. So I'm coming this way. This cop's coming down a side street, and the street he's coming down ends. So it only has a choice of taking a left or a right. He ends up taking a left. He ends up hitting me. I bent his push bar. I flew like 40 feet, was unconscious for a couple of minutes. And all I remember is when I got up, the cop was trying to get me to admit that it was my fault. And what's even weirder is he had this blonde that was with him. And the first thing I asked him, was your camera on your car going? And he says no, which I thought was kind of weird because he was supposedly patrolling our neighborhood, to see if everything was okay, if there was some wrongdoing. So knowing that this is a bad neighborhood and thinking that something might be going on, I would think you would have that camera on to record anything that happened, to show what happened, to make your case stronger. And I honestly believe he never turned his camera on even after he hit me, because like I said, he was trying to get me to admit it was my fault. And from these homeless people that seen me get hit, they all came down and they were telling me, dude, he was trying to get you to say it was your fault, and it wasn't your fault, and I guess he almost hit another person down the road just before he hit me. And the reason he almost hit them is he was taking a turn, looking at the blonde, not watching where he was going, and he almost hit somebody in front of him.
Yeah, they're almost to the point of being useless.
Oh, they are.
Like,
Especially like
I've got a really good friend. She keeps telling me that the police. Oh, there's good police. There's good police. And I always have this contradiction. If there's good police, then why aren't they stopping the bad ones?
Right.
They know that there's corrupt officers in every fucking detachment in North America. And these good cops, they don't do fuck all about it. Time and time and time again and again, after every event, there's, they just keep protecting each other.
Yeah. Well, like Linda said, like Linda was saying this morning, Linda, Mary was saying this morning, how in the hell do you think we can have a justice system with the police policing the police?
Well, I didn't want to bring this up, but seeing you mentioned the justice system, I had court yesterday, Larry,
How'd that
and
go?
well, the judge. Let me tell you the story, and I'll try not to be long-winded. If there's anybody, I don't even know how many people are in the chat, but anyways, I'll try not to be long-winded. Several months ago, back in October, I tried getting my transcripts, the audio transcripts of what was said in the court.
Right.
And they've been jerked to my chain now for, well, October, November, December, and now part of January. And I was in there yesterday and I asked them what's going on. They're still making up excuses. But during my trials, because I've been to court 18 times in 17 months, 16 months, something like that, 17 months, too many freaking times for a mischief charge, under $5,000 here in Canada. It's a misdemeanor. I had a judge tell me in the exact same courtroom that I was in yesterday that I don't have any rights where I was arrested. And they're breaking the law right there, right? They're depriving me of my rights under the color of law. And then next court case or a couple court cases later, I asked the judge if they recognize the Bill of Rights and that it exists. And that judge had to take a recess, go into our library, and then come back out half an hour later and said, yeah, Mr. I don't want to say my last name, but Patriot Canadian, we recognize the Bill of Rights and that it exists. And then she wouldn't let me talk no more because they're obligated to protect those rights. And I could have ended my trial by stating the facts, right? Because they give me this ban letter to prevent me from going to see my mom in our public hospitals. But I never got charged with nothing. And that's the only evidence that the Crown prosecutor or your district attorney has against me is this letter that I would refuse to abide by. Like I was a slave. I had to do as I was told. And anyways, so I go to court again and I asked the judge, I said, is there any law that says I got to wear a mask? And he goes, nope. So my next court appearance, I never wore a mask. I said, because there's no fucking law. Well, the security staff in the courthouse wouldn't let me in because I wouldn't wear a mask. So I called 911 and had the police come down there and say, hey, look, these guys are breaking the law. It's called a disrepute to the administration of justice. They're preventing justice from happening. They're infringing on my liberty because I have a choice. Now I know there's no law because I had a judge state so in the courts that I have to wear a mask. So how come you won't protect my rights and defend the law? Well, I got thrown out of the courthouse, of course. And then a warrant was issued for my arrest and I went and turned myself in, got another court date. The next court date, same thing. But this time I didn't call the police because I was warned that if I called 911, I'd be charged under the 911 Act for making a call that wasn't endangering my life. And I reminded them, well, what about my rights? Like, if we don't have police protecting our rights, we've got a lawless society that the government can do whatever they friggin' want. Well, of course, the police, we're just following orders.
Right.
And you can see how I'm kind of pointing to where my country is going, right?
Right.
So anyways, I go back to court again. And I didn't wear a mask this time. I said, there's no friggin' way. You don't get to tell me what to do. And then the provincial government took the mask mandate out so that we were able to go in. But prior to that, I guess I missed a part of the story. In Canada, you guys have the 4th Amendment. In Canada, we have, under the bill, Section 1A is liberty, freedom, and the security of the person. And the security of the person is like your 4th Amendment. It mimics the 4th Amendment of the Bill of Rights of the United States. So I don't have to produce papers to get into a public facility. Right. And to get into the courthouse several times, I was extorted by the court security, which violates my security of the person. So I filed complaints for extortion with the police. Of course, the law can be broken by public servants and nothing will be done about it, right? Because that's how Canada works.
Yep.
So finally I get into the court here back in December. Well, the day we had a really bad cold snap, it was minus 33 and my truck wouldn't start. I couldn't go to court. So I had a court worker appear for me in court. And the court case before that, I had a judge tell me that when I went to the courtroom, because I'm assertive, right? It's just my character. And as soon as I got in there, he was assertive and said, hey, this is my courtroom and you're going to have to do it as I said, or I'm going to charge you with obstruction. And I kind of snickered there because I know what the fuck obstruction is. It's not, I'm not obstructing justice, right? I'm here in the freaking courtroom.
Right.
So yesterday when I go to court, and I tried to get my transcripts because I could prove that this judge said that it was his courtroom. And I reminded the judge, I says, last time I appeared before you, you stated that this was your courtroom. Well, it's not. That's a lie. It's a public courtroom, and you are a servant. So for the rest of my court case yesterday, every time I addressed the judge, I called him a servant.
Yeah.
He's pretty freaking upset with me already for my previous court case. But as soon as I got in there, because they know I want my transcripts, I've been bugging him since October to get the audio recordings of the transcripts. He said to me right before he started anything, he goes, Mr. Musieka, we're recording your conversation. Everything in this courtroom is being recorded. And I said, well, it better darn well be, because you said some things to me, like saying, like I just said to you, he said it was his courtroom, and I call on photo. So anyways, because I'm presenting myself before the courts, I don't have any counsel. And I'm using the Bill of Rights, and the judge kept bringing up the Charter of Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, a document that I do not want to use because it's a communist document, and it was given to imposed upon the Canadians by our current Prime Minister's father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, back in 1982. So I don't like to use the Charter because it's a communist document, right? It says the first thing on there is that it's guaranteed, and the guarantees like buying a used toaster. It's got conditions and limitations attached to it. And then the first clause, section 1A, is a communist clause. It just states right there, the government can take your rights away. These limited rights, they're limited. They're not like the bill. There's only a few rights that are stating in the Charter that they can take them away anytime they want. And so that's why I don't want to use the Charter. And this judge kept saying, oh, we're going to use the Charter. You got to do a challenge. I says, oh, I'm not using the Charter in my defense, Judge. I'm solely using the Bill of Rights, something that you can't manipulate. So he said, I have to do a Charter challenge. And I says, well, I can't do a Charter challenge because I'm using the Bill of Rights in my defense. So it was a lengthy conversation. And he kind of hinted at me what I'm supposed to do. And I have to put a Stitchcomb application in, a Connor application. I got to serve these papers to the constitutional branch of the Crown, which is the Crown Prosecutor or the District Attorney office in your neck of the woods. It's a Crown Prosecutor's office here, and state that my rights were violated under the bill. And I even said to the judge, I says, the Crown Prosecutor's office is violating my rights just having me in this building, because it's a deprivation of rights under the color of law. This document that they're using as their sole evidence, I've never got disclosure on. I've never been able to defend myself against the accusations, and I was never found guilty. And that's their only evidence against me. And I said, that violates my rights under due process. I was denied due process.
Right.
So I got to go now. I got 2 more court appearances, so it'll be 20 times for going to court for a mischief charge. And it's because I have to prove my innocence, right? Like they always tell us, oh, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
Well, what the fuck did I get arrested for then if I'm innocent until they prove me guilty? And I spent some time in the fucking city buckets for the weekend there, just for trying to go see my mom in one of our public hospitals. Like, it's just insane the level of control that's really going down in Canada. I see so many similarities to the Matrix trilogy or quad movies there every day. And I don't know, people just don't really seem to wake up about it. What you looking at, Larry?
I'm watching us on the TV and my security cameras, but I had something kind of similar but not similar happen to me when I was living in this town called Foster. It was a really small town on 3 acres. And the guy I usually pay rent to, we were pretty cool until this shit happened. And he came up one day and he's all like, I need my fucking money. And I'm like, okay, dude, I haven't, gone to the bank yet. I'll go to the bank here in a little bit. And I guess it pissed him off that I didn't have it for him right then. So he went back down to the house and I got my coat on and I went down there. And when I got down there, I watched him cutting my electrical cord in half. I'm like, dude, what the fuck you doing? And he jumps up and he points these cutters like a half inch from my fucking belly and he tells me he's going to kill me. Well, it's not my fault that I end up getting the upper hand, defending myself or whatever, but I end up going to jail. and they charged me with assault and this, and that, and the other thing. Well, I end up going to court 10 times, and that motherfucker didn't have to be there one time, not once. And then finally, like after the 10th or 12th time, they finally dropped charges because I knew he wouldn't show up, and he didn't show up, and they knew that they didn't have a good case against me. They were hoping that that fucker was going to come up and lie about, shit or whatever. But it's like, how in the fuck when, I tell him this man destroyed my $300 electrical cord and then jumps up and puts this deadly weapon at my belly and tells me he's going to kill me. How is it my fault? But apparently it was.
What do you say? They're authoritarian. Like they're not really there in pursuit of truth and justice. Like you went to the court all those times. Part of the punishment is a procedure if they want to fucking, jerk you around. That's what they do.
Well,
that's how their system is.
What they did is there was some cable people and installing my cable, and all the cable people heard was, a little bit of yelling, and the next thing they know is while they're looking at us yelling, I end up, taking the cutters away from the guy and putting them over my head and slamming them on the ground, and went from there. And so I could see by their point of view that I might have looked like I was the aggressor, but it just, I don't know. It just was weird.
It's too bad that guy didn't get a shock when he cut your power cable using those cutters.
Well, he made sure he unplugged it before he did that. But yeah, it cost me $300 because it was 10 gauge wire and it was 250 feet long. So the next one I actually got some 6 gauge, and it was underground burial wire, and I put it in conduit the whole 250 feet away. And then I don't know. I made sure though when I had to move, I made sure I took the wire and the conduit. I mean, the wire cost me like $800.
I just got to make a coffee here, Larry. I got my mom out of the hospital yesterday. We're both really happy.
Oh, right on, dude. How's she doing?
Oh, so much better. They had her doped up on lorazepam when she first got there. And they just about had me convinced to put her in a home because she was so fucking stoned. It wasn't my mom, Rick. I didn't even know this person. She was just whacked right out. And it was like 16 or 17 days in. I said, well, before I signed the papers to put her in a home, what kind of meds do you guys got her on? And they said her heart medication, her blood pressure medication, and this lorazepam. And I said, lorazepam? What the fuck is that? Well, that's for mood altering. I said, well, who the fuck told you to do that? That's probably what's wrong with my mom. You guys got her so fucking stoned she can't walk or wipe her ass or fucking do anything. Can't feed herself. And it was because she was so fucking stoned on this drug the doctor gave her without my consent. And then they tried saying, oh, this is the way she's going to be forever.
Right.
So yeah, it took me 18 days or whatever. And then it took another 7 or 10 days for her to get that stuff out of her system. And then she started feeding herself. She started getting antsy, wanted to get in and out of the bed and go for a walk. And she's back to being my mom now. So that freaking doctor.
Yeah.
I have to be very. Last time I got arrested was in that hospital. Seems I always get arrested in hospitals. And I have to be careful when I go there because they'll kick me out and then I won't be able to go see my mom. And that's why we left the city of Saskatoon, because I couldn't see my mom for a year. Well, 10 months or whatever it was. When she was in the hospital, I could never go see her. And that's, that's a form of cruel and unusual punishment, which is a protected right under the Bill of Rights. And when you mention that to these people, they go, well, we don't recognize the Bill of Rights because this is a provincial law. Holy freak. So I'm grateful. In Canada, we have a Zoom meeting that gathers every Friday night. People that are using the Bill of Rights in defense, we get together every Friday night and go over everybody's case and find case law that kind of shows that, hey, we got rights in this country. We're a democratic society and you guys are breaking the law. And all
Yeah,
kinds of, when I got to that court case yesterday, the judge's demeanor, his character, he was polite. He was totally friggin' different man. And that's
yeah,
because I think the court services worker says, well, he's been itching to get at these transcripts now for 3 months. And then I think that judge kind of realized, holy fuck, I told this guy, Patriot Canadian, that it's his courtroom. And then
right,
he knows, and I know it's not his fucking courtroom. It belongs to the people.
right.
So I think he kind of changed his fucking tune big time. Just give me a moment here, Larry. I got to put another coffee on.
Not a problem, man. You got all the time in the world. Wow.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey, you. Good to see you.
Sorry, I got a late start today.
No reason to be sorry. We have our own lives. I was doing dishes in the middle of a broadcast.
Yeah, but at the same, I just I felt your pain this morning. Your displacement.
I'll tell you. Like I was saying earlier, I think it's, lack of better words, I'll say funny that, and points in our life we can take all kinds of, stressful situations and pull through pretty easy. And then there's other times they just throw a little kernel of rice and it
Hey,
clogs
you know
our
it up.
gears whole up. And that's what it did to me this morning. They threw that little kernel of rice in my gears, and I think I saw smoke pouring out.
I was correcting my dogs. I was listening.
No, it's fine. So, do you got anything on your agenda for the day?
Trying to get these seeds in the ground. Um, no sense in moving the chickens because it looks like we're going to get some more moisture. So, haha, I
Uh,
didn't say it.
you know me and that four-letter dirty
I
word,
know.
huh?
Starts with an R and ends with an N. Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
it's funny because I've been saying that forever, and sometimes I'll say that, and people look at me funny, like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "You just said rain. That's a four-letter dirty word to me." And I have to say it like 5 or 6 times for them to comprehend it. And I'm just thinking, I thought I was bad.
Yeah, just fed my chickens a big pot of spaghetti with a little bit of biscuit crumbled up in there. And, well, I recorded it, and it's
That's cool.
hilarious. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
So it's okay for chickens to have pasta
Oh, yeah,
Oh
as long
yeah.
as it's cooked. Don't want to give it to them raw. That'll mess it. That's no.
as long as
Oh,
it's cooked. It's
yeah,
fine. Huh?
yeah.
That's cool. I knew that they ate just about everything, but I wasn't really
But
sure,
you don't want to
what.
give them just a pasta diet.
Right, right. No, I
But
understand
yeah,
that.
yeah, they can. You'd be surprised what they could eat and what they eat that you didn't feed them.
Like I said, I knew chickens pretty much ate everything, but I just wasn't sure really, what was good for them and not good for them.
Yeah,
You know,
there's
on the
some
farm,
very.
back on the farm when I was a kid, um, uh, they ate everything. Like I don't, we never went to the, town, I guess you could say, and go to the hardware and buy chicken feed because everything was
Didn't
on
need
the
to.
farm.
Yep.
We did. I think the only thing we bought was calcium to grab that
Right,
calcium
right. A
channels.
few supplements. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, just the minor stuff, and that went a long ways, right? I do have this one memory though. I wanted to bring it up. You guys were talking about eating rabbits the other day. When I was a young kid, I loved rabbit stew, eh? And then my mom, I didn't find out till just recently that she didn't like killing the rabbits. And I remember
Mhm.
when I was a little kid, because I had to feed the chickens, feed the cows, feed the pigs, feed the rabbits. And the ground it was just right before wintertime. Well, actually, it was kind of wintertime. And the ground was white with rabbits with pink little eyes. And then I went someplace, I don't know where, if I missed the slaughter. And the next day I went to go feed the rabbits, and there's no fucking rabbits. But we had
Empty.
rabbits food that night. Oh, and I was happy. So,
You're like, no more
um,
chores.
well, it was the last, but and my mom,
What
that was the
my
last year that we harvest rabbits because she said she just didn't like
Oh, so it
killing
was a
them.
fond memory because it was at the end of your thing, but at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, so we didn't have rabbit stew ever again after that. And mom made good rabbit stew.
Mm, yeah.
Hey, I remember now, Linda. You were asking for that link, and I don't know how to do any of that stuff. That's all above me,
Neither
right?
do I.
But if you go
Unfortunately,
to
I'm still
YouTube,
learning.
it's Ron Valiant,
Oh, hold up.
RONVALIANT.
R-A-C.
Ron.
C. Okay.
So it's Ron, RON, Valiant, VALIENT or ANT. I'll check on the spelling here. If you
Okay, I
want,
can
I'll
check
just
those.
leave right now. But just, you know, it's different Valiant spellings, and you'll come across him. He's a kind of an older fellow, bald head, glasses, and he's got Boyd Anderson on there, and it's a recording, a rerun recording of the interview with Boyd Anderson and this other guy on a podcast. But on there, you can get the link for the full 3-hour program.
All
And
right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. All resources. Yes.
yeah, and you'll see that, you know, the guy, things happen to him. Like, it's not to be looping, just as an
Yeah.
example.
Yeah. It can.
Yurt,
Yeah.
Mitchell, and myself knew something was wrong on Moose's channel the other day when all that conflict happened. Like, our instincts was kicking in, and that's why we pursued it. And then because of that, Moose was able to see that he got used by a clown. So it's the kind of the same principle with this Ron Valiant thing, is that he was there at that certain time, just like Moose had to have that happen at that time, and timing is everything. And this guy, he's been all over the world and met really influential people, like some of the high mucky mucks from Saudi Arabia, the royalty and stuff. And he was at that place at that time for a different reason, but he still got to meet these mucky mucks, right? Is what I call them.
Right.
And weird shit happened to him. And these numbers, he scored 5 goals in 3 minutes and 7 seconds. I thought it was 3:14, but it's actually 5 goals, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And that record will never be broken in hockey. Those numbers kept popping up in this guy's life even after he did that. And then when he tells you the whole 3 hour, if you watch the whole 3 hour, how they break those numbers down in the Bible, I'll let you decide if that's, like, I ain't going to tell you because you need to.
Yeah. No, I don't need no spoilers.
I'm not giving you any
No
preconception.
spoilers.
What? Yeah, like a spoiler. Yeah. So you'll need to watch that. It is quite lengthy, but holy fuck. And we were talking about frequencies here too on it was on, that was the night Joe Cool was being really interruptive and wouldn't use his mute button. And Wizard was on. Boyd Anderson is selling a wellness bed, a bed that produces frequencies. And the Saudis wanted to put 1,000 of these beds in 1,000 different townships in Saudi Arabia and out through the Middle East, because the frequencies actually heal people.
Mm.
So yeah, and he's still selling these beds. They're expensive, of course, right? All that stuff is suppressed technology, is going to be expensive for us peasants, but yeah,
the more
I'm glad
they come out, the more affordable they'll be, providing they work.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I've heard whispers in the halls, but I never checked into it.
Nothing's going to be cheap anymore, even for you
Yeah.
Americans. Your petrodollar is now in jeopardy, and you know, your former
It was
prime
just
minister,
for a talking point. Yeah, it wasn't anything total realistic. It was just a talking point. Hopefully they make enough of them that it'll be in your house like a washing machine. Hey, knock it off.
That'll never happen. It just won't happen that way, right? They don't want us getting well. They're killing us off.
I know. I'm a Hopian. Yeah, I like to hope. I look for that silver lining.
I'm a realist. I don't have no optimism in that stuff. I always see reality as it is, and I always take it as it is. Because being an optimist, I found, because I never really was, and it's just, optimism is something you either have or you don't, and I don't have that. I got hope, you know, but for optimism that everything's going to turn out for the good, and that comes to that manifestation thing that me and Dick talked about a week ago or so ago, is that they've already scheduled this stuff already out, and they were manifesting our thoughts prior to this event. So that's how I become a hardcore realist, because I'm just yeah, go ahead. You're muted, Linda.
2 questions for you, Linda. One, did you post that chicken video that you were talking about?
No, sir, I have not. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to edit it or how to upload it, but I have taken the first step.
You don't have to edit it. Second question is I just went to look to see by chance if you had posted it, and I don't see you on my subscription list. And I know you're subscribed to me,
Yeah,
so there's something because
glitchy.
there's something in your settings that's not letting me see you. Because I have 41 subscribers, but I only can see like 10 of them.
Whoa.
So anyway, when you get off, you might wanna. I don't know
I'll
how.
look into that. But
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
don't know.
I don't have the incognito switch on. I'm pretty sure of it.
No, I'm sure it's something. We you clicked the wrong thing or something. I don't even know how you're. I personally think if you're going to subscribe to somebody, like when somebody subscribes to me, as soon as I see they subscribe to me, I subscribe to them. Well, how am I not supposed to subscribe to them if I can't see them or know who they are?
Yeah. Come here, baby. You're being silly.
But that was it. You guys may
Oh, yeah.
proceed.
Yeah, no, I wish I would have had an answer for you.
No,
That is
no, I
news to
did think
me.
I would.
Because I
I
did
didn't
change
think.
my picture this morning. I
Yeah,
changed it from the wolf because the wolf I got off the internet, it wasn't mine. I didn't want to
right,
be, having that on there while I start my videos. So I went, obviously with my own face, right?
right, right.
We did one
Cool.
of those, and that was what, last summer. So
Right on.
it's still within the timeline. And then, yeah, it's just, I haven't posted anything yet. But no, I thought that was odd because I remember looking and seeing that it said I was not incognito. So not sure why I'm
Cool.
not showing, but I'll look into it.
Yeah, I've not a clue where to look, and that's I should know more about this stuff than I am. But this is the first time I've ever done any broadcasting or any video work of any kind. Uh, so
I've been
it's
doing homework with those the editorials that show you how to beginner start, and the new one was for 2023, and they're short and brief, and you take your high points that you feel comfortable with, and pretty much I'm just taking notes from everybody, and then I'll put it to use.
we'll have to
Kitty cat's
have you.
bouncing around.
I'll have to have you lead me by the hand someday.
Uh, yeah. Once I get that cookie cutter in there, I'll be definitely sharing it.
There you go.
I've
So you were
neglected my
saying,
YouTube channel.
you were
Pardon me?
saying, yeah, you were
I
saying.
I've neglected my YouTube channel for several years. I haven't posted anything. I think it's been a couple of years, anyways, since I had an interaction with the police and my mom. They were trying to kick me out of her condo by a bylaw made by the condo association. I told the cops to fucking kick rocks. They didn't like it because cops and me don't get along.
Right.
But anyways, I should post. I got a lot of stuff that I could put up there, and all it would be was with me and the police and my rights being violated. That's why I posted the channel, named it what it is. But I've just been neglecting it recently, last couple of years, anyways. I have to step up, start putting some time in. I don't do the editing thing too much, but I'm not technically capable, or it's just not my
Hey,
forte.
Scott's
Patriot, can you?
asking, are you a question? Did you see it in chat?
No, I can't access the chat thing when I'm
Okay.
on
So
there.
he says, why do you continue to go back to their courts? They are waiting for you to mess up and misspeak.
Oh
And
no, see,
and
because in Canada, when you represent yourself, if you misspeak, it can't be held against you because you don't got no fucking education in their system or their policies. And
I'm
I'm using their
analyzing.
own laws, and well, actually, I'm using the Bill of Rights in my defense. And they really don't have any recourse against the bill because they've been using the charter now since 1982, which can strip us of our rights just like that. But if you use the bill, which is recognized in the charter, because you guys have the Bill of Rights with amendments, we have the Charter of Rights and Fundamental Freedoms and the Bill of Rights. And both of them are equal. They're not superseding each other, but one's a communist document, which is a charter, and the other is our Bill of Rights. And they don't like it when people use the Bill of Rights. And that's why I've been into court 18 times, is because I have these inalienable rights that they can't tamper with, and they cannot manipulate them.
He
And
says his
going
reply
through,
was, "You don't need that in court," with an exclamation point. So I'm assuming he's, yeah.
yeah, listen, I can't do what everybody else is doing and dropping their ID and their birth certificates and their social insurance cards because of my
Right, you're
obligations
doing
to
your
my mom.
thing.
Right,
Understandable.
I do my thing. My obligation is to make sure that I have a vehicle and a way to transport my mom to and from wherever she needs to go, including hospitals, doctors' visits, haircuts, yada yada. If my vehicle gets taken away, I put my family at risk, just like Moose said the other day. My friggin' family comes first. Like that's my priority, right? I have an obligation to fucking take care of my mom. I told her that since I was younger. I said, you're not going to go to a home for a very long time. I says, our lifestyle is not going to be as, abundant, but it is what it is. But I'm also
Right.
using their own laws against them in the courts, and they just, they kind of stumped. And at first I was terrorized. It bothered me greatly. They say I had a nervous breakdown, but I had something wrong in my left arm. My tip of my thumb to my elbow was just throbbing. I've never experienced pain like that unless I smash my knee with a pipe wrench or something, and you're in so much shock, you're sweating and difficulty breathing. Well, I don't know if that was a breakdown or there was something wrong with my left arm. But after that, I realized, I said, fuck, it's a mischief charge. I've been there at that time, 17 times. I'm driving these fucking people nuts. And I'm starting to enjoy this. So yeah, you can keep sending me back. And what I think now is in Canada, they have to find you guilty or not guilty in 18 months. And that time period's running out. And I believe if that runs out, then they're going to say, oh, we're going to drop the charges because it exceeds the time limit under the charter. And I won't be able to use the Bill of Rights of my defense. So what I'm going to do when that time comes, I'm going to waive that right to make sure I can go to trial and use the Bill of Rights in my defense to show the government and the courts, hey, you can't be messing with this. And that's what I think their plan is. And that's why they're being so nice now, except for the current prosecutor's
Well, he
office.
does finish with, he says, I understand that and I feel for you, but you don't belong there. So he is supporting you, but
Yeah. Well, it's all just his social control, that mechanism that was in the Matrix. Do as you're told. Here's
not
where
as
you
you,
got to go.
yeah, like that's what that was our house.
And
Do
I'm
as
not
you're
like that.
told, not as I do. Yeah.
Right?
But
I take my
anyway, I
liberty.
says, oh, please, God's sake, no, Moose. Moose is in the house. Hey, Moose. So anyway, yeah, come on up here, y'all. I don't want to be reading the chat when we know you and you could be up here talking face to face, damn it. I didn't mind doing that little band-aid, but I'm not for hire for that. I could misconstrued at what you're trying to say when you could say it yourself, sweetie. Love y'all.
How do you guys get to the chat? Like, what do you do?
I have a second device. I'm cheating. I have a second device that won't let me stream on it, but it'll let me read the chat.
You have to have a computer or a laptop to be able to see the chat. You can't see chat on a telephone.
The phone? Oh, okay. So that's why we're limited.
Yeah, stupid. It doesn't make any sense. If you should be able to see it on a computer, you should be able to see it on your phone. It doesn't.
Well, I did it once. I did it once, way back when on Paul's show, and I've never been able to duplicate it. I don't know what I did. I can't remember. I pushed all the buttons on the bottom and went through more and stay away from the leave button because that puts you right back to where you began.
Get coffee going. Get that coffee brewing. Yeah, the only button that I have access is chat here, and anytime I touch that and back out, it drops me completely out of the stream. So I know not to touch that.
I can get to StreamYard chat, but not YouTube.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
Like seeing what's said, or I like participating in that, but I just don't know how to do it. I have to go here shortly, folks. I got to start my duties.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. It was good seeing you.
Yeah, it was good seeing you too, Linda. And yeah, you'll really find that Ron Valiant video.
Yeah, I wrote it down. And
next time I see it, I'll make sure I have it. I don't know. I can't see it. It's so blurry. I don't get very good.
I know. I'm so bad. My handwriting sucks too. Probably all you saw was Mars Life. I like taking notes. But
Yeah, but
anyway,
if you
thank you
watch
for
it,
that. I appreciate it.
yeah, I'll make sure I get the proper spelling for you next time I see you. Okay, you guys have a good one.
Alrighty.
I like that. Truth or Lies said that he was doing his honey to do list. I haven't heard that forever.
Oh, well, I'm sorry for busting your chops then. Get that list done.
How long has it been since you heard somebody use that phrase?
um, this honey does her own list, so a while.
That's what I'm saying. It's been a long time since I've heard that phrase. Honey to do list.
I mean, I'm
I,
in the world where they go, oh, just ask and I'll do it for you. But I usually, by the
yeah,
time I have the time to ask, I've already done it. So,
that's old school there. You're
yeah,
showing your
some
age.
days I wish I had shared the load, So it has
I,
its ups and downs.
I think
What
truth
up,
or
Miss
lies.
Agnes?
I think truth or lies though told on himself at the same time because he's kind of hinting at his age by that saying. Ha ha.
It's all good.
Uh, I'm being silly. What can I say?
So you're gonna be up for a nap later, huh?
Most likely, I almost went to bed earlier just because I was so frustrated. And then Mary came up and she flipped the switch a little bit. So, but yeah, I'm starting to get tired. I'm kind of want to wait till at least 10 or so to see if Anna comes on with the Wolves because she came on yesterday, but it was like, I don't know, 11 or 12. And I'd already got out of the stream by then. And I think she was kind of disappointed. So
Well, I'll
if
hang on
she,
tight, but I definitely need to get those seeds started. So, I mean, you've been on almost 4 hours.
uh,
I
yeah.
mean, I'm not in no hurry, but yeah, I do have a few things in the fire, so to speak.
Well, like you've done before, if you want to stay on and do your stuff, you can
Oh,
always
make you
say,
guys do show and
yeah,
tell? Oh, I'm
yeah.
good at that.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you for letting me know that. I mean, not that I didn't already know that. I just wasn't thinking. I don't want to be hoarding your whole channel.
No,
I need to
hey,
I need
it's
to
just
take that
you and
leap. But I do
well,
love being here.
it's just you and me. So I figure, hey, you got to do some stuff, and if you want to share, you're more than welcome.
Gives me practice too.
Well, I think I feel it's just one thing to hear us spout
Like a
our
live blog, huh? A vlog or whatever, instead of me writing and telling people that I'm showing them.
right. Well, like I was saying, I think that it's one thing to hear this person speak and try to say and tell who they are, but if they're actually showing their home and what they're doing around their home, uh, I think it helps pieces the puzzle together a little better, lack of a better word.
Seeing the whole picture.
Right. So go ahead and get your ass out there. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you're heading out too. So I'll be
Alrighty.
back.
Yeah, we gotta grab a few supplies. Spaghetti's still down, so I can't let the dogs out necessarily right this instant. So, uh, with soon we'll be moving, but right now I'm just chilling right here. So we got
Right.
9 in the room. Can you believe that? That's like a record for us.
We're in the money. We're in the money. No,
Remember, I'm not here for that.
I'm being silly again. Damn
Listen,
you.
I am. Thank you for your support. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, hit that bell so you get all the notifications. Did I do that right?
Yeah, you did. You did awesome.
Oh, and don't forget to share. There, I knew there was one more. This puppy
Like,
is
share, subscribe.
sucking up
Right.
all my energy right now.
It's like, share, and subscribe. Right.
Oh, I don't know. I think as long as we get it out there, I don't think there's a particular order.
Damn
Woo.
you! I hate that when that happens.
That puppy, she's like, I smell your spaghetti out there. I want some. You ain't getting no spaghetti. No.
I want to see that video. That's gonna be funny watching a
Oh,
chicken night.
it's like
Right?
5
Are they
minutes and
are
one
they full?
second.
Are they
It,
full length noodles
yeah,
or did you
straight
chop
spaghetti
them?
noodles. I'm not. I mean, yeah, the full
You,
noodles. So, and then I don't talk. I just let the. It's just whatever sounds going on in the world at the time that they're
that,
doing this for
that's
five
cool.
minutes. For
That is
5 minutes.
cool. Yeah, what
So
I do is uh
I'm
your
ecstatic.
video should have went to your Google Photos, and I would probably put the stuff you want to share in a folder, name it something, so you recognize it. And then once you go to your YouTube, you should be able to access that video and then post it to your channel. I
So you're
believe
saying
that
I go okay, puppies. Quit making so much noise, puppies. So you're saying that when I go to my Google and I make that file, that when I go to YouTube to upload that video, that's where I would access it from?
I
It wouldn't
believe
be straight
so.
from my phone gallery? Because
You
I
could
need to
check
know.
it.
I mean, that's what I was going to try to do.
You could check it. I'm not actually positive, so I have found
Anybody want to
sometimes,
chime in that might know?
yeah, we're gonna put you guys to work, all 8 of you. Damn it.
Yeah, no pressure.
No pressure, that's right. Yeah, I feel so ignorant when it comes to this. I used to be really super computer savvy. I mean, there wasn't really too much I didn't know about the computer per se, but I haven't done it in like 20 years. And
Hey, let's pick a different word for you. How
what's
about
that?
rusty? How about rusty instead of what you just said?
I don't
I
even
don't even
remember
want to
what
put it
I
out
said.
there again. I just want to change the word.
There you go. No, I don't. Honestly, I don't even remember what I said, but rusty sounds good.
Yeah, it was a weak word and I didn't care for it.
Well, you're more than welcome to slap me around anytime you like, girl. I need my ass woken up constantly.
Yeah, it didn't represent you very well. So
I
sometimes
tend to
you get
do.
rusty and I can resonate with rusty. Woo.
I tend to do that. I tend not to represent myself very well, and it's just I've had no
I'm gonna eat
confidence
them
most
ears.
of my life.
I'm gonna eat them
Mm,
ears.
I've
Too.
I've
Oh,
always I've always been a people pleaser forever, and I finally realized because I always thought if I please somebody else, it's going to make me happy. But then I realized I have to be happy before I can even think about somebody else being happy.
are you watching this
Oh,
pit bull eat my face?
oh, it's so terrible. I better
It's
call
so
Steve.
it's so gory. Look away. Look away.
We got
Hi, Dad,
Jason.
Dad.
What's up?
How you
Hitting
doing,
the
man?
puppy zone.
Pretty
Wait a
good.
second.
How are y'all
Good,
doing?
Um,
good.
doing good.
Yep,
Did you
doing pretty
make
good.
How was
did you
work
make
last
your
night?
How was work last night?
I didn't work yesterday.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. So how was your day off?
I didn't work the last 2 days. Yeah, I ain't felt good. I just stayed home the last couple of days. I needed a break.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope you're feeling
Yeah.
better though.
Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm going in today. Yep.
right on.
Excellent.
Gonna go
You got
in.
back up a little bit.
Gonna go to work and make your whole $2.50, huh?
Yep.
All
Right.
right.
So, did you hear what we were discussing on how to upload a video? Who we got
Yeah.
here? Moose is in the house.
What's up?
Morning, everybody. Morning. Grand
Morning,
Rising.
Grand
Moose.
I gotta
Rising.
stop saying morning. Anytime I say morning, you gotta ask me, what are you morning, Moose?
So Moose could probably tell you how to upload that video. She's got a chicken video eating spaghetti, and I think it's going to be funnier than a rubber crutch.
All right.
So how do you do that, Moose?
What's the question about it though? I don't,
Oh,
She does.
he
what are we? What?
Go ahead, Linda.
Larry was suggesting that you go to your that I would make a hey, enough, not necessary. He was suggesting that I would go to Chrome, Google to make a file of my videos so I could just transfer them from there to YouTube, but that's too deep for me. I recorded it on my phone, in video mode, and I was just going to upload it straight from my phone to the YouTube upload. And I was curious which one would be easier for me. Or are
Just
they the same?
hit the upload button and then pick whatever file is on your phone, and you should just be able to upload it.
So he's saying the same thing you are. It should be there.
Yeah, it should be real easy to
Okay.
do. If you have to edit it or something, then it's going to get a little more complicated though.
Yeah,
I
there's
told
nothing
her
to
not
edit.
to.
There's no
I told
talking. It's 5 minutes of chickens eating spaghetti.
You know what? Linda, if you could send that video to me, I could add some like music or something in the background. Get some playful stuff going on. If
Okay.
you want.
I mean, I'm not. It's just chickens, but yeah. I mean, if we could spoof it up, that'd be cute.
But you should upload it first, and then I'll download it after you upload it, and I'll do it. I'll do it after, because I have the ability to download your videos and stuff.
Gotcha. I hear you. All right. Well, I'll be working on that then.
Sounds fun. I've never heard that expression, funnier than a rubber crutch.
I'm telling you, when he said that, it was everything for me not to start crying. I was like, oh, we're pulling out some old stuff.
You've never heard that, huh, Moose?
You got to understand, Larry, I'm a very sheltered person. My
That
mom kept
that
me real close.
yeah, I told her in the hills.
Yeah, I never heard that one either.
Damn, now you guys are making me feel ancient. See how
Yeah,
you
that's
are?
up there with colder than a witch's tit.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah, I think I heard that one. Yeah.
Or cold as Eskimo pussy?
Yep, I heard that one. Yep. My dad used to say that all the time.
Not allowed to use that one in this house, Larry.
Nope, I wouldn't dare try.
I gotta use my words better with more intent, and I gotta stop with the bad language because I don't want my daughter
Absolutely,
going like that.
absolutely.
What about it's colder than a well digger's ass? My dad used to say that all the time too.
I haven't heard it.
That's funny.
I'm gonna start
But, yeah.
writing this shit down so I can pass it down to the
Right?
grandkids.
Take notes. I'm telling you, always keep a pad and a pen close. Or like
Yeah.
I said, go back and watch it because your notes will be better.
Yeah, and I'm from Maine, so it's cold as fuck up there. So in the winter.
Where are you at, Jason? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys off.
I'm in Tennessee right now, but I'm from Maine. That's where I'm originally from. I'm from like central Maine. I don't know if you ever heard of a town. It's called Waterville, Maine.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I bought my camper trailer around that area.
Oh wow, cool. So where do you stay at? When you have a hotel or something up there in Maine or something?
Yeah, I don't want to say it on the internet.
Oh, okay.
Private and whatnot. But I have a you can look it up by just typing in motel and cottages in Bar Harbor area. And
Yeah, I know. Yeah, my dad used to work up there in that area. That's where he worked. He worked at where they build the ships for the Navy and all that. My dad was like a security guy there.
Damn.
In Bar Harbor, yeah.
I live in a little town called Trenton.
Cool. Yeah, I love Maine. It's a beautiful place, man.
It is beautiful.
I miss it.
Cold. It's cold, and I had to get some sun, man. I'm the kind of guy who, when the cold comes and I'm sitting inside, I get depressed because I don't get enough vitamin D or whatever it is. I need some sun.
Yeah, it's nice to go south for the winter. Yeah, it is.
Too expensive though. It's
Yeah.
getting so expensive to travel.
Oh yeah, big time.
Fancy them.
I need to go up to Maine. I want to go in the spring. Visit family and whatnot.
You should come up and come say hi, dude. You really
Yeah.
should.
Hell yeah. Why not? I'm gonna be heading that way. I'm gonna get me a camper too. That's what my plan is this spring. I'm gonna get me a little pull behind.
You could pull that thing
So,
right into my hotel area, and you could park it in the back because I don't open until May 1st.
all right. Yeah, I'm gonna be I'm saving up right now, so yeah, I should be able to get something. I got a truck to pull it, so I should be all right.
So, Moose, do you guys just close down for a few months because there's just nobody going there?
Yeah, it's miserable up there. Like there's no tourism going on right now. There's a couple bars open, a couple restaurants, but I mean pretty much all the hot spots are closed down by like October. And then the stream of people just kind of dies down. And if I don't have the Hilton, you know what I mean? I'm a young
Right.
guy, so obviously I don't have the best in the West, but or East. Uh
Yeah.
so I would have to charge you so much money just to stay there because the heating bill is so outrageous that you guys would, nobody would want to stay there. Nobody wants to pay
Right.
$300 a night for a room.
Right.
All right.
What is it? Is you guys got electric heat there?
We actually have propane and in most of the things, and then in the cottages it's all electric, so that's expensive. But the propane's gone up, and I have one cabin that still uses the old school heating oil.
We lost your volume there at the end.
Um, Damn, I got this like loud ass truck right here.
You're
Uh,
good now.
so we have a heating oil in one of the cabins, and that cost me $1,200 just to fill up the heating oil tank. And
Right.
like, I can't really afford to keep it open in the winter, to be honest.
It makes sense.
How long does that tank last?
It depending on who's renting it, it could last a long time, or that oil can burn real fast. Because a lot of people like to keep it nice and warm. My wife likes to keep it at a nice temperature of like 64 degrees. And a lot of other people like to keep it a lot warmer than that, and it will blow through so fast.
Yeah, 64 is a little chilly for me.
All right. I keep mine at like 68 when I'm not here. Only when I'm not here, of course.
Well, my problem is, living in a trailer, especially as old as it is, none of my windows seal per se. They all leak air in some way or another. So you always got this cold draft. So I keep my place anywhere between 72 and 74. But I got this damn cat run right beside me and it's open most of the time. So anytime the wind blows, that's why I got three curtains here try to, shield some of that wind, but it still comes through every now and then.
Yeah, couldn't you like put plastic over it and seal it up during the winter, or no?
Well, I could, but the cats would, still they'll freak out. The best thing to do would make some kind of flap, so they could hit the
Right. Yeah,
flap
you could make a
against
little flap
something.
for them, like plastic or
Yeah,
something, and then it would still kind of like keep it sealed,
right. That I would
save some
definitely
energy.
help. It'd be better than nothing, definitely. But I
Yep.
mean, I'll suffer, I'll suffer before I'll, hinder the cat's enjoyment, especially now with there being both my cats are in heat. They're really wanting to go out that cat run so they can call to their mates or whatever. It's pretty funny though because I got like chicken wire on there, but it's a lot thicker than chicken wire, and you can't even put your pinky in the holes. The holes are so tight. So our standing joke is, well, if these cats get pregnant in that damn cat run, then that damn whoever got them pregnant deserved it, because that's going to be a chore.
Okay, so I have to ask you guys to rewind the tapes for me, if you don't mind. Larry, it was what was that saying? It was funnier than a rubber crutch.
Yeah.
Okay, got that. And then Jason, what was yours?
Colder than a well digger's ass.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm writing it down.
Have you ever heard of Honey To-Do List?
Dude, I don't need to hear
Yeah,
it.
I've heard of that.
I live it.
No, I just wondered because Truth or Lies said that, and that's what I think started it all. I'm like, I haven't heard that saying forever.
I think I got them going because I call a lot of people honey or hun or whatever, and people think I'm from the South. It's just how I was, people treated me my whole life. Oh, hun, honey, how you doing?
It's an endearment. It
Yeah.
means well.
We got Chuck in Tennessee
Chuck's
coming up.
in the house.
Another Tennessean.
Oh yeah, gotta love it.
Good to see you back, brother.
Yes, sir. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, Grand Rising, my brother.
Yeah, I don't think he's that far from where I'm at.
I'm in Middle West Tennessee. Couple
Right,
hours.
I got you.
Couple hours in Nashville and an hour to Jackson.
Yeah, I'm in Gallatin,
Oh,
Tennessee.
You're
Yep.
by Nashville then.
Yeah, about 40 minutes,
Yeah.
somewhere around there.
I drove through Tennessee this year. I went through the Smoky Mountains and then hung out with my friend from the casino. He was the bartender in Gatlinburg, and I went to Dollywood. I went to that rat trap, and
Gatlin.
holy shit, man, that thing is Dollywood, man. That thing will take your paycheck real quick.
Oh yeah.
So we'll Disney
Crazy up
World.
there. Everybody goes up there.
But yeah, the reason I bring that up is because maybe if I'm coming through those parts again, maybe we'll, if you're open to it, we'll stop, have a meal together, and chit chat, say what's up, because that's the kind of person I am.
No
Oh, yeah.
way. No way. Tell me it's not true.
Shut up, Larry. I'll come up and see you too, welfare Jack. Give me my paycheck.
I got 7 acres and a big old pond.
Awesome. Got any fish in that pond?
There's some, the previous owners had stocked it with a boatload of catfish. There's some bass out there.
I heard that's good eating.
Be right back.
What's that?
I heard catfish is good eating.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Is that better on you guys? Sorry.
I wish there was some crappie in there though. There's the fish to eat.
Right.
I like catfish myself, but I know it's a dirty fish, but I like it. Catfish.
It depends where you get them from.
Right.
That's true. That's very true.
Now,
But I do like catfish.
You get them up from around St. Louis area, like if you go get them out of the river there, the Mississippi, there's so much crud in the water. I'm talking about chemicals and crap and sewage and what have you. They taste horrible. But you get like down here out of the Tennessee River or out of a pond, they're good. They don't have that funky taste to them.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. In fact, technically, there's a town.
Look at that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful view.
No, he's just rubbing it in. He's down there in the warmth of Mexico.
Rub it in, damn it.
Yep, it is nice. A little beautiful area right there.
That's what happens when you're a big hotel conglomerate. You can afford things like that.
Right.
He's rich. He's just hiding it. He doesn't want us to know.
He's rich with blessings. I see those blessings.
Oh yeah, there you go. I like the sounds of that one.
Exactly. Right. Probably worked hard to get there too.
Right. Well,
Oh,
I
yeah.
Got a
can
few more
tell.
things I got to do to put those plants together, so I'm going to go off camera, but I'm still
All right,
listening.
all right, girl. You have fun.
All right.
Yeah, you can tell Moose is a very hard worker. Oh shit! I got to.
That must be Mrs. Moose out there.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn train.
Get up there and fall off that damn ladder, dummy.
The train's probably a good
Oh,
mile
he's
away,
making,
and
man,
it's still
And they're working now. They're doing work now or something.
he got that ass, that's ass backwards. He should be doing the work. Oh, my Lord. He's got her
Shit, he
trained.
probably no.
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. There's another good one.
She's probably wanting to learn something.
Yes, teamwork gets it done.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work.
She's probably.
Telling you.
I believe she's wanting to learn something, and Moose is wanting to
Don't let
teach
go
her
of that
what
ladder, Moose.
learn.
Spot me.
Yeah, you always need a spotter. That's right. Gotta have a
Like I
spotter.
said, normally she doesn't have a spotter, but this ladder's so shitty.
See, I knew it. I felt it. I felt it.
Yeah, it looks kind of rattly a little bit. Yeah, it does.
Don't be such a tight ass. Buy her a real one.
Stop being cheap. Hey, you can make a good ladder too, though.
Oh yeah.
It all, yeah, it depends what kind of use you got for
What
it.
wood you're using? Well, yeah, that too.
I used to have one of those fancy ones. I forget what you call it, but it does all kind of different stuff. Pretty cool little ladder. You can do all
That
kind of
one
different.
that folds.
Yeah, it folds up and does all this different stuff. It extends. You can make it shorter, taller, all kind of different things. It's like
Yeah, we use one.
yeah, like 10 in one or something, 7 in one.
Those are nifty.
Yeah, I forget there's a name for them, but I
Wi-Fi's
forget.
gonna work out here.
Hey, you give me a good old metal coat hanger and some duct tape, and there ain't nothing I can't make with those two things.
Excuse me, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick.
Just mute, damn
Sorry,
it.
I walked away. I walked off.
It was still pretty loud, wasn't it, Larry?
I'll plead the fifth. I cannot confirm or deny. I didn't mean to choke you up, man.
Well, that's all right.
Yes, I think it's starting to get cold here again a little bit. Not too bad.
It cooled off 20 degrees probably. It was 70. Now it's around 50, 60.
Yeah, especially overnight. It was a little chilly.
Yeah, I'm not sure how cold it is here.
What are you doing, cat?
Hell, half the time I don't even know what day of week it is.
I think it's Thursday.
Now you got me thinking.
Well, I actually,
Thursday.
if I don't have to work this weekend, which I'm not sure I won't know till I get there, sometimes I have to work Friday, but if I don't have to work, hopefully I won't have to. I'll have the next 2 days off. So go in tonight, have the next 2 days off.
Right on.
That's if I don't have to work Friday. Sometimes we got to work Fridays. You don't know till you get there.
What kind of
But I haven't been there for a couple of days. I do factory work. Like it's called the Gap factory here in Gallatin. I work over there.
Oh, I thought you said you detailed cars. Is that something you do on the side?
Yeah, that's what I used to do before I got this job, and that's what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to start my own business doing that.
Do you think
So
you could
see,
make
I'm
more
trying to get
money?
on my own, and do my own thing.
Right. Do you think you could make more money doing that than being a crew slave?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can make just as much, no problem.
So what do you think you
Start,
need to,
I'd have to work my way up.
what do you need to get started though, really, besides a few chemicals and maybe a buffer?
I got most everything. Yeah, I got a lot of tools too, and I can work on cars too quite a bit. So I got like every tool you can imagine. I get thousands of dollars worth of tools.
So basically what I'm hearing your biggest problem is basically advertisement.
Yeah, that'd be something to think about. I'd have to do advertising. Yeah, there's a lot of other things, at play that I have to think about. Yep, advertising. I
Well,
need
do
a
you
few
have
things, I need to get a little trailer, pull behind, that way I can just pull up, be mobile,
right. Do
get me a
you
little
have
pressure
like
washer.
do you guys have like Craigslist or something down there you could, just try to do on the side
Yeah,
to build?
Craigslist is everywhere. Yep,
I
yep.
would try that. I made here in Springfield, I haven't been able to make any money doing it that way. When I was up in Seattle, I used to make hands over fist money doing brake jobs. And I just tell people, take your shit to Les Schwab, and I don't care what that bill says, I'll break it in half. It says $800, I'll do it for four, and I'd make so much fucking money doing it that way. Because they charge double. Say like they charge $100 for a part, I can easily get it for 50.
Oh
Because I
yeah,
can,
go eBay, man. I've gotten so much parts cheap on eBay, and they're good parts. As long as you know what you're doing, where to go, you can get some very good parts online. Like quality parts too. But you got to know what you're doing. Also, you could get cheesy
yeah,
parts too.
uh, there are some good parts on eBay, but of course, again, there are bad ones. I found
Yep.
the biggest thing you got to do, especially with eBay, is look at that picture and compare it to what you're wanting, because they'll have something that looks kind of similar, but if you don't exactly match it up, you can 8 out of 10 times you'll get the wrong part.
Right. Like especially when I'm working with my Fords, I try to make sure they're motorcraft quality, Ford dealership parts.
Yeah, yeah. I bought a
That's
lot of shit. I bought a lot of shit from eBay. I'm buying most of my stuff now from Amazon, and I think they're a little easier to deal with overall.
yeah,
I've
they're
had
pretty good to deal with.
I've had a couple problems with eBay that, like this one place, I ordered this electric cigarette roller, cost me $40. They kept sending me different tracking things, saying 1 minute it was here, another minute it was there. Anyway, I never got my product, and then I asked for my money back, and they're like, "Oh, well, we have to give you your money back on PayPal." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not understanding that because I bought the product with my card. So therefore, if you're able to take my money from my card, you should be able to put it back upon my card." Oh, no, no, no. We have to use PayPal. And I just didn't trust it because I didn't want to, give them my PayPal and then find out they got my information or some fucking thing that way. And I mean, I could have been wrong, but my point of view is, like I said, they took the money from that account, so there should be no reason they can't put it back in it.
Right.
Uh-oh,
You
here's
fi-
Moose.
you find that a
Slap us
lot on
around and put
eBay.
us in line.
Yeah, Amazon's pretty good. I mean, I got that Amazon Prime and all that. You get fast shipping and all that kind of stuff. That's
The only
pretty
thing
cool.
I did, the only thing I didn't like about it is I had to return some headphones I got, and they don't give you your money back; they give you credit.
Right.
Yeah, that does bother me. But like 7 years ago, I had Prime, and I was moving, and I bought a grow light, like $400, $300, something like that, and I had it shipped to my old house because I forgot to update my address, and I was like, I called them up. I said, please don't ship it there. Please don't ship it there. And they still shipped it there. And what they did was they gave me my money. They gave me my money back. And then those people called and said, hey, you got a package here. And I went and I picked it up. I got a free light.
They don't care.
They don't care.
Yep.
I think they're subsidized, Chuck, by the
Oh, I
government.
know. I know. Hey, Moose, did you happen to catch Paul's replay of Paul's show last night?
To be honest, I told a lot of people that I wouldn't be going there, and I don't want to really like watch that stuff. But
Yep.
at the end of my show, Sly she kept coming into the chat and she was telling me about the Talcott stories, right? And so how could I not go see that?
It was the whole show about eating Talcott.
Well, I clicked on it, Chuck, and the right when I clicked on it, it was Talcott in the bath, and so I put that up on my stream, just for a second, just to prove a point. Like, how crazy is it that we're gonna keep doing this to him? And I even sent that man an email saying, "Look, man, you need to take what shred of dignity you have left and stop doing this. It's abuse.
Well,
it's wrong. It's not
yeah,
cool."
I was worried they was going to send him off the deep end.
Well, I could tell you he's
doing.
not. He's not. He's already off the deep end, Chuck. He's not going to commit suicide. He's not suicidal at all. He
Oh,
sent me
okay.
an email saying that he's cool with it. He's 100% fine with it. And I sent him an email back saying that basically, I think you're a good man. And laughing at you makes me feel guilty, makes me feel shameful, and I'm not going to have any part in it. And I don't want to have any part with someone who is going to be doing that to themselves and letting other people abuse them like that. And I left it at that.
Well, they played his videos for what, 3 hours?
Yeah, I didn't even get on. I got on at the very end. I seen. I was like, what?
It was
Then-
crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd stopped in over there before I got Moose's notification, and a couple of the people over there told me to leave. They didn't want me there in the chat because I was one of them traitors. And I was never on Paul's side to begin with. I just got to these communities, and it was like, fine, see ya. I don't need that.
Well, that's the you've been to You're with Books channel a few times, right?
Mhm.
That's the whole thing. He's trying to point out the cult mentality. These people have the cult mentality. They defend him through anything. They don't give a fuck what he does to other people, how they make other people feel. What if I would have jumped off a fucking bridge after the shit he was saying to me?
Yeah, nobody's perfect, dude. No way.
It's
And
weird.
That weirdo.
Getting weird a little bit, I guess. But I
What's
just
his
take what the good and leave the bad. I'm just there to learn stuff. But
The so-called comedian. Who's the comedian?
Oh, Brian O'Shea.
That guy is creepy.
Yeah, and I tried to talk to him in private and in public about it, and you know what he did? He turned it around on me like I'm the bad guy when I'm just merely trying to show him that, hey, this isn't how you treat women. You shouldn't treat women like that. If you want to present yourself as a man and you want to feel like you're a man, you would never, ever, ever treat a woman like that. There's no fucking reason to treat women like that.
That's a fact. And I was like, what was that yesterday? Was that your show yesterday that Sovereign Soul was on? And
Yeah, and
yeah,
man,
I watched it.
I walked away, Chuck. I'm sorry.
Me too, because I watched a few and tried to interact with him before. It's impossible. He's closed-minded. But what got me, and what people do in their own time, is fine with me. If they want to smoke dope, take drugs, what have you, I don't care. But that was an early stream yesterday, and my kid was sitting here kind of listening because wasn't nothing bad going on. He was just listening. Then all of a sudden he pulls out that great big bong, gurgling it, and so I had to try to explain this to my son, and I'm like, oh, you don't need to see this.
Probably not. Yeah.
I'm glad you bring that up, man. I'm glad you bring that up because that's another not a criticism, but a critique. And I would like to keep some of that stuff away, man, because we're having conversations that could get, even younger folk, doesn't matter who they are, they might get turned off by that, and it might be offensive to some people. So,
Well, that's like, do you know for a fact, that kid that showed up on Paul's channel before, that from the UK or somewhere, Josh?
yeah.
How old is he?
He's
Look,
18.
I think he's
He might
13.
be.
I don't think he's 17, like Paul kept claiming.
No,
There's
he
no.
did. Josh did. Josh said he was 18.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think he did.
he said that so he wouldn't get kicked out, but I
Right?
guarantee you he's not 18. I guarantee you he's like 13.
Yeah,
Irregardless, I think, and that's part of the reason why I offered him to give him my email so we could talk. I'm like, dude, if you ever just want to talk to somebody, yell at somebody, whatever the fuck you want to do, give me a, email. And I don't think he ever got that information. I personally don't think that's the best place for him. He needs
No, I think that's adults.
he
You
needs
got to
he needs some
you know
guidance, you know. And I think he could help with a listening ear, basically, just somebody that will listen to him. I realize he's gonna do some weird stuff or do whatever on camera, and that's fine and dandy. But I know why. I know for a fact why that's happening, and it hurts me because I know that he's been abused like the rest of us, and it's hard to see those signs and not be able to help. Because I've been through it.
Yep, I think we all have. Yeah.
Oh
some
yeah,
form of passion.
that's right. I
When
don't
you're
know.
when you're presenting yourself as a man and you're saying you're honorable and you're responsible, and then you do stuff like that and you bring someone up to mock them and ridicule them and kind of just the stuff that's being said over there in front, like to have somebody who may or may not comprehend it. I just, it does not sit well with me. It never sat well with me. And that, all these things add up. They just add up to the reason I'm not there anymore.
Well, he said it again last night. He said, if you're not going to jail, you're not doing it right.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Well, maybe he's working for the private prisons and he's got some kind of like, some stock or something in that
Kickback.
shit.
Yeah.
Well, I saw certain things that were being done, and I could see some purpose in what was being done. But my biggest point of view is when you consistently tell people you need to be yourself, you need to create on your own, you need to stand on your 2 feet, and then have that person make that leap and that jump, and then shit on them because they made that. Holy shit. I got to go outside. Something just blew over. But anyway, make that leap and jump and then ridicule for it. That didn't sit well with me. And I don't see how that's the way.
Patriot, that's not what I'm talking about. I was just talking about showing up with the big old bong, because the other thing looks just like a cigarette. They're used to that stuff. But when you start breaking out those gigantic bongs and making all that noise with it and whatnot, that was my point. Not the regular
Yeah,
apparatus.
it's not something for kids, man. It's just not.
Yeah, because the
Not
other one looks just like a cigarette. But Patriot thought I was talking about him, and I wasn't. I was just talking about the big old bong disregard for anybody else that was kind of partaking of the street.
Yeah, a lot of people do roll their own cigarettes also.
Yep.
Hey, you see?
Hey there, little one. Hi. How old is she now, Moose?
She's 9 months. She's 9 months.
Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, I remember when my daughter was like that. It was so cute.
They grow up fast.
Yeah, I don't. Everybody says that, and I'm like, stop. I just want to enjoy it before she, is rebelling against me, and before she's getting boyfriends and stuff like that. I want to just hold this
That's
little.
the worst. That's the worst part.
Shotgun wedding.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a 21-year-old daughter myself, so.
I think I got 3 daughters and a son. The daughters are, damn, how old is the daughter? 40, 38, 36. Then the other one is 28, 29, and then the son is 13.
I got one daughter, Jasmine Renee.
You better hope she's got a diaper on, Moose.
She does. She's pissed on me before, brother.
Been there, done that.
That's part of it.
All of it.
Uh-oh, Larry done transformed into a cat.
It must be that voodoo spell, the traitor spell.
Probably.
And
go ahead.
how do we call each other traitors and stuff? And when it's merely just, you go to someone, you support them by giving them your time, your energy. You're new to this, Chuck. Like you haven't been around for the 6 months I have.
Right.
If you knew how much money I made this man, it would blow your mind.
Wow.
Well, that's what he's in it for, is the money. So he can rule his roost.
This is my neighbor Dave right here.
Hi guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Fucking shit.
Larry's in Oregon, and Chuck's in Tennessee, and Jason's in Tennessee.
Okay. Well, it's really nice here. Looks like it's nice weather there too.
It's sunny today, at least.
Good.
Yep, it is. Yep.
All right. Well, you guys have a good day.
You too.
Cold and windy here.
Don't look like a Mexican to me.
Oh, Moose, Linda uploaded that
retirement,
video.
maybe.
I think he's away from the
Yeah,
camera.
that's fine.
Yeah, he's chilling, talking to the neighbor. Probably neighbors in retirement.
I had to go outside because we got a bad windstorm, and I heard something hit the ground, so I went out there to check on what it was. And just as I looked down the street, I seen this guy, 3 guys grab this guy and girl and drag him in their backyard.
Damn.
That's how crazy it is here.
Wow, dude.
I used to live in an area like that, Larry.
I don't know. I've been here 2 years now, and the first year or so wasn't too bad. It was like shit would happen, but it was really sporadically, so it wasn't too bad. But I just see so much shit on my cameras. It's just, I don't know. I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't situation now, because I want to make sure that these people don't go in my yard, but yet I'm seeing all the shit that they're doing too, so I don't know really what to do about it. Yeah.
You little varmint.
Hey, Linda.
Hi. I'm trying to see if my Wi-Fi is going to work out here, because if not.
It is so far. I got to find some aspirin, so I got a headache now.
Oh, dear.
Need the goodies powder.
I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee. I'll be back.
Show you this
Hang on.
love I'm doing.
What happened there?
There it goes.
That was weird.
All right, just a little bit of a connection.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work.
Oh, we can see you now.
I wonder if I could put you over here closer to the house.
What
No,
the
these old
fuck?
houses are got lead paint.
All right.
Let's see. This little clamp thing is like the best thing I ever got gifted to me.
Yeah, I need to get one of those little things, those like little phone holders
Yeah.
or whatever.
Got and a wiggly arm, and I can angle it.
But I'm still new at the live thing, that's for sure. I got my desktop though working. I got it working, but I still got to do some things. But I got to get hooked to my account and all that kind of stuff.
Fucking compost out of this compost box. The chickens are trying to get to it because all the gold's inside these boxes right here. You probably can't see it, but that's what I'm doing today. Then we'll move over to the table and we'll start the little feeders, but we got to get our dirt first. We got to get our gold first.
Putting in that work.
You better put those hands in the dirt and get those microbes on your hands.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, there you go.
No gloves, dude.
Don't be scared of it.
It's so beneficial for us.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
First here, it's all about the dirt. Closer to the dirt I am, the better I am.
It's good to walk in the grass, take your shoes off, barefoot, stuff like that. People don't do that no more. Nobody does that anymore.
I don't want to do it unless I have to.
Maybe that's why nobody's really grounded. Oh, not nobody, but that's why a lot of people aren't grounded,
They really aren't. They are not. Not at all.
Well, I'm 56 years old. I'm out here doing this by myself. Anybody could do this if they want to.
Right?
I don't believe in numbers, but if I'm making a point, you don't have to be a certain age to do it. Look at all that bread. I mean, all this. It's just crumbling. It still has to break down, but it's a better piece of crumbling. So yeah, sold, baby.
Yeah, that's why I don't like apartments. I can't do anything like that. I can't make no garden here. I can't do any of that stuff.
Yeah, my apartment top. I'm very lucky, very blessed to have been here I've been here for a while. Up, neighbor's dog. Chicken's trying to get my gold. Oh, chicken.
Hey, you guys, for some reason, I can't message Anna every time I try to text her. It freaks out. So I'm going to try to reboot my phone. Just hang out, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Gotcha.
You dirty hoe. Yeah. Now, get away. Get him, baby. Get him.
Go make a coffee.
So I got so many nice little micros growing around here, crawling around. Yeah. I got this under 3 months. It's sold. Damn, it's donor. dry out quicker. Maybe, clean it in now. Right, get it, girl. There you go. Now we're moving, get that wood out of the way. Whew, that was a freaky looking fire.
But I'm gonna actually take my baby for a walk and my dog for a walk, so I'm not gonna have any service. So.
Okay.
Okay, buddy.
All right. We'll see.
All
Hey, we'll
right.
see you guys in a little bit. I'll be back if you guys are here. If not, I'll see you guys later tonight or tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you the next time. Yeah, I'm going to be going to work here in a while, but
Bye, Mingus.
I hope you feel better, Jason.
yep, thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll get on here again.
Watch out, girls. Mama's slinging the show. That. I'll let you in here in a minute.
At least I probably have the next couple of days off, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, you definitely want to. If you're starting to get well, the last thing you want to do is start training yourself again.
Yeah, that's what my problem has been. Like, my back has been bothering me, and it just didn't have enough time to heal. You know, I don't have enough days off. You know, only got like 2 days off.
There's corn cobs in the hay. You guys want that corn cob? Where's that? You guys want that? Get it.
Hey, I'm
Moose is
getting
getting
better at
ready.
it.
Moose is getting ready for a hike. I'm taking a little hike.
She got a little REI hat. She just won't wear it.
She just won't wear it. Watch out. It'll flip smooth. I know, girls. It's time to get the gold and then you can. Oh, they are. Can you hear them? They are complaining. They want in this box so bad. I know, ladies. I know. Somebody's in there. Hey, Black, get out of my boat. Yes. Love you, girl, but I got plans for that bird.
Did you get your coffee, bro?
Yeah, I got it squared away. I had to feed the outside cats. I got to go feed the chickens in a few minutes.
There you go. See, that's what I want. I want chickens. I want my own place like that.
They're pretty easy to raise.
Yep.
Chicken feed gets a little expensive sometimes.
Yeah, people in my family, they got chickens and stuff like that. I just never had my own.
That's how it was for me. My in-laws always had, or my relatives always had chickens, but I didn't get chickens until 3 years ago, first time.
Yeah, I grew up in the country, doing all that kind of stuff, farm work, picking corn, doing all kind of different stuff. Up there in Maine.
You ever picked okra?
No, I never picked okra. No.
Ugh, that's a chore. If you don't
Sounds
wear,
like
you don't wear gloves, they got these little spines on them, like thorns, and they're like the size of a hair, but they'll get up under your skin and you'll itch and itch and itch. So you always want to wear gloves when you pick that crap.
yeah.
Good
Sounds
eating
like
though.
you ever done blueberries? Like I used to when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I used to do blueberries, rake blueberries. Man, that is a hard job up in Maine.
I'll get it. If you're done, just leave it set there. I'll get it. If you're done with it. Or you
Those
gonna drink it?
Mexicans, they're good at that stuff. The Mexicans, man, they are fast at breaking those blueberries in.
Oh yeah.
Dude, my daughter's 9 months old and she already holds the
Okay.
leash and she walks the dog. It's pretty
Wow,
nuts.
that's crazy.
It is crazy. And then she'll
She's gonna be
fall asleep
smart.
with it in her hand and I'll try to like get it out of her hand really softly and she wakes up instantly.
Just like a pet with a toy. They'll go to
Yep.
sleep with it. And if you try to move it, oh, speaking of chickens,
Their
I
buddy.
just see.
Yeah, I wish I was there. That looks so cool, dude.
You know what? Like I'm a man of my word. If you guys ever wanted to come down and visit, um, I'll find you some. I have friends and stuff. We've got hotels down here, really inexpensive. I'd take you around. I'd show you the place, and you'd have hundreds of friends by the time you leave.
Oh wow, that'd be so awesome.
Where at in Mexico are you,
So
roughly?
I'm in the Baja Peninsula. It's a little town. I'll write it in the private chat. It's
Is
called
that
Muaje.
that strip south of California?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But see, all the places where the young folk and the party animals and the devil worshippers, they all go to the tip. They go up at like Tijuana, Cabo,
Right,
Okay.
Tijuana. Yep,
stuff
very
like
popular.
that. Where I'm at, it's a fishing village of like 3,000 people. So
That's my speed.
it's nice. There's no stores for you to, there's no mall or anything
I
like
like
that.
that. Yeah, it's almost like the
Yes.
country, kind of. It's kind of a
Yeah, it's
little
like the
bit, you know.
country.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, that's what I like. You know.
One of the coolest things though is like all the people that the organic farmer comes around every Saturday and he brings his goods around and we buy some organic produce, and then the fisherman has his wife comes around and it's like fresh fish, fresh crab, fresh lobster and shrimp and stuff right out of the ocean. You can't get any fresher.
Awesome.
But I'm gonna see how far this connection travels, boys. I'm not gonna interrupt you guys any longer.
Oh, you're
All right.
fine.
Have a good walk, man.
We lost Larry again.
Yeah, he had to do something. He'll be back.
Mm.
Said he had to message his old lady or something like that, and he had to like get off the stream to do that.
Especially when you're using your phone for everything. Sometimes you have to do that.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to set up my laptop. I mean, my desktop right now. I got it all hooked up, and I still got a few more things to get it. You know, once I get it to where I need, I'll be able to do all this stuff. No problem.
Yeah, was it 3 years ago? I lost everything in a fire, so we started over from scratch. And it's been a slow process.
You know, it's going to take time. You know, I got rid of a lot of stuff because I downsized. I moved into an apartment. I said I would never get an apartment, but here I am. I got an apartment. It's the only thing I can afford right now.
How'd you end up in Tennessee?
I got a brother here in Tennessee. We're like half brothers. We're all from Maine, but we're half brothers. You know, we got the same mom, different dads. And he ended up here because his dad moved here. He ended up moving here, you know, to get help. He was real bad on drugs and stuff like that. So he came here to stay with his dad to get off that crap. He was on pills and all this kind of crazy stuff. I mean, he was just trying to get, you know, better. Well, he came here, lived here for a while, and his dad ended up dying.
Mm.
So,
Moose got too far out of range.
yep, I think he lost it, connection.
Well, he's using that what's it called? The Elon Musk Starlink The little
Starling.
satellite.
Yep. You think that sucker would work great.
You would.
But yeah, anyway, that happened. What happened to what happened to my brother, and then all of a sudden now he became an alcoholic. So he is like really bad. I mean, he's the worst alcoholic I've ever seen now. His dad died about 5 years ago, and he just went completely downhill. He drinks like a gallon just to wake up in the morning, and that just makes him like completely sober. Like you wouldn't even know he drank anything. That's just to wake up.
I used to be like that.
I was like, wow, how the hell I couldn't do that. I'd be dead by now.
Well, your body builds up a tolerance to
Yeah,
it
you're right.
till it turns into a poison. Eventually, you're just going to end up poisoning yourself.
And he's real meticulous about how he does everything. He drinks like a ton of water when he wakes up to equalize it, He does all this crazy stuff like that. He'll drink a bunch of water when he wakes up in the morning.
Well,
it's
it's like having a toothache and you hit yourself in the toe with a hammer and forget about the toothache. That's all
right?
that is.
I mean, yeah, he's bad, dude. He don't do nothing. All he does is go to work, sleep, and then come home and drink. That's all he does. That's just a cycle.
Lucky you still got a job then.
Yeah, he still works. He goes to work every day. I don't know how the hell he does it.
I did it for years, so yeah, it can be done.
Functioning, yeah. Functioning alcoholic.
I've been watching old Linda there, boy. She's a hard worker.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When she gets done there, she can come do my chickens.
I was looking, but I was like, I know somebody's got my back. And there he came.
How many
Well, I
chickens
also see there's a method to your madness.
Do you see it?
I can
through the chickens out of here. So I'm gonna build. They're gonna go in. Yeah, and then I'll have some kind of protection from them.
There's always a method to the madness. Always.
How many chickens you got? Whoop, she gone.
I think she said she had 9. I believe that's what she said.
Oh, that's quite a few if she's by herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, if I don't protect it, they won't let me have it. They'll get it. Or I won't get it.
What is she building? A chicken run?
Never get to shovel again. It's always shoveling. As long as you like shoveling, I don't mind shoveling. We used to be that old dig a hole and bury the hole. That wouldn't work on me. I like shoveling.
Now, what state is Linda located in?
Arizona.
Oh, okay.
That's where my mom used to live in Arizona.
Yep, got good weather. I got to take advantage of it.
And you notice you didn't get ridiculed for saying in instead of on.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, I was giving you a bad time, dude. You know how.
Yeah, I know.
No.
She's within the state line, so she's in Arizona.
No, they always say on.
Oh,
on.
They like to play that word salad.
Yeah, can't be.
That's supposed to be the correct terminology. Yeah.
Well, who determines what correct is?
I don't know. The government.
It's whatever I decide what correct is.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go. For you and yours.
That's what you're supposed to do. Supposed to think for yourself.
Yeah. And
all right.
And last time I checked, nobody here's got no chains wrapped around them, so technically, I don't think we're slaves.
Well,
Well,
we
there's a
are.
couple different ways to look at it. I believe we are, but we
Well,
just don't know it. That's all.
we could be slave of the system.
Right.
But at least we know. Yeah, at least we know what's going on. Right. We're waking up to it. We know what's going on. We know what they're doing. That's the point. We got like-minded individuals here. That's why I come here. You know what I mean? Because we all know.
Hey,
And
hey,
Something
can
fishy
you
going on.
Peaceful.
remind me never to piss this woman off? Look at her, man. She take that shovel and smack it upside your head before you knew
Oh
what
yeah, knock you
happened.
the hell out quick. Yeah, you don't want to get on her bad side. I bet.
Yeah.
Usually when my grandchildren are here, they're in the midst of all this. They, they, they really enjoy it.
You get ready to do a garden? Is that what you're doing?
Linda,
Growing some stuff.
he wants to know exactly what you're doing.
She's away from the camera. Or
Yeah, I don't think she can hear everything we're saying.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
smaller shovel. I have two, but I'm going to use this one because I don't want to
You're,
mess
break,
up the container.
you're breaking in and out.
I'm glad when our weather breaks, I'm ready to get a garden out.
Most of this is just labor of love, so the seeds have a half-ass chance.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah,
Well, that's why you're
Go ahead, Larry.
putting all those pots in there to get dirt in them to get your seeds ready.
Yeah, I'm going to go in the house so I can get better reception.
All right.
Okay.
These clouds are, it's
I
very
think that's.
cloudy out there. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, last summer sucked. We got zero rain. My poor garden baked. Even though I was watering it twice a day, it got baked.
Yeah. We got to go all the way back.
Oh man, I don't feel like going to work.
Bear with me.
I wish I could go to work, but I can't anymore. Hadn't worked in 12 years.
Wow.
Well, my back's all messed up. I've had 10 back surgeries and 1 neck surgery. So,
Yeah, my back's a little messed up too. But I'm supposed to have a surgery, but I never got one.
I did it each time I did it, it was a last resort because I couldn't take the pain anymore. It get to the point where the pills did nothing, and I couldn't take it. The last one, they finally got it halfway decent.
Now, come on now. You know it's an exact science, and the exact science is always true.
Well,
Yeah.
it's as good as it's going to get, but they got me walking, so I'm happy.
Right, but you know what I was saying, man. They try to.
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
And I'm sorry I paid into the system, so I'm collecting what I paid into. I don't care what anybody says. I earned it.
Got to do what you got to do.
You know what gets me the most though is us working people. We get so screwed. Like if I was a junkie, I could tell them I'm a junkie. Give me some money, and they'd give me the money, and then I'd have any kind of medical I want, to get for
Oh,
free.
yeah.
Every time I go to the doctor, it costs me $150 to go to the doctor with my insurance. When I had no insurance, it only cost me $90.
Yep.
So it's just like, us working class get so screwed. It's like right now they reduced my food stamps down to $35 a month. 35, that doesn't even buy my milk.
Wow.
My daughter was. They cut her down one time. She was getting $15 a month.
Yeah, they started me out at 16 and I got up to 85 and they just took the 85 away and
Damn.
gave me the 35. And the reason they reduced me is, we all got our raise. They gave me $120 raise to take away over 200.
Well, that's how it works on Social Security. They give you that cost of living raise, and then they up the Part B Medicare that they take back out, and it's usually the same amount that you got the raise for. So
But
you got
with me, it's always less. Like I said, they took away 200 and then I got 35. I'm on retirement benefits right now.
regular Social Security, you mean?
No, I'm on retirement pay.
Oh, from a job?
Yeah, from all my jobs.
Oh, okay.
I went from disability. I went from uh, SSDI to retirement this last year because I'll be 66 in the 19th of this month.
Yeah, I just turned 62, so when I turn whatever it is, 66 or 67, it'll just switch over to regular.
Yeah, but what I understand is when you go to retirement, you're supposed to get like a big, huge bump. And I did. I mean, all I got was my cost of living.
No, whatever you start collecting on SSDI is all you'll ever get. Even
Yeah.
though it switches back over, that's all you'll ever get.
But you see, that doesn't make sense to me either because I got companies where I'm invested in, and they were supposed to put into my retirement account, not a 401k, but into a retirement account for that company because I worked there, for however many years I had to work that they said I was invested in that company too. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I mean, I was in the bakery field for Local 9 for like 13 years, but I didn't get a penny from them.
Did you not have enough time with the company?
I never heard shit. I don't know. I tried getting a hold of them, and
Well,
I
like
guess I know.
I worked at a steel mill, and you had to have age plus years of service equal a certain number to be eligible.
Yeah.
So we had a
Well,
rule of 85. So your age and the amount of time you were there, if you didn't meet that, then you didn't get anything.
I know in the union I was in, it was after 10 years, and I put more than 10 years in. So
You should have got
Wow.
something then.
I worked for Head Start for over 10 years, and that was federally funded. I didn't get no. I mean, there's a lot of jobs I did that I think I should get some money for. And I talked to this one guy on the CB a long time ago, and he said he had the same problem when he retired. And somehow he tracked down, what companies owed him what, and presented that information. And once he presented that information, you know,
Yep.
I think they're just, I don't know. I think that money's there and they know it's there and they're just using it for whatever they want, basically.
Yeah, if you don't go after it, they're going to keep it.
Well, the one time I still to this day have over $5,000 missing from child support. They know they took the money from me, but it never went to her. But yet they supposedly don't know where the money went. I mean, my kids are all paid off, but that's just, letting you know how screwy our system can be. 5 grand. You know what I could do with 5 grand right now? I
A
could put
lot of
that down on Atlanta property.
All right.
And that's what I would do too. Is if I had $5 grand right now, I'd find me a piece of property. I'd find some way to get my damn fifth wheel out there, and start making me a fucking shack after that.
Exactly.
I don't care at this point what my home looks like, as long as I got a roof over my head and it doesn't leak, I'm happy.
Me too.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just got it. My phone. I was muted because the cats are having an issue back here, and I'm letting them work it out. But
Little
yeah,
cat fight.
yeah, a little cat fight never hurt anybody. Yeah. So we're just playing in seeds. My seeds out. Use one of
So
these.
what kind of stuff are you planning now?
I'm thinking some eggplant because they come up pretty. Oh, where's my camera? Eggplant's pretty good. I'm thinking some beans.
Are these all more cold weather starting seeds, like they're used to starting when it's still cold out? Or are you going to start them inside and let them sprout and then take them out?
Oh no, I'm hard knocks. I throw it in the ground. If it takes, it takes. If it don't, I try something else.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. I
No,
know
there's
there's certain.
rules. I just don't always apply those rules. I'm not really good about rules. I'm a I'm a feeler. I'm a tester. I don't know.
That's good.
I've been doing
That's
this for a
good.
little while, and sometimes I get a good yield. Sometimes, you know,
That's
uh,
cool though.
pesticide or rodents or chickens. You have other predators than yourself taking out.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh
So yeah, no, I don't. I know, like, I guess more rooted. You don't want the ground cold when they're starting. You definitely want your warmth. Um, your eggplant that I experienced is more of a bush, so it's a quite. It has stems, a nice stalk on it. So that's going to take a while to grow before I get these nice little babies. But the flowers will come in about the time that I guess the rest of y'all be planting this. At least it might. If the sun comes out like it normally does, let's say that.
yeah.
And then I like to get my herbs going. There are things that you that are more delicate that you don't want the birds at, like my herbs. I would start those inside or up on my porch. But I'm having fun with these microgreens. I've kind of really been pushing them. I'm not trying to get anything from these people. It's a quick yield. And
Yeah.
this is a mild mix. I don't know if anybody can see that. Oh, where's the
Oh yeah.
camera?
You
Okay.
got it.
Yep.
Huh?
You got it.
We
Okay,
got it.
good.
We can see it.
All right. I'm going to shove it up your nose. They have the mild mix and then they have a hot mix. And this is the hot mix.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook, so I friended Moose because he had that, Moose on Loose or whatever. So I friended him, so he knows my full name.
Hey, kitty, stop that.
Right on.
So if y'all wanted to check me, maybe you can go to Moose's and you can see my thing. You'd probably see me.
Okay.
So, when you do your seeds like in that container, do you section them out like beans all together and cucumbers, or
Yeah, I would do so many beans, so many. Yeah, I would isolate them.
no? I mean, when you put them in your container, do you put them like in categories, or you just throw them all in and sort them as you go?
Oh no, I don't mix them because there's certain things that don't like to grow near other things. And with the way, with the pots, it's okay because I grew that dirt. I haven't grown anything in that dirt. That dirt hasn't been stripped of anything, so I can pretty much start anything in that particular dirt that you saw me working with. I don't know why I'm talking so fast. Probably because I've been drinking so much coffee.
My trailer's shaking. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time.
That's
That
like me.
plastic, that plastic container you had in your hand that your seeds were in. Okay, when you bring your seeds from the store, Do you sort them as you go into like
I try to,
categories, or do
yeah,
you
'cause
throw
you
them
have
all in?
tabs. Yeah, I try to put the beans with the beans, squash with the squash.
Right.
I probably
That's
should
what
do
I.
it. Yeah,
That's what
there's
I was
several ways I
wondering.
probably could do it. Yeah, good point. But yeah, I'm not really organized right here. I wasn't pushing that. I think I was pushing. You could put a lot of these seeds in one of these cute,
Right. Yeah.
whatever these organizers are.
Right. Cool. That's all I was wondering.
I was thinking about like put a tomato, like starting like tomato plants, like right outside my door or something, hanging them up because I know you can do stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Hang,
I personally didn't have any luck with those hanger ones, but I mean maybe you might
never know. I would get a lot of sun here.
try. That's what I always tell the kids. You gotta try. I'm trying to
I mean,
find.
at least I could do something. I mean,
Oh,
somebody might steal some of them, but
anyway, there's dispensary containers that trying to find a good example. I'm not seeing a good example right now.
Well, of course.
I showed before, but I can't find that one.
Well, of course not.
Of course not, because I want it and I didn't plan it.
Yeah.
Remove myself for a second.
It's kind of like, you'll see your kid do something really cool and they'll do it all the time. Then you'll ask your kid to do that cool thing and they'll look at you like you're crazy, like, I don't know what you're talking about. They never perform on command.
So I'm a seed hoarder. So anytime I get a seed that I bought food, so this was this last October's pumpkin seeds. So I have pumpkin seeds now. And then so what I was getting at is when the dispensary started out, they had these nice little containers, little metal containers. So I started putting my seeds in these, but random seeds. Because your beans that you cook, your pinto beans, you can grow those right now from that bag. Yeah.
Wow.
So I like to pull a little bit to the side when I'm making my beans and my ham hocks. And if I take the seeds out of a tomato and I wrap it in, it's not really good for me to leave it in the paper towel because of the cotton or whatever is in the paper towel. But it's a good catcher for tomatoes, and then I put it in here and dispense those out.
So after you get the seeds from the plant, what do you have to do to preserve them until you want to plant them?
Keep them dry and in the dark.
So you just let them dry out naturally and keep them in the dark, and that's it?
Pretty much, I dry it out real good and then put it away in an airtight, try to get it so the elements,
Right.
critters can't get in and nibble at it, the air can't get in and dry it, and the sun can't come in and bake it and freak it out.
About how long on average does it take for a seed to dry out and be put away?
It depends. Like my citrus, some people say that you want some of the membrane. You can change. Okay, it's like a bell pepper has membrane on it. Some say you need the membrane. Some say you don't. Every grower is different. But I kind of like a little bit of the membrane on the citrus with my grapefruit, orange, and lemons. I don't really do much with lime. I've not had very good luck with lime. But I lost my mandarin. That other orange tree. Yeah, my tongue's all tied. But hopefully it'll come back.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just real big, like all about the seeds and whatever you can put it away in. But it's good if you label it. You label it. Try to put the date on it if you can. It's very helpful to you.
Right. I actually got a pretty good sized backyard, especially for being in a trailer court. My space is probably like 50 by 80.
Nice.
I mean, I got a pretty good space. I should probably do more with my backyard. The first year I planted some medicinal plants in the back. I did them in the ground. and it came up really good. I mean, I had enough product to last me all year. But then
Wow.
this year, I was scared to dig up the ground again because I buried a loved one back there, and I was afraid at that time and hitting her. And I knew if I did that, it wouldn't be too good of an experience. So I grew in buckets, 5-gallon buckets, and all my plants got really root bound, so they didn't produce very much.
Yeah, you got to make sure. I like the container idea, especially like I don't know if you saw me filling up that black bucket, but there's a cardboard box down in there to hold the moisture around it. Kind of like sticking a diaper in a planter. I don't know if you've seen them do that. They'll stick a clean diaper to keep
Yeah,
uh moisture in the plant.
Yeah.
So I do
yeah,
that kind of idea, but I use a cardboard box. I
yeah.
try to get
I
all
was.
the tape off of it.
I
And
believe the
oh, sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
I believe the reason like I said, I didn't get much yield from them is because the 5-gallon buckets, I mean, they were really super root bound. I mean, there was like no dirt left. It was just all rut. So
Did,
if I believe if the ruts had more room to explore, I would have got more yield. See what I'm saying? I believe
yeah.
anyway.
What were you growing by chance? Because if you're
Pot,
growing, huh?
pot,
Yeah.
marijuana. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you transfer? Or did you just stay in one pot?
I started out small and then went as I went up as it got bigger.
When I, what I was trying to butt in, I kept butting in, is I'm learning. What we got there, Patriot, Canadian. I've been learn. Where's my camera? You're supposed to add other flowers in your garden and with your food that are repellents. So I got.
Yeah.
I'll just read them. Queen Anne's lace. I got Gillardia. I don't know. Gillardia. I'm gonna learn where my camera is one day. I'm being tortured. Here we go. Gillardia.
You just got to remember it's backwards. If you want to go left, you go right. If you want to go right, you want to go left.
In my brain, I don't want to say it's broke, but like I see shit backwards, so it really messes with me
So
already.
then, do a double left or a double right, and you should be okay.
And then these are snapdragons. So
Those are
yeah,
cool.
Cool.
I got
Those are,
my friend left me these. So yeah, and then herbs. I like to add a little herbs, but I don't put the herbs out there until they've already established themselves. Otherwise you're just feeding them to the elements. So how you
Marigold
doing?
flowers. I'm doing fine. Marigold flowers are a good pest
Yeah,
removal.
I definitely have those. Just looking at those.
Aphids really dislike the scent that they give off, and I usually put them on the end of the row, about a quarter way down, and then another quarter and down the end, and do every second row. Works pretty good. You guys were talking about chicken feed. Have you guys ever heard of fodder?
I haven't.
Okay, it's really taken over. Well, it was a few years back in Europe because there's population increases, the production of beef and milk and cheese and all that has to increase. And they came across a new food source, and it grows really quick. 10 to 12 days, maybe 14 at the most, especially where you live, Linda. I would get a piece of clear plastic tray, and there's always an initial expense, right? But it's chicken food, and they're gonna love it. They're just I don't know how you'll manage.
On my microgreens. Okay, so those
Yes,
microgreens, you
yes.
pick
So
on
go,
that. I did. Okay,
yeah. So
thank you.
go investigate about what it's gonna cost, because the more you buy in bulk, the cheaper it is to purchase and buy some sunflower seeds or whatever is the cheapest seed you can get your hand on, and grow them up. And then you could just basically, what you probably could do is just feed them that whole tray and let them have at it, and then take that dirt and then recycle it. If it's got manure, chicken manure, you'll have to let it cool down and make a compost pile or whatever. But just it would be a cheap it is a cheap form of food for the chickens, and they'll like it. They're gonna like them. You know, you only let them grow up about 2 inches at the most, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
super
that's what
protein.
I'm talking about. I have to hide my babies from them, or they'll just clean out all my green. I'm trying to answer your question, Scott. I think it's better if I just answer it on here than some typing here. So year round, you were asking how my weather holds up here. I mean, we have a short spring, only for the simple fact that summer can't wait to get here and burn down everything. So I don't know if that answers your question. And then it doesn't cool off till October. So from probably the middle to the end of May to October, late October, we're struggling. But that's why I like to get a jump now. If you have the shade and like I'll put up tarps, you get a lot longer extension. But this last 2 summers have been so brutally hot. It baked everything. It baked my rabbits. It baked everything. Literally, you didn't want to leave an egg out there all day by mistake. You wanted to collect and get in the house, and everyone had misters on. They had fans on. I was pushing ice bottles on my rabbits with fans. It was horrible. And all my plants, they didn't strive in that. They didn't care for that. I don't know if you noticed my backyard faces south, so I get all that sun on the full wrap of my backyard. So unless I put shade up by May or bring it up on the porch or put it under a tree, I struggle. It's a struggle.
You need some shade cloth, Linda.
Oh, he said more for his physical. Yes, it's not cold. It's not moist. It's good. I'm sorry. I need to reach out more. My bad. Yeah, a lot of people come here for physical. My parents came here for my dad's lungs, saying that we were supposed to breathe better. But yeah, some may say it's not as good as it used to be. I heard Florida's pretty good though.
Yeah, I lived in Florida for a while before I lived here, about 5 years. I've been here in Tennessee about 13 years now.
Oh wow.
Yep.
You must
Tennessee's
like
a nice country. Sorry, Tennessee's a nice country.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah.
Oh, Lubis is in the back. Blair.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Pretty good. We needed to get the meter up here. We're talking too much vegetation.
No, I come up, just came in to grab some napkins because my nose has been running all day, and I clicked on the computer here, and I heard you guys talking about.
Sure.
I heard Larry saying about he's got, what would you say, Larry, 80 or 180 or 80 by 50 or something land or something
Yep.
that you're on? Well,
Yeah,
there's sorry, go ahead.
my lot is probably by 80 by 50. Yeah.
If you, I mean, it might have a little bit of an expense, but really cheap. There's a guy I watch sometimes I haven't watched him for a while, but you can go through his old videos. It's called Larry Hall. I think it's, let me see if I can find his actual, because his YouTube name changed now. Oh yeah, it's called Larry. Hold on. Why won't it show me the rest of his name? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's Larry or Yvonne Hall. So they changed.
Yeah.
It used to be just Larry Hall, but now it's Larry or Yvonne Hall. So I don't know what happened to Larry. I haven't seen his videos for a while. I know he's quite old when I was watching him. So, but
Anyway, what you gonna teach me?
he does this gardening all in containers. But you know what? He does this really cool thing, in my opinion. where he takes old kiddie pools. You know the little kiddie pools, those little
Right.
plastic Walmart kiddie pools.
Right.
He takes those plastic kiddie pools, and he takes a Walmart bags. You know the ones you buy for whatever buck or whatever they are, the blue
Uh-huh.
Walmart bags. They're kind of like a cloth, and
Okay.
then he'll fill them up with soil, good soil, and then put whatever plant in it, tomatoes. He does mostly like vegetables, and he'll put them in there, and then he'll put them in the kiddie pool and make a hole that so the water can't get up higher than like an inch or two or something like that.
Right. For the
And then
drainage.
he'll put the holes in another end of the pool with these little things you can buy online that'll turn the water on and off so that the level always stays the same, kind of thing. But you could just,
Hmm.
you wouldn't even have to do that. You could just make sure it's always got an inch or an inch and a half of water in it. And you don't water
Right.
the actual plant. And the plant sort of looks for the water on its own by going down into the into the root, into the soil, and picking up that water. And they don't get root bound apparently with the bags because the roots will what's called air prune. So as they come to the edge of the bag, it'll sort of let the ends of the roots die off, and the little tiny roots will grow back, and the plants grow amazingly well. You check out
Huh.
some of his older videos, or go look up like Larry Hall kiddie pool garden or something. I
Right.
bet you, and he has just like a small backyard, but the guy grows pretty much all his vegetables in these little kiddie pools. He also does like rain gutter growing, where he has a bucket on a rain gutter, and he sets them up. Really cool things with just really cheap equipment
Yeah.
on just a little lot, and he grows a ton of crap. I
Huh.
mean, it would probably work really well with weed. The bags, the Walmart bags in the kiddie pool. I mean, I think it would probably work well,
Yeah.
but maybe you'd have to give weed a little bit of maybe some fish emulsion or something. You know, they sell that fish fertilizer stuff made out of
Yeah.
fish. You might have to give them some of that. You can mix in the water, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think weed would grow really well in a situation like that, in a
What
small
do you
lot.
think? What do you think of bat iguana?
Yeah, sure. You got to be careful with that kind of stuff because it can burn your.
It can
Right.
burn.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, if you put too much, you
Just
could
Right.
like
end up.
chicken
Yeah,
cuckoo.
you could end up burning your plants. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, if you put in the right amount, it's
Right.
amazing.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Or I used to make. I don't do it a lot anymore. I still do once in a while. I used to do like a compost tea. So I take a big 45-gallon bucket, pail, like you know, and I put in like a couple of scoops of cow manure or whatever I had, rabbit manure or chicken manure, whatever, and fill it up with water and just let it brew in there. And then you take that juice, and after it's been sitting there for a few weeks, and you just mix it with a little bit of water, and you fertilize with that, and it makes
Do you do
plants
a
grow.
bubbler in yours?
Sorry.
Do you put a bubbler in to keep it?
You know, I never did, but I know that works better because it keeps it oxygenated, and it helps everything to grow. Well, actually, it's two different things. The way I did it was sort of what they call anaerobic, and what you're talking about is aerobic,
Oh,
which is
okay. Sorry
which
about
is
that.
Oh,
probably
okay.
better. It's probably better. I never did it. I just because I didn't want to bother getting a pump and putting air and doing all that shit. So I just let it do its own thing, right?
Right.
And well, the thing is, again, even with that, if you put too much, you can burn it too, right? So I just used to take like a scoop of it, and I'd mix it with some water, like maybe 10 to 1 or 8 to 1.
Hmm.
You know, like one scoop of the stinky juice and 8 scoops of water, and then just water it right onto the plants and right onto their leaves too, because they can absorb it through the leaves. And you can't do that with like conventional fertilizers, I don't think.
Yeah, they don't even want you to put it near the stalk, let alone on the leaves.
Right, but with this stuff, you could put it right on the leaves,
That's
and
cool.
it won't hurt them. You got to be careful, I think, with chicken manure because it's really, really potent, so you don't use as much, I guess. But
Mine's already broken down in my compost, so I don't
oh
apply.
yeah, oh yeah, that would be good. You could take straight compost when it's finished composting and throw that in a big pail, big 45-gallon drum, and just fill it up with water and just let it sit there for, I'd stir it up every day, and all the crap bits and pieces would all sink to the bottom.
All right,
And
check
then,
it out. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take a like a cylinder, something with a bunch of holes in it. Clap a
yeah,
bunch of that in there, let it rain, and whatever comes out at the bottom, that's what I'm gonna use. Is that what you're trying to tell me to
yeah,
do?
that's an excellent idea. Yeah,
There you go.
and let it just kind of like a tea bag kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, excellent.
I appreciate that brainstorm. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do to grow food. I mean, I'm not against growing food. I'm not against eating. I eat plants. I mean,
I know.
Right.
Like everyone,
I just think you can't survive just on plants,
I
right? But
completely.
Right.
I
I need.
love a good stir fry just like anybody else, right? I'll take and put some, some peppers and some whatever, whatever I've got left over in the fridge. I'll usually if there's some vegetables that are kind of going and I got to use them up, I'll just throw them in a pot, make a big stir fry, throw a few pieces of beef in there, and off you go.
Yeah, I'd thrown all that in an omelet, but yeah, we got the same thinking.
Yeah, an omelet too, sure.
Got to get my
I love stir fry, so that's what I like to do. When I've got extra vegetables, I just make a big stir fry, and then
Stir fry's good.
and if there's extra, I just keep it in the fridge for a few days, and just if I don't feel like cooking, I just eat it. Warm it up a little and eat it.
Somebody was talking about water chestnuts the other day, and I noticed they're in the stir fries now, and that stuff is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. They put them in Chinese. How's it going, buddy? I'm kind of a little.
Going.
I got some little freaking stupid cold going on today where my nose is all stuffy, but other than that.
Me too.
You guys need to eat some garlic.
Yeah.
I don't get cold. My mom hasn't gotten really cold since the COVID she caught here. And that's the only reason why is because actually we cut down on the garlic because it was interacting with her heart medication.
Yeah.
So we kind of cut back on the garlic. But if you got a cold, just start eating that garlic. It opens up your capillaries and veins and whatnot. And then the virus has less chance of getting around. But if you want to change,
it's been so damn damp here. It's been so damn it seems like it's been raining forever over here, and it's like it's January. This should all be snow. Meanwhile, it's been raining like a son of a gun.
Damn.
And it's just really damp and crappy, and it gets into your bones when it's cold and damp.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what wood fireplaces are for. They really kind of take that dampness chill out. And it dries up weird, like wood stoves. But we were talking about rabbit poo tea.
Oh yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah.
Excuse the pun.
There's a lady out in your neck of the woods that heats her greenhouse. She just extends her growing season, right, at the fall. And she takes all her tape scraps and whatever composting dead leaves from the yard, anything she can get her hands on. She makes straw bales, insulates it with an insulated tarp, and she pours rabbit poo tea, because she's got rabbits, right, on top of this, just like as much as she can, makes a tea, brews it or whatever she does. And that heats her greenhouse, extends her growing season.
I know who you're talking about. You're talking about Idaho Family Farm, I think it's called.
Is that what it is? I thought she was in your neck of the woods.
No, I think she's in Idaho. It's called Idaho Family Farm, and she raises a lot of rabbits for meat, and she does these big sort of like a big standing grow bed, like out of skids. Is that the one you're talking about, where she makes this grow bed out of skids?
No, she uses straw bales and then an insulated tarp, and she runs pipe in this compost pile, that perforated
Oh,
pipe with the
maybe it's
soft
someone
part.
different then.
And
Maybe
that's
Maybe,
it's
yeah.
kind
someone different.
of a circle, and it's right up against the north side of the wall of the greenhouse, and the north side's insulated. Because I know she's out by your neck of the woods because the north
Oh,
wall's
maybe.
insulated.
I don't know. Then maybe it's
And
someone
anyways,
different.
she puts this coil of that perforated plastic pipe inside this big round container of straw, and she puts all her compost in the middle there, and she pours a rabbit poo tea on top, and it starts fermenting, right? Starts breaking
Yeah,
down
yeah.
compost
And it
and
makes
creates
heat.
heat. And
Yeah,
she takes
makes
that
heat. Yeah.
heat and she pumps it into her greenhouse, and that extends
Yeah.
her growing season in your neck of the woods for about a month, I think she said, or maybe even a month and a half. I was quite shocked on how far and how much heat
Cool.
that generated, right? And
Oh,
then when it
yeah.
dies down, that's the end of her season. She packs it up. But then
Yeah.
the next spring, guess what she's got sitting there? Compost. Really
Beautiful
high,
compost. Yep.
really nice stuff. She gets in there with a pitchfork and starts shoveling away. And yeah, so I was going
Yeah,
to do that
beautiful. That's great stuff
last
to
year,
make.
but
That's good stuff there, Linda, to make compost tea with. That's really nice.
well, she just used the dirt and put it in her greenhouse.
Yeah,
So she
yeah.
took that compost and mixed it in with her existing dirt, like she had compost for even a garden outside. And it was pretty big. It was probably about 6 feet round, maybe, kind
Linda,
of like a half a circle in the back of the greenhouse.
message
And
here for
yeah,
you.
she had good success. Can't hear you, Linda. You're muted.
There's a message here for you in chat, Linda.
Oh, I can't see. I'm out here. Can someone,
Oh, all right. I'll let
No
you
worries.
know. Hey, Linda, can you hear me?
yes, dear.
I think I'm gonna go to bed soon. I made you in charge, so you got a control of the room. You're a moderator,
Oh, damn.
so I know you'll take care of my stream
I
or
won't burn
whatever.
the house down.
If we get
I
out of
know.
hand, she'll throw us to the wolves.
I know she will. That's why I kept her in charge.
Right?
She'll keep you boy. She'll keep you boys in line. All right, you
Oh,
guys. I
yeah.
think I'm gonna head out. Thank you all for being here today, and hope to see you later on.
All
Take it
right.
easy,
Thank
Larry.
you.
Thanks,
Bye
Larry.
Thank
bye.
you. Have a good nap.
You
Thank you,
too.
Larry.
Yeah, there's so many good ways. I mean, nowadays people got no excuse, in my opinion, not to start growing some of their own food, like whatever it may be, whether it be animals or plants, whatever you feel like you want to eat. But I think it's everybody's responsibility to at least try to grow their own food somehow, some way. Even in an apartment, you can grow food. You
Can
know,
I?
on a balcony. I mean, or even indoor in an extra room, you could just have a couple lights and grow food.
Oh, yeah, I've
You
done
know,
that.
Right?
Growing weed in the house. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, or even
Lady.
like somebody's in some apartment building with a little balcony. You could raise 2 female rabbits and a male and make a shitload of meat for a family with a couple of rabbits, you know, a couple of females and a male. Can make an
Yeah.
awful lot of meat, you know.
Yeah, I had planned to do that, but the weather. I'm down to one, so I need to replenish my rabbits. I just have one male.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, rabbits, they're pretty easy too, right?
I just want to cover go back in the house. Get out, ladies.
Breaking up a little
Bear
bit.
with me. Moving fast. Keep putting it on top, and then I can't get in it. There it goes. All right, you guys
Yeah, I
keep
don't have the
that.
balcony, though. That sucks.
Well, I mean, really, like you could literally do it in your house. Like people have rabbits for pets in their house, and
That's how
they train them to go into. Actually, it's funny that you know, rabbits. If you train them, they'll go in a litter box. You can literally train them like a
mine's
cat.
trained. Yep, mine's
Right?
trained. Go
Yeah,
on a
you can
litter.
train them to go in a litter box, and then you know the babies. You know you. I know it sucks when you have to butcher them. I don't like doing it myself, but I think it's a part of life.
Fast. Yeah, it's faster than a chicken.
Yeah, it's easy and it's not. You know, I mean, it's not something difficult to do. But even if you don't raise
Yeah.
animals, at least something. Plants, some tomatoes. You can make tomato sauce, and something, right?
Herbs, yep.
Heck, you know what? You can even, if you don't got a balcony or whatever, be generous. This is how you kind of like pay it forward without telling it. Dig up a little portion of your alley where there's a little piece of dirt and go maintain it, water it, put some tomatoes down, some squash and some beans.
I
And
missed the
start your own
first
little.
part of that, Patriot. What was the first part of that? I missed that.
Well,
Say that
buddy,
again.
Jason, I think it is, says there he doesn't even have a balcony. Well,
Oh,
I'm sure
okay.
there's a
Right.
little piece of dirt in the backyard or in the alley, that's just
Yeah.
got weeds or some,
Yeah.
right? Go dig it up, turn it up. Nobody will say nothing.
Yeah.
Like, well, it may be a
Right.
Karen or whatever, but when Karen comes around, give her one of those tomatoes or two. Somebody
Right.
comes and steals it, you know what? If somebody comes and steal it, look at it this way: you're paying it forward to your community.
Yeah. You
And
get
then you
Share with
never
the
know,
neighbors.
start a trend. The other guy's seeing your neighbor who lives in the same apartment sees another piece of dirt that you're not farming that's in the alley and that nobody's using. It's got weeds and shrubs and garbage on it. And he does the same thing. Boom, pretty
I
soon
mean,
you start a community garden.
people
And it's
do
all
that
over.
with weed, right? People do that. They guerrilla garden like with weed, where they'll find a place in the bush somewhere and put a few
Yeah, I've done
plants.
that. I've done
So
that before.
if you could do it with weed, you could do it with some tomatoes or some fucking potatoes or something. Find a
Right.
little patch in a bush
Turnip,
somewhere.
I
beets,
did it in the backyard
radishes,
once.
man, go Augusta. If you're gonna go, you put a salad down there for you. Like kidney beans are really good for your kidneys, and they grow like crazy, and they produce a lot from one seed.
Yeah.
You just need
Yeah.
something to
Oh
hang off
yeah.
of, right?
Oh yeah.
Right?
You plant a couple of bean plants beside some old dead tree somewhere, some climbing beans, and you come back in the fall time when they're all dried up and just pick them, and you got sacks of beans. If you put a few here and there, at least you don't have to go buy them, and at least you did something for yourself. And whenever you
Your
eat,
neighbor,
I
you never
find
know.
whenever I eat something that I did myself, it's just something else about it, right? It's like, if I grew my own food or potato or tomato, it's like it's got a different flavor than what you buy in the store. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what
Definitely.
they're doing with it in the store. If it's, I don't know, but it's got nothing close to the same taste. It's just different.
Nope. I used to grow tomatoes,
Yeah, tomatoes especially.
The
especially.
finest
Yep.
chefs, the finest chefs in the world would love to cook with my spinach. I don't know what it is, man, but I got this greenest thumb for spinach, and I usually grow 2 different varieties. This year I'm going to be kind of shortchanged because I usually get space variety from Johnny's Seeds, and it grows really quickly. 25 days, Jason, and you can be eating spinach so much you're going to have to give some to your neighbors. You'll get sick of spinach, so that's why you have like, hey neighbor, have some spinach on me out of your little patch of dirt there, wherever you can find it. And yeah, there's so many things that you can.
Oh
Kidney
yeah,
beans, squash,
so many
corn.
things.
Well, corn's got its side effects, but I keep mentioning when I do get to come on, we talk about growing is the Three Sisters plan that the Native Americans used,
Yep.
and they grew
Corn, beans, and
corn,
squash.
squash, and kidney beans, or
Yep.
some kind of bean that would climb up the vine of the corn,
Yep.
and
Yep.
the kidney beans would make nitrogen for the corns to kick off on, and the squash plants would cover the ground enough with the big broad leaves,
No
those big
weeds.
families, that so the weeds couldn't come up.
Right. Yeah.
There you got 3 products just off of like 4 or 5 stalks of corn, and I
Yeah,
never
they used
really
to-
had squash done right. I've never really tried it, but I'm a spinach, beets, turnip kind of guy. I
Yeah,
love
they
that
used to
spinach.
plant them really close together so that they would be like no weeds would grow. They'd plant them so close together that the weeds
Well, it's not so
just
much
be
the corn you
completely,
still
and
plant
they
the
would
same.
produce a lot.
Yeah,
Sorry?
it's the corn you still plant, a foot away or 18 inches, 16 inches, something like that. But then beside that, you'll plant a kidney bean close to
Yeah,
that corn
yeah.
seed, 6 to 8
Right
inches away.
right next to it.
And
Yeah.
then in the middle, you plant the squash, or off to the side to the squash.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, another squash, and the squash grows up, it covers the ground so no weeds can come up. And they knew what they were doing. They knew how to survive, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we've been told.
I,
So
I
we've been
think
told.
most of their calories though did come from hunting though. The majority
Yeah.
of their calories came from that. They did a little bit of farming, but it wasn't anything like people think it was, right?
Yeah.
The majority of
It's,
their calories came from animals. And it's funny that you know how they talk about all this salmonella and you can't eat raw the chicken or you can't eat raw. You know, they would hang say a buffalo or whatever they captured, a deer or whatever. They would just hang it up without refrigeration and eat off it all week or whatever until the thing would be rotting, and they'd still eat it, you know, even half rotten, they'd still eat it, you know, and you know, throw it on some coals and char it a little bit, and they just eat it, and it's half rotten, you know, and that was a common thing.
Yeah, you mentioned nutrition there. Wild rabbit has no nutritional value. And how I found this out is my
Yeah.
best friend's dad lived in the Northwest Territories along the Alaskan Northwest Territories border. And they
Yeah.
got snowed in. And they lived off of whitefish, rabbit, and the potatoes. Was, you know, that's what they had. And the greens, they only went for so long, right? Because it was a really long, cold, thick winter.
Well, the whitefish should have kept them going okay because it's fatty fish, very fatty fish.
Yeah, but what he told me is that they would have starved to death if they didn't have that whitefish.
Yeah.
Because there's
Oh,
no
yeah.
nutritional value in the wild rabbits. And the
It's called
same thing
rabbit
goes for
starvation. It's
white-tailed
actually
deer.
named rabbit starvation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the same thing with white-tailed deer. They have very little nutritional value in the meat. It's
But
really
there's a
close
trick.
to that.
There's a trick to making rabbit be nutritional, and that's what the natives used to know. And that is that they would eat all of the rabbit, liver, the brain. The brain has so much fat in it, right? They would eat the brain, they would eat the liver, they would eat the kidneys, they would eat and then that little bit of fat that's around the kidneys, right? Where we gut it and throw that away. They would prize that. They would keep that fat and they would eat that with the meat rather than just gut the rabbit and throw it away, right? We throw the best parts of the animal away: the head, the liver, the kidneys, the heart, that little bit of fat inside the belly. You know, that's the stuff that makes rabbits sustainable. That you can survive off them. But you throw that away, you'll have rabbit starvation. They'll literally starve just meat. Right.
Anyways, the rest of the story, not to change or anything, but that spring, the
I'm
bears
sorry.
come
I
out of
thought you were
hibernation.
done.
No, no worries, Russ. That winter or that spring for that family of three, I think two boys and two mom and dad, the bears come out of hibernation and there wasn't much to eat, right? And they had to kill a grizzly bear or a Kodiak. I think it was a Kodiak. It was 13 feet long from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail. And the two boys were shooting this thing with 22s. Mama and dad were both firing rifles at this thing. And I can't remember how many rounds it took to kill it because it was trying to get into the house to eat them, right? Because there was no food. And when they killed the bear, they strung it up, got it, and ate it, right? That was the first thing they did is they had bear stew, pork bear. But I seen the picture, and that's how I know. The old man's, I'll say his name, Mr. Brown, he was a preacher, right? He didn't never probably lied in his life. He didn't know how to do it. And when he showed me the picture and told me the story, I was like, wow, you guys survived that most wicked winter, apparently in Northwest Territories, Alaskan border. And yeah, they just about got eaten by a bear that was as hungry as they were. And they said it was good bear stew. Mr. Brown had a big smile. He still remembers it was good bear stew. Okay, I'll shut up for a while.
No, that was a great story. I liked it. Anybody else have anything to say?
You know, I hate to get out of here, but I got to get ready for work, take me a shower, and all that good stuff.
Like the perfect time. You have a great day. Thanks for joining us.
Yep, nice talking to y'all. Until the next time.
Yeah, thanks, Jason.
Yep, see you.
Yeah, so I was able to find the chat on our chat. So we go to our chat and then you'll see next to our chat says comment. You go to comment, it's the comment that's going in the regular chat. So you can see what's going on. And my other device pootered out on me. So I'm able to go to comments and see the last comment was Mary. I was about to suggest company planning or companion planning.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm sorry. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I'll see you guys later.
Later, Lou. Oh, everybody left me. Now it's just me. Well, that sucks. Because surely I got obligations to do, and I won't be able to entertain you guys. Chuck was here. I think Chuck left. Larry's passed out. I may have to shut this down at 4 hours and 50 minutes. A horror frost came last night. All the trees got white on them. Look at this. Is there anybody even still here in the chat? Oh yeah, thanks, Linda. I can't believe how much snow we got. It's about time anyways. We haven't got none for quite a while. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police just pulled somebody over here. I was gonna broadcast it, but better not. Maybe privacy concerns. But the wife's tale is that after we get this horror frost, 30 days later, approximately, we're gonna get some snow. And I've been keeping an eye on it for about 10, 15 years now. Yeah, in about 30 days or so, we're gonna get a big dump of snow. It depends on how long this hangs out. And we got a breeze. My province's flag, I don't know if you can see it way off in the distance. Coming from the west, as usual. The only weird thing is that I remember when I was younger, we had chickadees, the songbirds. They'd be just chickadee all day long here in the wintertime. I haven't seen any chickadees for a couple of years now, probably about 4 years. We still see them, but not like we used to. My gosh, they were everywhere. And we don't get them anymore. Such a shame. I'm going to check the comments out. Yeah, pretty and cold. -17 today, Linda. It's at least there's no, well, there's a wind. I'm just out of it. It's probably with -17 temperature and the wind we got, it's probably around -22, 23. I tried to get a hold of a farmer the other day. I want to see if I can buy $10 or $15 worth of hay. I have deer. Trying to fix this. I have deer that come and eat crab apples from these 2 crab apple trees that are right there. And there's so much snow that them poor critters are having a tough time getting at the crab apples that I don't harvest all of them, right? There's just too many. And I think I'm going to go get some hay for them. They're still not looking too skinny, but they are starting to thin out a little bit because I keep an eye on them. They're all over town. And yeah, it's hard for them to eat when it's this much snow. I remember a few years back, 10 years ago or so, we were out snowmobile and skidooing out in the north of me here. And we seen a herd of deer. I bet you there was 500 deer whitetail. I'd never seen anything like that before in my life. And right after that, there was an announcement that they had chronic wasting area in that region. So then they started dying off. So nature takes care of itself when there's too many. And there was a lot of snow that year too. A lot of farmers that I know from up in that area said that they found a lot of carcasses in the field because they starved to death. Some of the farmers, aren't all cattle farmers. There's a lot of grain farmers and seed pulse crops. And yeah, there was like a call off. A lot of those deer didn't make it. I'm going to have to go soon too because my battery's going to die here. See if I can get some kind of charging system going. Linda can 133. Well, I think maybe we'll shut it down at 5 hours unless somebody else comes on and chat with me. We're at 4 hours, 55 minutes and 58 seconds. If nobody else comes on, I'll shut the show down. I've only got a few more things to do. Then all my chores are accomplished today. Just I'm trying to find a farmer that's got some hay that'll sell. Yeah, there's so much snow. They say we're going to get more. So at least we're not like Buffalo. They're still shoveling. They're taking these big wheel loaders with forklifts and picking the car up out of the snow and pulling it out and then plowing it. And boy, them people got dumped on. Hay machine, yeah, Linda. I gotta go. I'd like to go get just, I don't know, $10, $20 worth. Then I'll put some in the shed and only put a little bit out so it doesn't get covered with snow. And then when the deer come, they can have a little snack. And then they finish that off. They'll dig for crab apples, leave, and I'll put some more out when I see them again. Hay machine. Well, I hope somebody else comes up here. I hate to shut this thing down. I don't like that kind of responsibility. What else can I tell you? Sure itching to do some growing. I ran out of basil. I didn't plant enough last year. Choked about that. Got upset with myself. I should have been more diligent. Well, I started using more and more because it's so flavorful and everything, right? And then, yeah, I should have maybe weaned myself down a little bit so it stretched out till spring. It grows really fast, that basil. It's one of my favorite herbs. That and mint. I'm not too much of a fan of oregano. Still use it, but I just don't. I still have lots of that left. Oh, Mary's not hanging out. I'm going to try something here. If I don't come back, that means we got kicked off. But I'm going to see if I can play with my phone. Try settings, camera, audio. No, that's not it. I want to see if I can get to the chat on YouTube, see if there's even anybody here. Hope this is still recording. No, I think I just shut it all off. Oh, no, it's still there. Audio, anyways. It says there's 4 people in here. I can hear you, but you can't see me, Jason. I think I kicked myself out. Possibly. Let's see if I can get a link. Here's the link. Oh, no, it says I'm backstage. I won't be able to get on back onto the camera. My phone's dying at 6%. Okay, I gotta go, folks. Gotta figure it out.